Chapter 231. The whole article is over. 8 against 18. To be precise, excluding the mecha of G-Band that replaced the vehicle. 7 against 18. Is it difficult? It turns out that it is not difficult. Since leaving the campus, Lian Sheng and others have been through hundreds of battles, wandering through various battlefields, fighting various cooperations, and witnessing various battle situations. Among the same generation, they are definitely the most experienced. Among the generation with the same record, they are definitely the youngest in physical fitness, especially in non-war city areas with narrow roads. Lian Sheng said nothing, driving Jiogong to open the way consciously, and the others had understood her meaning, retreating and keeping a distance from her to ensure that the mecha had enough space for movement. Lian Sheng didn't know when that tacit understanding was cultivated. The past memories were too long, and she even couldn't remember the days in school. Although Jiogong is an old mecha, its internal configuration has been completely updated. In addition, the biggest feature of the winning streak is the skill. So when Lin Lai modified the Jiogong, he focused on its joint dexterity and speed, and reduced the weight of the fuselage as much as possible while ensuring the attack power. And to bring out the speed of the fuselage, space is needed. Jiogong blocked the shield in front of him, moved towards the opposite side, and roughly fired 2 shots ahead. Most of them hit the road. 1 shot attacked, destroying the road ahead and hindering the opponent's smooth movement. 1 shot smoke, releasing white fog, confusing the opponent's vision. The opponent does not need to see Jiogong, and the mecha radar can directly detect the heat source. But because of the special appearance of Jiogong in the radar's thermal response screen, it is impossible to determine its specific action posture based on the details, and then determine its movement direction. So in the sight of Glen's dozen old mechas, it became a ball of red light approaching in an irregular way, as fast as lightning and as fast as the wind. The distance detection system in the operating cabin kept beeping. That sound can easily make people nervous and irritable. So fast. Don't compete with them in mecha performance. Attack all together. Displace strafing. The few people simply raised their gun barrels and launched a large-scale attack on the suspicious position. Many mechas were crowded on the highway outside the city. Even if the road was wide, there were only 2 mechas standing side by side at most. When Jiogong rushed up, the mecha in front of the pursuit team subconsciously retreated. Retreating would easily knock down the mecha behind, and the driver at the back needed time to react and then feedback to the mecha at the tail. So as soon as there was a move in front, the back was blocked. When they attacked, Jiogong leaned sideways to the edge of the walkway, jumped up, stepped on the protective belt, and rushed out of the highway, stepping on the mountain next to him. He ran directly on the slope at speed. There were still many short trees on the slope, all of which hid Jiogong's shield, either broken or the soil loosened, tilting the trunk. Glen Fong was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a thick-skinned and violent striker. The mecha operators were attracted and prepared to change the direction of attack. A red light flashed in the sight and never dissipated, and everyone realized something was wrong. It turned out that Jiogong gave up his position, and the mecha behind him had already rushed forward. The artillery fire from both sides was mixed together, and they could only rely on thermal reactions to judge. So they didn't notice it at all. And now it was too late to dodge. The first few mechas had been defeated in the bombardment. In this kind of terrain and conditions, Glenn knew that he was at a natural disadvantage. The sound of explosions and the splashing of gravel, the effect of smoke bombs gradually dissipated. But the sight did not become clearer. The trees on one side of the mountain were overturned and rolled onto the main road, blocking Jiogong and other mechas. Retreat, the captain ordered. Disperse first. Keep a distance and find a suitable combat point. Chung Zhe's heavy mecha opened fire at full power and bombarded the opposite side. Ji-Ban slapped the console and said, "I do it." Even if his mecha can no longer transform freely, there is still a part of the arsenal that can be used in this state. The arsenal of hand-operated mechas should not be underestimated. In addition, the implicit driving mode can also change the tires or chassis to cope with different terrains. He directly extended several support pillars from the mecha chassis, ignored all obstacles, and climbed across. At the same time, he summoned the arsenal on his back, locked, and fired. Glen's team was retreating at full speed, and they didn't expect that the other side could catch up with them in the face of obstacles. Looking back, at this distance, it was neither attack nor defense nor escape. The formation was instantly confused. Lian Sheng had rushed back to the main road from the slope, returned to the main force, and attacked. Zhang Zai's heavy armor spontaneously retreated to the end and dismantled the usable equipment on the abandoned mechas. Lian Sheng. This kind of thing can be left to excellent next time, Zhang Zai said. Don't forget that you are a commander. The commander rushed faster than their forwards. Isn't this fatal? The 9 palaces carry shields and some manual operations, which are more convenient in places like this, Lian Sheng said. In urban areas, maps are incomplete and data is not timely. I think you know what to do even without a commander. Zhang Zai, don't give up. We feel safe only when you are here. Lian Sheng, okay. Because the Alliance headquarters has been deadlocked near the stop point, and has not been able to capture it for a long time. This scene is exactly the same as that of Districts 1 and 2. The political party of District 16 is so anxious that they grit their teeth and stamp their feet, scratching their ears and cheeks. No good will happen if it goes on like this. Could Districts 1 and 2 be constrained by Barit? And District 16 is also facing the same situation? Then wouldn't the 2 rescue teams of the Alliance be blocked by Barit? They have no retreat. And they don't plan to lay a retreat. So they crossed the Alliance headquarters and contacted the Lian Sheng team, as the only strongest armed force currently legally stationed in District 16. Their actions are crucial. Although the hope is slim, it may be the only bargaining chip to delay Barit's army. However, Zhou Shirwei and Lu Mingyuan's optical computers cannot guarantee the absolute security of information. Without the assistance of the Alliance, data can be easily intercepted by the other party during transmission. And the current functions and conditions do not allow it. The staff of District 16 did not dare to communicate with them about any high-density data, and could only reveal their current situation to each other. After all, if they accidentally leaked state secrets, they would be blamed for treason. The other party looked at the vague positioning of Lian Sheng and others and frowned. Are you going back to the main city now? Lian Sheng said, yes. We think the defense performance of the main city army is slightly abnormal. So we decided to return for a second exploration. And it is too far from the Alliance stop point. I don't think we have the conditions for contact at present. The other party asked, how long will it take? Lian Sheng, we didn't run far. At the current speed, we expect to arrive within 10 minutes. There are a large number of mecha troops in the main city. Please be prepared. The other party asked. How many of you will go directly? 10 people. Bring 2 data analysts? Lian Sheng said, yes. The other side was silent for a moment, and then said, what is the current combat power of your army? How is the battle situation and mecha casualties? Is the arsenal stock sufficient, and does it need supplies? What are the weapon models and power supply models? Perhaps we can prepare them for you. Lian Sheng asked, how many mechas were killed on the other side just now? They chased all the way down, caught up with the scattered sand, and rushed to join the coalition army, and captured a lot of Zhang Zai through 2 cannon barrels and an energy battery to Yi Buqing. Yi Buqing accelerated to catch up with Lian Sheng and threw it to her. Lian Sheng grabbed it, put the weapon on his shoulder, put the power supply in the standby position, and absorbed the remaining power. The other side has lost 11. We have no casualties for the time being. The energy is currently sufficient, and the arsenal has been replenished. The other side immediately said, send me the video of your combat recorder, and I will broadcast it for you. Lian Sheng glanced at the control screen. Lu Mingyuan said, send it to me. I will forward it. Zhou Shirwei was in the shaking car, and based on the previous data, he once again circled the possible hiding place of Barrett in the main urban area. Seeing that they were about to return to the main urban area, the opponent's 18 mechas were scrapped and 3 were severely damaged in the pursuit. Fang Jianshan cried out that it was a pity that he could not stop them all before they entered the main urban area. Lian Sheng said, spread into the city. 2 people in a group. I will be in the team with Yoshio. I will cover, and you will attack. Fang Jianshan, Zhang Zai, and Yi Buqing will be in the team. Cornell Harry will find a position by himself. Everyone said, understood. Lian Sheng and Zhao Shuolu got off the highway at the first exit into the city. The main urban area is huge, and there are many highway exits. If the opponent wants to block them at the exit, they must follow their position and pursue and defend one by one, or be guided by the remaining mechas on the highway. The battle line was infinitely stretched, and the density of mecha soldiers was greatly diluted. When Lian Sheng rushed out of the exit, before turning out of the intersection, artillery fire had already come over. and black smoke mixed with white fog completely blocked her vision. She moved too fast and had no time to stop. And of course she didn't plan to stop, and slowly spent time with the other side. There were 7 mechas in this exit. Lian Sheng's left-hand fingers flew, and he simply turned out of the exit at a faster speed. At the moment of turning, the centrifugal force of the high-speed turn and the rolling air waves overturned her fuselage. She tried to relax her body and seized the opportunity to lean Jiogong sideways on the ground, rubbing her back against the ground, and at the same time used her hands to fully open the thrusters to accelerate the slide. Jiogong hit the protective belt on one side heavily, and the stone on that side broke and flew out under the impact. Half of Jiogong's fuselage slid out of the passage and almost fell, but was barely pulled back by the power. Lian Sheng's expression remained unchanged. He pressed his finger again and turned the main perspective of the mecha from the head to the knees. At this time, the picture in the perspective was misaligned with the real space. There was a weird scene that made Lian Sheng have an illusion for a moment. She concentrated her mind and went through it in her mind. Her hands, body, eyes, and brain were doing different things, relying on the alternating thrusters on the left and right sides. The mecha twisted. In the smoke and dust, a red snake slid out close to the ground, moving coquettishly and at a very fast speed. Because of the perspective and distance, the target that can be aimed at is small. The detection and aiming weapon installed on the opposite fuselage could not capture its figure for a while. The muzzle turned around, but the gunfire never came out. Wherever it passed, a spark of metal friction was raised, which showed how fast it was. They had never seen a mecha lying down and driving. This was not something that humans could do at all. It was okay to lie down and drive, but it could even do a tail swing. In order to prevent being knocked down by her, the mechas jumped a small step to the side, just in time for her to slip through the gap. Zhao Zhuolu almost forgot that Lian Sheng was the king of soul racers. He stood at the turning point and kept a distance from Lian Sheng to avoid being accidentally injured. After Jiogong crossed the defense line of the Glen United Army, he changed his posture to sideways, continued to rub the ground with his left shoulder, and at the same time, the muzzles of the guns on his shoulders sank slightly. High temperature overflowed from the muzzles, and he chose to attack the 2 mechas in front of him at close range. The recoil on his shoulders pulled up the fuselage, and Jiogong pulled up his heavy body, turned around in the air, and fired another shot, pushing himself away. Because the posture of this wave was relatively large, it basically used the reaction force of the artillery fire and the thruster to adjust the center of gravity, which was obviously not accurate. Seeing that he was about to fall again, Jiogong used his hands and feet to do a side flip, and heavily supported the shield in front of him to stabilize his forward figure. Then he turned straight into the cross street next to him without looking back. On the screen of the air raid shelter in District 16, her recorded video was playing at this time. The signal station in District 16 was not attacked. Although the air raid shelter blocked the signal from the outside, it still had an independent network inside. Generally, the government would use this network to carry out political propaganda, announce precautions to the citizens, and arrange rescue in the air raid shelter to appease the masses. And this time, they didn't say a word and directly uploaded an uncut video. This uncut video is more thrilling and shocking than any special effects. Although the set of actions can be broken down into multiple parts, several of them are connected in the air, and there is no pause in the middle, because it is a combat record from the perspective of the 9 palaces. Her own detailed operations cannot be seen clearly. At the same time, because the venue is blocked by disgust and splashing sand, the camera is quite blurry. Most of them are constantly changing between the perspectives of the sky and the earth. However, the thrilling halfway sliding and turning, the rapid rise by recoil, and the snake-like movements facing the artillery fire and accurately avoiding the enemy's attack are still clearly conveyed. The crazy rotating perspective made everyone terrified. It took her only a few seconds to successfully escape from the siege. There is no doubt that if there was any hesitation at any joint, Jiogong would never be able to stand until now. Smooth movements and bold gambles. Are all mecha operators so good and reckless? Oh my god! Isn't this action so fucking beautiful? What the hell is this mecha? Is this a sensor mecha? Or a hand-operated mecha? Is there such a way to drive a mecha? I guarantee with my toes that hand-operated mechas can't do the trick just now, because they are not sensitive enough to the changes in the gravity of the fuselage and can't do such movements. So hand-operated mechas generally have a more stable chassis. No hand-operated mecha operator can have that kind of feel. I know that the Alliance only has one hand-operated mecha in use, which is black. But this one is red. Is this anime? Or special effects? It should be broadcast live all the time. Isn't it being fought outside? I want to see it. Aren't you watching it? I want to see it with my own eyes. It's so fucking cool. Okay. Is this possible? Lian Sheng checked the extent of the damage to the fuselage shell. Fortunately, the material is wear-resistant. It was during the close-range bombardment that some of the head parts melted due to the high temperature. However, these pieces of metal were not wrongly melted. Zhao Zhuolu took advantage of the chaos and rushed forward from the back to fire 2 more shots. In less than a minute, the two of them pulled 4 mechas to be buried with them. Then they turned into different forks and met up in front. At this time, 8 pictures were split on the screen. The top marked that these were the 8 mechas of the 10-man team of the Alliance, the only mecha armed force in the main city. The crowd sitting under the big screen with their legs hugged and watching the excitement stared. 8 mechas bravely entered the main city? These people are crazy. Right? The Alliance said only 8 mechas? How is that possible? What are they doing here? Cutting the ribbon or making a debut? What exactly does the Alliance mean? Is there a class representative who can summarize the current political situation in District 16? Based on the limited news reports I've seen, isn't the Alliance an ally of Maxwell? Then what are they fighting for in District 16? District 16 is under full martial law. Not just the main city area. Have you analyzed the results? Fighting Maxwell? If it's against Maxwell. Brother, do you think we can still see this video now? The city area. During the martial law. I don't believe that the group of weak and slow people were responsible for the supervision and handling. It is obvious that the military has been dispatched. Everyone couldn't sit still and move their butts and said, no. When did District 16 become Barrett's territory? Can the main battlefield really spread to District 16? The main battlefield that was declared and demarcated by the melee? Why was there no notice at all? Isn't District 16 a temporary stop? Judging from the fact that there are only 8 mechas in the main city area, it can't spread for the time being. Emotions spread, and the refugees began to riot. The person in charge of maintaining public order did not step forward, but said affirmatively, District 16 will not become the main battle zone. This is the instruction from our superiors. Otherwise, District 16 would have been unsafe some time ago. Even if Mr. Maxwell wanted to fight, he was willing, but not strong enough. As a partner, the Alliance is the one with the hard fist. Does the superior's instruction work? I'm telling you from the military academy that it's obviously abnormal to have such a number of mecha soldiers in the main city. It's at least more than 10 times the standard. Which means that Barrett's joint army has indeed entered District 16 a long time ago. And the fact that we didn't find it also means that Maxwell didn't resist. Although Barrett's purpose is still unknown. The Alliance and Mr. Maxwell must have known the news and rushed over. Whether it will become a battle zone depends on the attitude of the Alliance. While discussing, everyone continued to watch the video. After Lian Sheng and Zhao Zhuolu succeeded in one move, they began to speed up and fled in the same direction across the street. The two of them went down all the way, put away all their attack weapons, and just kept turning with the mecha soldiers behind them. New reinforcements appeared in the mecha soldiers behind them. They kept setting up ambushes in front. But because of their conservative style of play, they could not catch the two mechas moving at high speed. So fast. Glenn's mecha is just a toy compared to it. The performance of the mecha is too different. Right? One is full level, and the other is a novice. The people in the Alliance seem to be very familiar with District 16. District 16 drives old mechas. The new one should have been sent to the front line. There are not so many. My home is in this area. It's not easy to buy a house. I haven't gotten married yet. Calm down. Lian Sheng and the two finally crossed the residential area and came to the bustling commercial area in the center. Since they started to approach this area, the opponent's style of play became wild. Lian Sheng said, meet up. You run behind me. Zhao Zhuoluo, okay. The two mechas gathered in front of the museum. Lian Sheng exhaled deeply. I'm a little tired. Zhao Zhuoluo's breath was also a little disordered. To fight against the many with the few is basically a battle of physical strength. Lian Sheng was a little worried about Ji-ban, wondering if his fingers could hold up. It had been more than 2 hours since they left the airport. The bombardment from the opposite side never slackened, and the act of dodging and observing was quite exhausting. However, the streets here were relatively empty. If Cornell and Haralu drove well, his burden could be reduced a lot. The mecha soldiers behind had given up. With a speed disadvantage, long-range pursuit could not hurt them at all. The only way to compete with their mecha performance was to attack. Jiao Gong instantly accelerated when the opponent fired the gun, and took Xiao Zhuolu around the wall. The gun hit the door of the museum steadily, and the security system immediately sounded a loud siren. Lian Sheng led the way in front, running to the expensive place. Technology building, shopping mall, jewelry store, art gallery. She kept probing the suspicious spots Zhou Shirwei had given, and the artillery fire from the rear became more and more intense. This time, she really couldn't sit still. Fuck. Glenn bombed his own commercial district? Is he crazy? What are you doing? These aren't soldiers from the United Army. Right? I heard that the Bards are very stingy. Could this be Maxwell's self-directed performance? Then I tell you that Maxwell is even more stingy. Because he is poor. If he was willing to move out more than 100 mechas for a self-directed performance, would Maxwell still be so embarrassed in Districts 1 and 2? Don't show off your IQ here. It's clearly a deliberate attempt to entice an attack. What good is the alliance? If you have the ability, just keep dodging. The real sensor mecha requires physical strength that you can't imagine. Let's see how long they can last. Lian Sheng certainly knew that dodging alone was useless. Only with comparison can there be damage. After choosing a good spot, the Jiaogong, which had been dodging, turned 90 degrees and flashed into the wall. Brake suddenly, turned 180 degrees, and stabbed forward. At the critical moment, he accurately stabbed the operating cabin of the enemy aircraft that was following closely, and destroyed the mecha in one shot. Then he moved forward, using the cover of the front body to disrupt the formation of the opponent. Xiao Zhuolu flashed out from behind her and fired accurately at the front. The two tried their best to ensure that the buildings in the commercial area were not destroyed, and once again took down 3 mechas. After the fight, they retreated without any nostalgia. They only focused on destroying the operating system of the mecha. But they would not confirm the life of the driver, nor would they deliberately hurt him. This move was very good. Their sense of attaching importance to property protection obviously attracts goodwill. Amid the cheers, one person suddenly asked, "Are you Glenn's people? Why are you all talking to the Alliance? But isn't the Alliance also an allied army? And the other side obviously fights with more integrity than us." To be precise, District 16 should be the jurisdiction directly under Mr. Maxwell, and the Alliance and Maxwell are cooperative teammates. So the Alliance should be called we. Glenn is different from the Alliance. Glenn was originally a country formed by a mixed group of people. The regime was established by robbing and fighting. There is no cultural heritage, no historical relics, and even education cannot be coordinated between regions. There are great cultural differences, great regional differences, great gaps between the rich and the poor, and serious social contradictions. They think about independence more than unification all day long, especially in a peaceful and calm place like District 16. They simply cannot understand the Alliance's idea of insisting on great unification. The government of District 16 began to grasp the direction of public opinion. Cultural people can also solve problems in a cultural way. During the war, the political forces still have a lot to do. Mobilize all resources. Black. Try to black. At this point, they have to play assists. The performance of Jiaogong is quite attractive, especially the previous downhill operation, which proves that it is definitely not an ordinary sensor mecha. And there are 2 names engraved on the body of Jiaogong. Generally, engraving on the body means that it is an exclusive mecha. Exclusive mechas are customized and modified, and there is no rule for transfer. Judging from the color of the metal plate, the old mecha cannot achieve the current performance, which proves that its origin is not ordinary. The political forces of District 16 immediately applied to the Alliance headquarters to retrieve the information of Jiaogong. The Alliance sent the content very quickly. The technician edited the text and published it directly. This mecha is called Jiaogong. Jiaogong is on the battlefield again after 25 years, which is really nostalgic. It was originally the exclusive mecha of Major Lian Hung, a military genius of the Alliance. And now the one who inherited this exclusive mecha is a new recruit named Lian Sheng, who is also his only daughter. The one who is responsible for personally modifying this mecha is his wife, Colonel Lin Lai. Major Lian Hung died heroically in the war. Now Lian Sheng inherited his ambition and stepped onto the same battlefield to continue fighting for the future and peace of the world. Jiaogong is a semi-manual, semi-sensor mecha that was remodeled based on Lian Sheng's body. The original reason was not to develop a new type of mecha, nor to add mecha functions, because not everyone can master the skills of this kind of joint mecha. Several photos flashed on the screen. One was a snapshot of Lian Sheng breaking through the safety protection passage in District 36. Her face was stained with blood and mud, and her facial features were almost invisible. Only her eyes were particularly bright, and it was impossible to tell that the look came from a lady who was just 21 years old. One photo was taken in Kaffa at that time. Lian Sheng and his teammates were sitting on a dirt pit with dusty faces, each holding a piece of bread in their hands, their bodies covered with mud, and their faces depressed. Another photo was Lian Sheng leaning on the hospital bed, with one hand on her bandaged shoulder, a metal arm across her body, and she frowned and looked out the window. Then there was Lian Sheng frowning and trying to recover. The last photo was a picture of Lian Sheng wearing a military uniform and following the Alliance troops to the battle. Many people hate war and ask the soldiers why they started a war, participated in a war, and killed their enemies. I also want to ask why they endured prejudice and misunderstanding and continued to move forward. The photos of Lian Sheng and Lian Heng going to the battle were placed side by side. One smiled uninhibitedly, and the other pulled the corner of his mouth calmly and restrainedly. Similar scenes, similar people, similar eyes, but two generations have been separated by yin and yang, facing death and enduring fear. The two words Jiogong are engraved on the fuselage, perhaps explaining a sentence. I will do what my heart desires. Even if I die 9 times, I will not regret it. After the emotional incitement, without giving people time to react, they quickly jumped to the perspective of another mecha. Lian Sheng team is stable, but Yi Buqing, Cheng Zhe, and Fang Jianshan team are more difficult to combine. The 3-person team includes the fastest, slowest, and most concealed 3 types of aircraft. They cannot stand on the same starting line or combat platform, so the 3 are separated. As a comrade who appeared and was directly followed, Fang Jianshan wanted to find a good sniper point in this situation, which is simply a fool's dream. He could only drive the mecha and be chased by others. He also has to pay attention to the map from time to time to avoid being separated from his comrades. Cheng Zhe was also unlucky. His mecha was too slow to get rid of the enemy with its performance advantage. In the main city, for the sake of the Alliance's reputation, his storage arsenal had no chance to be deployed. Fang Jianshan kept an eye on Cheng Zhe to prevent him from being attacked. They fought from early morning until dawn. He saw the sunlight shining from the east, turning the dark night into azure. The pursuers behind him did not decrease significantly, but their physical strength was on the verge of exhaustion. When the heavy armor was not so sensitive to the attack and was almost caught up by the enemy, Fang Jianshan jumped over without thinking and pushed him away. The weight of the heavy armor, which weighed dozens of tons, fell to the ground with a bang. Before Fang Jianshan could stand firm, he was hit by a wind cannon shot by Yi Buqing from the side, and then pressed on the heavy armor. The two rolled on the ground, stood up quickly, and started a new round of tug-of-war. Fang Jianshan carried his weapon, ran and fought, howling, and almost went crazy. Not only did he have to help Cheng Zhe cover, but he also had to endure Yi Buqing's occasional wind cannon. The onlookers were shocked by their fighting style and applauded. This group of people's way of covering is so special. They don't care about their mechas. Damn! When you are besieged, do you choose to protect your mecha or your life? I choose life. The master's fighting style is so unique. Can heavy armor and 7 stars cooperate like this? You can try it next time. When Fang Jianshan and the other 2 were almost in chaos, the Alliance Rescue Army finally began to forcefully attack Glen. They took advantage of the current overwhelming situation and boldly bombed the defense line. The pot was handed to Barrett's coalition army with both hands. At 8 o'clock, Lianqing heard good news from them for the first time. All armies, please confirm that the channel data is received normally and in a safe position. All captains, please report the situation. The Alliance has successfully docked. It has entered the target point. It has been successfully bombed. The battlefield is being cleaned up and surveyed. The terrain has been successfully explored, and no residual troops have been found. A second round of inspection is being carried out. The Glen local government database has been successfully received. The data of armed defense forces in various places are being sorted out. The data has been sent. Please pay attention to receiving it. Lian Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Shirwei also forwarded the existing data to the command desk over there. asking them to accept the command of 10 people. The group has been driving at high pressure for 4 or 5 hours in a row. If the attack line in the main urban area is not withdrawn, they will not even have time to rest. The Mecha reminded that it was huge, and there was no convenient place to hide in the urban area. If they waited for the headquarters to come to rescue them, they would probably have died of overwork. The question is, where did Burrit hide? When will this chase end? Lian Sheng was still confirming the target location with Zhou Shirwei, and the commander-in-chief said, Lian Sheng, go to the target point to rescue someone. Lian Sheng, who to rescue? She didn't seem to know anyone in District 16, and she hadn't been to the airport twice. The commander-in-chief circled the location for her. Go there quickly. He's waiting for you on the roadside. Lian Sheng looked at the location on the map and saw that Cornell and Harry's team was closer to that side. She asked 3 people to go there to prepare for the support, and then rushed there with Zhao Zhuolu. There was a group of tails behind both sides, but there was nothing to do. Lian Sheng, put Moshi in the middle. We will cover, and take the people out safely first. Ji Ban obeyed the order, drove Moshi, and accelerated to the front of Cornell. That person was Albert. Lian Sheng was really shocked when he saw him. He didn't expect him to be in District 16, and he didn't expect him to show up at this time. Connell and Lian Sheng were on guard against each other's pursuers. This time, they used long-range weapons to keep the distance between the two sides to prevent Albert from being accidentally injured when he got on the mecha. Moshi opened the cockpit, took the person up, and squeezed together with Zhou Shirwei and Lu Mingyuan. Albert's injury should not have healed yet. Zhou Shirwei tried to squeeze his body to avoid squeezing him. Albert gathered his black coat, turned sideways, pointed at Zhou Shirwei's map and said, "Go here." Lian Sheng roughly understood where that place was, and asked, "Do we have enough people?" "We don't have many people, and we are not very weak." Albert said, "You are wrong. There is actually no guard where he lives. He doesn't trust anyone, including me." Lian Sheng, "Then how do you know he lives here?" Albert just said, "After all, I have fallen into his trap once, and I won't fall into the second one." The 5 mechas turned to a residential area in the north of the city in turn, which was the location designated by Albert. That residential area seemed to have been built a long time ago, and the overall building looked old and slightly weathered. This point was not within Zhou Shirwei's scope of summary, and it didn't look like a place where someone of Barrett's status would live. "Your father is very low-key." Lian Sheng hesitated for a second, but chose to believe him. He jumped off the 9 palaces, followed Albert, and said, "You help me watch the mecha. I will go up with him." Zhao Zhuolu immediately said, "I will go with you." Lian Sheng, "No. You stay outside. We don't have enough manpower. Cornell still has to take care of Moshi. You help cover him." Albert seemed to be completely unafraid of the artillery fire outside, with his hands in his pockets, and took the lead in walking into the civilian building in front. This civilian building is 11 stories high, and there are 2 families on each floor. The thermal detection system did not find any heat source, so Albert drove through 1 floor at a time, not tired of it. Lian Sheng could only follow him and confirm the rooms one by one. They checked from the 1st floor up to the 6th floor, and when they reached the 6th floor, Albert behind them suddenly said, "Actually," he told me himself. Lian Sheng's hand stopped on the door handle. Then he walked over to him and looked at the shoes in front of the entrance. Albert whispered, "Will someone like him admit defeat?" Lian Sheng felt that the answer to this question was not difficult to answer, but Albert himself had already determined it in his heart. She didn't want to argue with him, and said casually, "It's not necessarily an admission of defeat. Maybe he doesn't want to fight for victory or defeat." She passed Albert and pushed the door in, while raising the pistol to aim at the figure in the room at any time. The bedroom was empty, and the living room was empty. Lian Sheng pushed open the door of the study. Burrit sat behind the table, his hands on his chest, looking at her quietly. There was no anger or surprise in his eyes, but his face looked very haggard. His mental state was not as good as before, and his eyes were full of turbidity. Lian Sheng confirmed his face from a distance. This man was really in the main city, and he really saw this decisive and legendary general with his own eyes. The winning streak felt unreal. Albert walked up from behind and said, "He is indeed my father." Burrit leaned back and asked in a hoarse voice, "You are here. Why did you betray me?" "I am your father, but you betrayed me again and again." Albert remained silent. The room was very quiet. Seeing that the father and son had no intention of greeting each other, Liansheng raised his gun and said, "Then what do you think is the reason?" Barrett said, "I have been thinking about it these days. But the more I think about it, the more I feel that it is not my fault. The environment we live in is too different. You can't understand my behavior, but I can understand you. People of the previous generation may not understand you either. Mr. Barrett, please allow me to say something fair. Your persistence has no results," Liansheng said. Mr. Edwin raised his weapon to protect more people. "Barrett, me too." "You are not," Liansheng said. "You just want to have more bread. You are just afraid to take responsibility. Edwin's weapon is to give people hope. But your path is hopeless. I believe this is why the noble son chose to resist you." Barrett stopped talking. Liansheng still raised his hand. And Albert always looked at the opposite side indifferently. Transformation will have a painful period. And it may be difficult to give birth. But when the time comes, no one can change what happened. "I am more willing to accept the temporary pain than to perish," Liansheng said. "If Maxwell and Albert die, there will be a second and a third. But if Barrett dies, can there be a second person? What should we do without Barrett's coalition army?" Barrett smiled weakly. He once believed in everything he did. But then he wavered. "I believe that no one can remain unshakable when being betrayed by blood relatives." But Barrett didn't think he was wrong. If he could live another 20 years, if he had a good enough successor, perhaps he would continue to hold on and not look back, and continue to lead Glenn forward in the same way. But he was old, and no longer the vigorous General Barrett of the past. The successor he once chose also left him, and he didn't know who to entrust Glenn's future to. He knew clearly how many wolves and tigers coveted the interests in the military, and he had no time and energy to deal with them. Only then did he realize how many problems he had left behind. People like you have robbed many resource planets, and killed countless people for Glenn. You have made up your mind, and may not care about the harm you have caused to others. Nor do you care about others' hatred towards you. However, this does not mean that they will not retaliate because of their hatred. Nor does it mean that the people around you have the same indifference as you," Liansheng said. "For example, the Alliance. For example, your son. Even if the Glenn United Army has an overwhelming advantage in Districts 1 and 2 this time, the Alliance will always choose to start a war in Glenn, just like you did before. And I believe that by then, there will definitely be more than just one alliance willing to intervene. As the war progresses, Glenn's resources will gradually become tight. Can you still grab enough resources for Glenn's production under the circumstances of internal and external troubles? Will Glenn's future not become what you fear the most? Or, do you dare to imagine the world after your death? You should have understood it," Liansheng said. "Your path has no future. Either hand over the power to Maxwell's side now, and the Alliance will help support reforms and lead Glenn to another direction of development, or continue to fight the Alliance to the death, hoping that your life can be longer. Otherwise, once the military loses jurisdiction, the entire Glenn will fall into chaos. The exposure imposed in the past will eventually backfire, and other countries will intervene, and finally usher in a split ending." After Liansheng finished speaking, there was silence in the room again. Albert suddenly stepped forward, and Liansheng's eyes wandered between him and his father. After a while, I finally found that Barrett had closed his eyes and was motionless. He had maintained that posture for a long time. The light came from behind him, blurring his facial features. After a while, he nodded his head and knocked it directly on the table. Liansheng walked forward and found that Barrett had passed away. There were several proposals on the table, and a tube of injection in his hand. Liansheng sighed and felt sad. If one day she was as strong as Barrett, one person could decide a country. One person could support the entire country. So strong that she was even afraid to think about her life after death. Perhaps, instead of making herself an obstacle to their progress, she would choose to leave early. Liansheng bowed to Barrett, then searched his ID card from his jacket pocket, stood to one side, saluted again, and looked at Albert hesitantly. Albert closed his eyes and said with difficulty, "Give me his body." Liansheng agreed. She took the ID card and turned to go out. She pushed the door open from the security door of the stairwell, and the wind blew in her face. Liansheng raised her head, and the tall figure of the mecha blocked her in front of her. The Alliance used Barrett's personal card to control the security barriers along the way. At the same time, the frontline troops were quickly stopped, allowing the Alliance reinforcements to land forcefully. After Barrett's death, the fall of the coalition army seemed so natural. The Glen Coalition Army did not know in advance that the ceasefire order was not issued by Barrett himself. Although they were puzzled, all parties still obeyed the order. When they came to their senses, there was no unified leader, and the people's hearts were broken. And there was no wave. Barrett was so glorious when he was alive, but no one publicized the news of his death. There were only a few gossips that made speculations about this. More people were wondering where Barrett had gone, and why he gave up this war at the last moment. Maxwell took over Glen as he wished and began a series of production system reforms. He did not understand the affairs of the military, and handed it over to Albert to recruit and integrate. The basic treatment of soldiers remained the same. The rules remained the same, and they were comforted. By the time all the discussions were completed and the armistice agreement was signed, it was already mid-September. The weather was neither cold nor hot, and the mountains and forests were crimson. Baimi Feda asked them if they would go to the meeting. Lianqing was surprised. Can you go to such a big event whenever you want? Of course not. Each army has a quota. Baimi Feda. How about it? Do you want to go? I can give it to you. Lianqing thought for a while and said, let Cornell and Harry go. I don't care. Kaffa and Glen have been fighting for more than 10 years. And now there is finally a day of truce. Lianqing hopes that these two people can see him right with their own eyes, which can be regarded as fulfilling his wish. The two stood behind the representatives of both sides, watching them sign, shake hands, and finally walk out of the conference hall. The Martyrs' Monument on the Peace Square still stands tall. But everything is finally over. Chapter 232 Extra 1. The quality of freshmen is very mysterious. Occasionally there will be a year with a lot of naughty kids. A year with a lot of top students. A year that makes you feel hopeless in society. And a year that combines all three. This is how the Union University feels this year, since the implementation of the education system reform led by the military. The Lieutenant Colonel has raised the quality requirements of military academy students year by year. But this does not mean that the number of talents has increased. On the contrary, the selection of top students has been advanced to the Lieutenant Colonel, making the competition for these universities particularly fierce. After all, the Union University is not as good as the First Army and the Allied Forces. It is a professional military school. In the past 2 years, the famous 6th Army team has emerged, and their style is still active in the hearts of the people of the Union. But those big guys are notoriously low-key. After initially promoting the Union and shouting slogans, they don't show up often. The Union University was too embarrassed to bother them with the school promotion. In addition to respect, there was also a feeling of not wanting to offend them. After a period of pride, a few years ago, the principals of the two schools of the First Army and the Allied Forces jointly organized an enrollment promotion to resist the Union University. At the promotion meeting, several alumni who were serving in the Expeditionary Force were invited to shoot a promotional video, encourage freshmen and welcome them to apply for their alma mater. They also promised that if the students performed well during each actual combat exercise, they would personally go to participate in the guidance. In person. Although they also knew that it was likely that after the end, they would invite someone to present an award, shake hands, and then pat their butts and leave. But the students still couldn't resist the temptation. No! Soldiers with actual combat experience were shining in their minds. By the time the Union University knew about it, it was too late. The quality gap of students in the middle few years was particularly serious. Of course, the badness was compared. The president of the Union University bit his finger and felt aggrieved, feeling that he was excluded and bullied. Then the freshman recruited the year before last suddenly exploded. That explosion can be said to have a sign or not. That group of outstanding students was a special recruitment group in high school, and the relationship between them was particularly strong. At a young age, they had already made plans to join a corps, build a team, and shine under the winning team in the future. So they chose the Union University. This group of students planned very well. They have received good training, have experience and level beyond their age. Of course, they are also somewhat unruly and capable. So they have become a relatively independent small team in the school. The instructors don't want to see such things, so of course they will intervene. But the more they want the small waves to merge into the sea, the more the small waves want to roll up to show their existence. And the more people will make trouble. The instructors of the Union University feel that they can all understand the sadness of some white-haired people. It's really sad. It's a course that only requires hands-on practice. But now I want to waver and still can't teach them. This time the 6th Army was on vacation. Lien Sheng went back to District 2 with his friends. Originally, she wanted to stay with Comrade Lin Lai for the vacation and relax with his comrades. But because she came back suddenly, she didn't have time to inform her. And Lin Lai was sent out to do experiments again. When Lin Lai saw her coming back, he entrusted her brother to her care and didn't take him to the research institute. The research institute over there was boring and dull. And Lien Sun couldn't find children of the right age. He hadn't seen Lien Sheng for a long time and wanted to stay with her. Lin Lai used to think that she couldn't take good care of children and was not a successful mother, so she didn't pay attention to it. But since Lien Sheng joined the army, she felt a little lonely, especially when her colleagues of the same age had become the 3rd generation of elders. She felt that she might not be able to wait for that progress in a short time. So she didn't urge Lien Sheng, and used Lien Heng's frozen sperm to match one at the breeding center. She is still young and her family is not short of money. Even if Lien Sheng doesn't like children, he could raise them by himself. Lien Sheng was actually very happy. Seeing that Lin Lai was relaxed, Lien Sheng went to the kindergarten to pick up her brother in the afternoon. The kid had a fierce fight in the school, and then fell down when he ran away. The operation was so cool. This guy was crying when Lien Sheng arrived. He was not sad for bullying the weak, but regretted that he could not escape handsomely. The teachers and parents of the students were speechless. They were all the bullies in the kindergarten, and they promised not to tell tales. But Lien Sheng cried for no reason, and the student who was beaten looked very helpless beside him. I apologized to them, took this guy home, and fed him. Lien Sheng held him in one hand and cooked noodles for him. Lien Sheng whispered something in her ear, but Lien Sheng didn't hear it clearly. The sound of the range hood was too loud. All was a hum. Lien Sheng leaned over and asked, "What did you say?" Lien Sheng kissed her on the side of her face. Lien Sheng turned off the range hood and asked again with a smile, "What did you want to tell me just now?" Lien Sheng said, "Our teacher talked about you today. You are very good." Lien Sheng poured the noodles into the bowl and replied, "Yes, I am very good." Lien Sheng struggled to eat, and Lien Sheng saw that he was full of vitality. So he put him down. The little guy held the bowl himself, with a freckled face, and ate very self-reliantly. Lien Sheng sat opposite him and asked, "Did you tell them about me?" "I didn't. I was afraid of telling them." Lien Sheng took a breath and said seriously, "I'm going to piss myself." Lien Sheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yo, you're so considerate. Lien Sheng looked quite proud. Lien Sheng poked his face with his hand. "Who taught you to say that?" "No way." He pointed to his head. "I'm so smart. Just like my mother." Lien Sheng smiled at him, waited for him to finish eating, and put the bowl in the dishwasher. Went over to put on a jacket, and then put his hands in his pockets to go out for a walk. Lien Sheng slid down from the chair next to her, and wanted to go out with her. Her optical computer was on, and Meng Jianwu was complaining to her about the freshman of the Union University this year. This boy from the command department, who used to be a bit arrogant, has become long-winded since he entered the teaching staff industry, and he is not aware of this characteristic. Meng Jianwu couldn't stop talking once he started, and said angrily, "It's just too much. Okay? They are all a bunch of uncles. I wish I could shave off their hair and sneak out to kick them with my leather shoes. Oh, I am so angry. I thought I was the boss of the command department back then. Well, I mean before you came. I was really a person who had a say in the command department. They just don't take me seriously. They don't accept their own grouping." "Huh? Why don't they group with so-and-so? Does he have any choice? Don't they know the basic quality of obeying orders and following commands?" Lien Sheng, this sentence sounds very familiar. Really? Someone seems to have said this to me before. What? Meng Jianwu pretended that he didn't understand. He raised the cup and took a big sip, then asked, "Hello?" I said, "Are you listening to me?" "I am listening," Lien Sheng said. "You called me for this matter?" "What is it?" "Hey, what did I call you for?" Meng Jianwu's brain was occupied by a group of overage naughty kids, and there was no space at all. After shaking it, it completely crashed and was completely formatted. It was extremely painful for a moment, and then said, "It's not important." Lien Sheng, It seems that he is still forgetful. Lien Sheng sighed. "You are old." Classmate Meng Jianwu. Meng Jianwu was instantly blown up, almost jumping up from his seat, and said angrily, Ah, I'm not even 30. Okay? I'm not even 30. Lian Sun pulled her trouser legs and followed her step by step. Lian Sheng is very low-key. So low-key that her name and her arms are 10,000 times more famous than her face. And no one recognized her along the way. Meng Jianwu was interrupted by her. And suddenly remembered. His mind returned to normal. And he said, it was the school. The school asked me if you were free. And wanted you to shoot a VCR. Or something. To mobilize. If possible. It would be best if you could also go to our actual combat exercise site. This is what happened. He sighed. I said, are you still in District 29? When will you take a vacation? Lian Sheng, I'm on vacation now. If you don't have time, forget it. But please do me a favor and make a few seconds of VCR. We can do the editing ourselves. Meng Jianwu. Ah? What did you say? Lian Sheng, I'm in District 2. I'm on vacation. I said, when did your actual combat exercises start? Meng Jianwu burped and said, actual combat exercises are usually before the start of school. About 3 months away. Lian Sheng said, maybe I can go and help you practice this month. Really? Meng Jianwu stood up suddenly, took 2 breaths and said, it's like this, Comrade Lian Sheng. I was also a tough warrior in the past. But I have been sitting in the office too much recently, and I have been irritated by students. Now my cardiovascular system is not in good condition. Don't joke with me. Lian Sheng, yeah. I said I can go this month. Yoshio and others are also on vacation. I guess they are not free. Ask them if they want to go. Asked? Meng Jianwu slammed the table and shouted. Which scared Lian Sheng. Meng Jianwu was about to burst into tears, holding his laptop. And his whole body was shaking. He was just complaining about those little ancestors. And now the ancestors of the ancestors are coming soon. God is still kind to him. Since I met you, I have been very lucky and have been climbing to the top of my life. Meng Jianwu almost burst into tears. Sheng. Thank you. Lian Sheng, Lian Sheng said, then when have you decided? I see if it's okay. Absolutely. Just give me your free time, and I coordinate it for you. You can choose any time. Meng Jianwu said. We can arrange everything as you like. If you have any special requirements, just let me know. Just let me know. Lian Sheng said, nothing. I just want to see your new students and reminisce about my youth. Meng Jianwu reminded, for example, give your old classmates a holiday, a salary increase, etc. And let them pay more attention to the elites who stay in school. Lian Sheng, I don't care about him. Lian Sun kicked his feet and begged, I want to go too. Sister, hug me. I love you. Lian Sheng picked him up and said, go, go, go. Lian Sheng sent their holiday date to Meng Jianwu, and then sent a message in the group to ask if they would join. A group of people quickly showed their evil fangs, and their eagerness could not be concealed. Fang Jianshan, Huahua freshman. I go. How can there be such a good opportunity? Ji Ban, can I go too? But I don't drive a mecha. Can I go to see your Huahua freshman? Cheng Zhe, hey. I heard that this year's juniors are very cool. And this year's military school sophomores are also very good. Which department and level are we going to train? Zhou Shirwei, if we go together, the whole school will be trained enough. Lu Mingyuan, you are too much. Fang Jianshan, we haven't done anything yet. Yi Buqing, I can imagine your character. Zhao Shualu, the request of the Union University? Speaking of which, we didn't take the graduation exam. Cheng Zhe, to ravage the new recruits. Just thinking about it is pretty good. Fang Jianshan, I've already felt the fun of those instructors before I even went. Ji Ban, I want to go. Zhao Shualuo, you can go. It doesn't matter anyway. Fang Jianshan, you can go. You don't have a girlfriend anyway. Ji Ban, you can go. You don't have a girlfriend anyway. Lian Sheng, Cheng Zhe, alas. It's been so many years. Lian Sheng, then I make an appointment. Time is a bit tight, so I prepare to leave the day after tomorrow. Lian Sheng sent the relevant data to Meng Jianwu. Lian Sun was holding her shoulders and peeking at her laptop. When he saw her looking back, he blinked his big eyes innocently. Meng Jianwu took the information to the principal, and the principal stared at him for a long time. Meng Jianwu asked, do you want to make an announcement to the public? The principal quickly calmed down and said, no. If we don't make an announcement now, Others will know about it. By then, reporters will come everywhere, which will not only affect the exercise, but also easily make people unhappy. The full video and surveillance are all taken, and we will focus on the later publicity. We won't make an announcement internally, because students are not good at keeping their mouths shut. We can leak the information to the selected instructors in advance, and I believe in them. Meng Jianwu nodded. The principal is indeed a man who can do big things. After calming down, he instantly became excited again. Great! It's only the beginning of July now, and we can make publicity after the training camp. And they haven't filled in their volunteers yet. This time is perfect. This year's freshmen should all be ours. Meng Jianwu, I will go over to arrange it now. Meng Jianwu went to each counselor to explain the situation. The Union University announced this matter that day. The students were a little surprised because the holiday time was also adjusted. They asked. The time of the actual combat exercise was moved forward. Why? Then will we still have classes? It's moved forward now. And we will have classes later, the counselor said. The instructors have something to do in September, so the time has been changed first. But it won't affect you much. The counselor said, I remind you that this time it is absolutely mandatory. If you don't go, you will regret it and bear the consequences yourself. The student said, that's too hasty. We are not prepared. The counselor, it's the training base that is in a hurry. The school is preparing the venue, equipment and personnel. You just need to go with your own bodies. The students asked, what about the final exams? The school will make arrangements and notify you later. The counselor slapped the table and said, I say, you, what are you worrying about? The school will arrange you this way. You just need to go. Remind you again, all students are required to participate. Even if you are sick and drag your sick body to lie in the infirmary of the base. You have to come here. All living beings, This time is hell. The Alliance School used the fastest speed and the most enthusiastic enthusiasm in their lives to do everything from top to bottom. It was the first time that the principal discovered that the work efficiency of faculty and staff could be so high. They cleaned the base and installed surveillance in the upper half of the mountain area as usual. They borrowed enough training weapons from the military base and asked them to send a few instructors to arrange the exercise. The day after tomorrow, the Alliance wanted to pick them up in person, but they all declined, as they seemed too big and it was not completely necessary. Each of them took a taxi and went there. Liansheng arrived at 8 or 9 in the morning, holding her brother. At that time, Fang Jianshan had painted his face black, wore a hat, and painted colorfully. Very stylish. Liansheng looked at him and said, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you have learned how to put on makeup. Fang Jianshan waved his hand. And Cheng Zhe and Ji Ban also came out with camouflage faces. Who knows if they recognize us? Although it was an ID photo from many years ago, it is not realistic. But after all, it has been hung in the Alumni Hall of Fame for so many years. And my handsome appearance is still there. So I will camouflage it first. Fang Jianshan said. Isn't it good to be an ordinary instructor? Otherwise, it will be boring to play. Liansheng thought about it and seconded, that makes sense. So at noon, when the principal wanted to invite a few people to dinner, he didn't recognize any of them. The principal was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and said, it doesn't matter. You can arrange it however you want. I think your arrangement is very meaningful. And I agree very much. The Dean of Teaching said, it would be best if you can discipline those students for us. Everyone ate a meal politely. The principal did not dare to neglect the other instructors. The Union University was still in class, and it was at the important end of the semester. The management just came to take a look, and after the meal, they left in a hurry. After that, Meng Jianwu introduced the new students this year to the instructors. It is mainly the students of the third-year individual soldier department. One is a team led by Ding Xueshi. The second is a team led by Yu Yang. And there are also sophomores. Anyway, it is not a good phenomenon for students to like to be independent. There is also a student from the command department, who is known as the golden partner of the chief and deputy commander combination. He explained the main points. The main problem is polarization, which leads to loose relationships and lack of unity among students. It's not that some people deliberately isolate each other, but that they really can't play together. And conflicts are easy to arise when they play. Then he arranged the classes that each instructor needed to be responsible for. and then sent the status of the students in each class to the instructor's laptops, including students' past grades, strengths and weaknesses, personality traits, and future development directions. Meng Jianwu is already like a qualified counselor. The young boy has become reliable now. It's hard to see the resentment of the past, all of which has settled down and turned into care and concern for a group of students. When several people saw the piles of information and data, they realized how much hard work the instructors had to spend in advance to train them in previous years. I didn't expect that training students is also a meticulous job. Or in other words, education itself is a job that cannot be neglected. Meng Jianwu said to the instructors who were transferred, this time, because of the rush of time, I only gave the overall data last night, so I didn't give it to everyone in advance. I hope everyone will pay more attention and be tolerant. Sorry, everyone. I have added to your workload. Lian Sheng then apologized to them. Sorry, we don't have enough time this time, and we really want to see the freshmen of our alma mater, so we trouble you. They also followed the arrangement and had no objection to it. Seeing this, they quickly waved their hands and said, No, don't be so polite. It's nothing. After lunch, all students began to gather. Lian Sheng was in charge of the third-year individual combat department. She was wearing the uniform of an instructor, and she was accompanied by a child who was still wet behind the ears. I couldn't see her face clearly, but from aside, she was fanning herself with her laptop, and she looked even less disciplined than the students. Generally, those who were sent to do actual combat exercises with them were soldiers who had been in the army for more than a year. They were already accustomed to the strict rules and schedules of the military, and they should be in the period of abiding by them. The students stood in front of her, feeling their heads buzzing, and they couldn't believe the reality. Several people were surprised and said, Woman? With a child? Lian Sheng lowered the brim of his hat, listened to their tone and laughed disdainfully, and said, What's the matter? Do you have any objections? I came here after receiving the notice to go out for a walk, and brought my brother to watch it by the way. Is it not okay? Lian Sheng looked up at them. These students, who were much taller than him, had obvious dissatisfaction on their faces. You seem to be full of energy. I think the first exercise should be running. Lian Sheng took Lian Sun to the stone next to him and sat down, saying, Run first, until you can't run anymore. Run around the mountain. By the way, go over there and get a pedometer. Otherwise, it won't count. The students dispersed and went to the basket next to them to get the pedometers. Then they put them on their chests and took steps to move up the mountain. Next to them was Lu Mingyuan's team. He was holding a light computer in his hand and was tilting his head to observe Lian Sheng. Lian Sheng asked, Why are you looking at me? Lu Mingyuan pushed his glasses and said, I have no experience. I want to see how you intimidate students. Aren't you very good at it? I'm just good at getting along with them. Lian Sheng smiled with his eyes slanted. I am such a friendly person. I come to make friends and talk with them. Didn't Meng Jianwu ask us to solve their team problems? Lu Mingyuan looked back with a look of seeing a ghost, and looked at his temporary team member Fang Jianshan again. Students from Lu Mingyuan's team, what's going on? Why does it feel so unreliable? Fang Jianshan is chattering, giving students a profound ideological education. As if there is no end in sight, instructor. I will let you see what a hellish military training is. I introduce it to you. The main thing on the first day is long-distance running. It seems that we only had long-distance running that year, and there was no big change. But long-distance running is not easy. Don't deliberately be lazy with this sport. Students, they want to see what a hellish military training is as soon as possible. Lu Mingyuan gave up the people on his left and right, and wanted to go to Zhao Zhuolu to learn from him. As a result, Zhao Zhuolu had already led his students to set off. Lu Mingyuan, why is it so difficult? Lian Sheng went to the equipment manager next to him, and selected 2 water guns. He said to Lu Mingyuan who came back, Don't worry about it. Just teach them in the way you are good at. Your class is full of data analysis students. Compared with running skills, I think they need to learn more about data sensitivity. Lu Mingyuan was enlightened. You are right. Then he asked the students to run with him, and then explained to them how to choose the best running route based on the map. The so-called best route is not only to consider the length of the journey, but also whether the road surface is flat. Lian Sheng called Zhou Shirwei and said, Come. Help me. I need technical support. Lian Sheng took Lian, set up the mountain, and looked for students, who were slacking off based on the red dots on the map. The third-year command department students were running halfway on the mountain road. The student looked back and said, "I really didn't follow you. What's going on? Are all the instructors so lame now?" Ding Shuishi said, "There is definitely a problem. Either the instructor is problematic or the exercise is problematic." The student behind him said, "What do you mean?" Another student said, "Wasn't the school very dissatisfied with us before? This time, we are required to participate in the exercise again. Are they trying to mess with us on purpose? There must be a trap. Either they force us to make trouble and then find a chance to deal with us?" Yu Yang said with disdain. "Don't joke. The Alliance doesn't know how to use such low-end means. The instructors have many ways to teach us a lesson. They respect us in school. There is no need to embarrass us here. Why else?" Ding Shuishi, the leader in front, said, "The time of this training camp was suddenly changed. The Alliance University is a famous school with a rich background and connections. Basically, every time a major change is found in the military academy, it is related to the Alliance policy. I wonder if it has something to do with the military recruitment. The military recruitment comes from the school alone? Not necessarily. Look at the year when the grades came out. They didn't even participate in the finals of the selection competition, but still joined the expeditionary force." Yi Yang glanced at Ding Shuishi. "I think it is very likely. In the past, the expeditionary reserve had to be inspected through the selection competition, and there were various age restrictions afterwards, because the military education was not popularized and extended downward. But now it has been several years, and it is reasonable for the military to start to change slowly." Everyone still didn't believe it, and couldn't help but think more. No way. The military department is recruiting students, so they will send her? But there is no news from the First Army and the Allied forces. I don't believe that there is any internal information that only the Alliance knows. Yu Yang said, "I guess it may be intensive training now. And the real intensive training or the main event will be in September. Didn't you notice? This time the news was announced too suddenly. It's not that the school is hiding it from us, but they are also in a panic to arrange the venue, which means that everything is a temporary decision." The student asked doubtfully, "So it's special training now? Let's wait and see." "Don't guess." Ding Shuishi quickened his pace and moved forward. "Keep running." Without the instructor following, the students would appear to be unfocused when running. Ding Shuishi and Yu Yang led their brothers to run first, leaving a few small soldiers and crabs behind, who were not fast enough and fell behind. After running around the mountain for 2 or 3 laps, some students began to slack off. The team next to them passed by them, and a few people walked slowly and stepped aside to make way for them. Just when he was about to complain about their unreliable instructor, suddenly a water stain shot down from above. The water gun was powerful and aimed at his face. The man jumped wildly and shouted, "Who the hell is this?" The brothers next to him suffered. The lazy students finally looked up along the water stain and saw Lian Sheng holding a gun with both hands, looking at them and laughing. Comrade Lian Sheng followed and studied. The man reached out his hand and touched the water stain, put it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it. And suddenly, he looked like a bolt from the blue. What is it? Why is it so smelly?" "Guess what it is. Equipment to prevent you from being lazy." "What else can it be?" Lian Sheng said. "If you don't leave, I will continue to shoot, and see how much foot washing water you want to drink." Several people cursed. "Damn it!" Lian Sheng raised his hand to indicate that he wanted to continue. Several students ran away. It was not foot washing water, but just a little bit of drinking water mixed with flavor. Those students seemed to be unconvinced, and they began to rest after running a short distance. They thought that Lian Sheng would definitely not catch up, so they turned around and made faces behind them. However, before they could see clearly, they were shot in the mouth again. Few people played tricks in front of Lian Sheng so openly, so she decided to follow these unlucky children. Lian Sheng looked at them and said, "So enthusiastic? You're welcome." Zhou Shirwei was still sitting on the mountain, calling up the map, typing on the keyboard and saying, "This class of freshmen likes to be lazy. The average speed is far lower than usual, so come and take a rest." Lian Sheng stood there and thought for a while. "I think I should be strict with them. Right? Logistics. Please give me new equipment." Lian Sheng new equipment arrived soon. This time, it was a sticky rubber product. The bullets would not bounce randomly and had no lethality. It was purely a toy modification. but it was much more convenient than a water gun. Lian Sheng took Lian Sun and began to look for targets all over the mountain and then shoot at them. From time to time, a few curses were heard. Yu Yang, who was running, saw a figure flashing from above, and suddenly raised his head and asked, "How many times has she run past us? How come she ran faster than us?" The key point was that she was still holding her brother. The student next to him was stunned for a moment and said, "She didn't go around in circles. Did she? She didn't move from the same place. Did she? She must have taken a shortcut." The person they were discussing came back and shot them twice. Something stuck to the uniforms of several people, and they touched it, and it was all over their hands. Lian Sheng apologized. "I didn't see you just now. Sorry for ignoring you. I make up for it now." Several people looked up in confusion and shouted, "Why are we here again? Instructor, you always beat us when you pass by." Lian Sheng shouted, "Move. Are you being lazy? You two legs are for show? Run, 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 run." Perhaps Lian Sheng's identity was not very intimidating, and the masses were too resentful of her weapons. She was chasing after her, but this group of students seemed to be against her, fighting guerrilla warfare around her. After all, she couldn't do everything in her power. 3 hours later, Lian Sheng stopped the long-distance running training and asked Zhou Shirwei and her students to gather at the foot of the mountain. When a group of students gathered together, the smell on them was quite spectacular. Everyone looked unhappy. Lian Sheng looked at them from the front and said, "I found that the masses like to be lazy. But it doesn't matter. We have a lot of time. I will definitely correct such bad habits for you." Lian Sheng walked around twice, stood in front of one of the students and said, "Let me see. Don't you all have bullet marks on your body? The more you get, the more you will be fined. And the more you are fined, the more you get. And everyone has it." The students were in a commotion and asked, "When was the rule set? You didn't tell me just now. Didn't anyone tell you?" "Here at the base. The instructor's words are the rules. Why do you care when I made the decision?" Lian Sheng said, carrying a weapon on his shoulder. "I'm just wondering. What good is it for you to be lazy during training? If you have this leisure time, why don't you go back and watch 2 episodes of TV series, which can enrich your spiritual life? Don't be so idle and waste our time here. The instructor is not a pig farmer, and I have to drive you every day. Even if I am, I whip you twice. What's wrong?" Shongqing was a little angry, but she was the instructor, so she held back. Lian Sheng said, "Look at the numbers on your pedometers. I shot you a few times. A few push-ups. Be more conscious and control your position." The students separated and lay on the ground, ready to be punished. Lian Sheng looked around them and found Yu Yang and Ding Xueshi under her care. Although these 2 people did not stop running, they were hit a lot. "Wait. You two. Come one by one." Lian Sheng pinched Lian Sun's arm and asked him to sit on Yu Yang's back. Lian Sheng nodded and waved, "Get on." Lian Sun kicked, "Go." Yu Yang, Lian Sheng looked at his expression and explained, "Is there a problem? I'm based on your usual grades." Yu Yang interrupted her and said, "No." He said no, but there was still a sense of momentum in his tone. "Yo, you have a good awareness." Lian Sheng raised his eyebrows and said, "Then continue." Chapter 233 Extra 2. Lian Sheng stood in front of Yu Yang and looked at her. Yu Yang held his breath and resigned himself to doing push-ups. Lian Sun consciously helped him count, kicking his legs from time to time to show that he was sitting comfortably. 1, 2, 3, 11, 12, 13, 29, 11. The people next to him felt something was wrong, tilted their heads to look at Yu Yang, and then tilted their heads to look at Lian Sheng. Since they didn't like Lian Sheng very much, they didn't say anything for the time being. Yu Yang's forehead was bulging with veins, but he didn't interrupt or remind him, and continued to receive training. Comrade Lian Sun had been happily hovering between 10 and 30, and occasionally he could jump to 30, but soon fell down. Lian Sheng didn't interrupt such obvious interference and false accusations, and after a long time, everyone didn't take it to heart. There must be someone else counting. Otherwise, wouldn't it be bullying? Are there such shameless instructors in the world? Facts have proved that there are. Lian Sheng played with the computer for a while, and as if he had just come to his senses, he asked, "How many?" Lian Sun answered loudly, 26. Everyone spat out blood, and sent infinite sympathy to Yu Yang in their hearts. With red necks, he looked up to see Lian Sheng's expression. 26. Lian Sheng said meaningfully. Comrade Yu Yang, do you have poor arm strength? It's only 26 now. I have high hopes for you. Try harder. This is simply not something that can be described by a word of fuck. Yu Yang and several people around him stared at her with shocked and hateful eyes. Yu Yang stopped directly, stared at Lian Sheng and said, You did it on purpose. Didn't you? Lian Sheng, what do you mean? Yu Yang was about to yell, but Lian Sheng continued, Is it not intentional? The rest of Yu Yang's words were held back by his own fuck. The crowd probably felt a sense of empathy and stopped temporarily, looking at Lian Sheng collectively. Lian Sheng stamped his feet and said, Didn't I say that? Here, the instructor's words are the rules. That is to say, I have the final say on your training plan. A student snorted disdainfully. That's unreasonable. Right? Please tell me what is reasonable. Lian Sheng leaned towards the student who was talking. Who was the first to be lazy and take shortcuts during training? Who are you helping? Haven't you made preparations for the training camp? Are you still freshmen? Since you have no self-control, I am helping you to deepen your impression now. In addition, any disrespect you have for the instructor from the beginning is enough to explain my past and present, and any unreasonable demands made on you in the future. Do you understand? The student said angrily, You just admit that you are taking revenge on your own. Lian Sheng looked at him indifferently. Then you just admit that you made a mistake. They exchanged sharp words. Beep beep. Lian Sheng raised his hand in a very routine way and said, I turned off the phone and reset it. He patted Yu Yang on the back and said, I'm going to count from the beginning. Lian Sheng applauded. You are so smart. And you know how to reset it. Very good, urged the students. Resetting it is really a good way. There is no point in lazy training. Yu Yang had a dark face and stood up with his back hunched, put Lian Sheng down from his body, and then simply sat on the ground to exercise his arms. Lian Sheng scratched his brow and said, If he can't do it, then the next one is Ding Xueshi. You have rested for a long time. Right? Lian Sheng pushed Lian Sheng. Count well. Brother. Sister is watching you. The meaning of this is that it is impossible for Ding Xueshi and Yu Yang to complete the punishment task today. The anger in the eyes of several people became more intense when they heard it. They really wanted to say a bold statement of let's go, to express their accusation against this pervert. But this is not possible. This will stain their resumes, and they will be the ones who are really unlucky, while the person in front of them will not be affected at all. I guess he will be very happy. Lian Sheng's condescending expression greatly stimulated their hearts. It seemed that their pride and self-esteem were crushed by this person, and it was not enough, and he wanted to step on them a few more times. Another student stood up and said, I want to complain about you. Why would our Union University invite someone like you to be an instructor? You have no teacher ethics at all. You just come here to vent your menopause that has nowhere to go? Everything around was quiet. Several instructors looked at the student with an unspeakable expression, and then shook their heads. Lian Sheng said bluntly, You are not good. You are finished. Run. The student regretted it after he said it, thinking that his words were too malicious to women. But that was not his original intention. He respected women who could gain a foothold in the military. But when he got angry, he suddenly couldn't control his mouth and blurted out sarcastic words. After hearing Lian Sheng's babish voice, he put an end to the idea of apologizing. Even if the female soldiers deserve respect, the man in front of him is definitely a rat shit. Go ahead. Please. Lian Sheng put his hands in his pockets and said casually, But I want to remind you that even if you complain about me, you have to accept the punishment for me before the result comes out. Zhou Shirwei next door consciously passed the female soldier to Lian Sheng. Lian Sheng looked up and glanced at her, with a very disdainful smile on his lips, and said, I really want to punish you twice as much. But judging from your past performance, you may not even be able to complete the existing punishment. So forget it. You are lucky. The student's face flushed, because his good luck was greatly insulted. Do you know what I mean? Lian Sheng looked at him sympathetically and said, The weaker a person is, the more they like to use their own shouting to show their strength, because they have no other way to express their presence except bragging. Now I can understand why you are so weak. Lian Sheng glanced at everyone and said, What do you think? Either get out now or continue to obey orders. I won't force you. Ding Xueshi. Get down. Ding Xueshi, who was sitting next to him and was stopped before. Hesitated for a moment, but still got down on the ground and got ready to be punished. The other students were still a little angry when they saw him obeying orders. Meng Jianwu had already run out when he heard the news. He didn't hear the earth-shaking speech of the students just now, but he was also very troubled by this situation. He went over and scolded. "What are you doing? What's your attitude? The school gives you too much freedom, and doesn't even talk about organizational discipline? Stand back. Go back." In the official actual combat exercise of the Union University, disobeying the instructor is a very serious matter. The students didn't want to insist. Under Meng Jianwu coercion, they half-reluctantly obeyed and started push-ups again. First, they took out the pedometer on their chest and took a look to calm themselves. The numbers on their pedometers were obviously inconsistent with the actual number of bullets they were hit by, which was a serious overvalue range. They thought that the appeal would be fruitless, so they held it in, now thinking about the painful experience of Yu Yang and Ding Xueshi. Really, over limit is nothing. At least they didn't exceed the young age weight. Lu Mingyuan turned his head and looked at the students in front of him, making a gesture of silence. If you meet the instructor next door, you must be obedient and well-behaved. Understand? Never provoke her. Never. Never. Lu Mingyuan shook his head and said to the juniors he cared about, "If you don't listen and make me angry, I will let them go over and experience the feeling of heaven with her." The juniors shuddered together. "Lu Mingyuan, are you glad to follow me?" All sentient beings nodded sincerely. "This is a good person. In every sense," Lu Mingyuan said. "There are many things you can learn from her." All sentient beings did not comment. Either become stronger under the perversion, or perish under the perversion. They did not want to risk death to learn from her. Lian Sun sat on Ding Xueshi's back again and started counting. He used the same trick again, perhaps because he did not want to treat people differently. Counting from the beginning to 29. And then skillfully hooked the tail sound and jumped to 11. The person next to him almost choked on his saliva and shouted, "Look! He just counted 29. And now it's 11. This is not fair at all." Lian Sheng turned his eyes, nodded his chin at her brother, and asked, "What's after 29? Lian Sun said without hesitation, 30. "Lian Sheng, where did you count just now?" Lian Sun was so excited that he shouted, 11. Lian Sheng, "Look," he said 11 very confidently. Everyone really wants to bite their silver teeth. It's easy to find excuses to accuse someone of a crime. This instructor is just playing tricks on them. No, he knew he was playing tricks on them, but he was a little more shameless than they thought. A group of innocent college students saw the evil of people in society for the first time. Yu Yang probably recovered after a rest, and didn't pay any attention to Lian Sheng. He laid down next to him and started training alone. Lian Sheng's expression didn't change at all. "You are very excited. It is Ding Xueshi and Yu Yang who are being punished. Why are you so excited?" Lian Sheng changed his posture and nodded. "Well, it seems that you have a good relationship. Unity among students is a good thing. I will promote it for you. Then everyone will add 50 more on the original basis. All living beings, Isn't that woman a psychopath?" One person threw his coat, turned around and sat on a rock by the riverbank, and said angrily, "Finding all kinds of faults is just to make things difficult for us. If you don't know anything, just punish. Can such a person be an instructor? Is this also called a teaching staff? What backdoor did she use to get in? When did the Union University become so low? I think she is very purposeful. Adults always like to use so-called privileges to show their authority, and then make others feel fear and succumb to her system." Another student said sarcastically, "I think she is not suitable to be a soldier. It is a waste of talent." Another student came over and said, "I want to protest against her training intensity. Are there some problems with the instructors of this exercise? Look at the ones next to them. They are obviously inexperienced. And there are 2 men who have been sitting at the assembly point without moving. Can the instructors sit there all the time? What are they doing? Just to show off their political achievements?" A group of people started to have conspiracy theories. The more they thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. The more they talked, the angrier they became. They discussed and came to a rough conclusion. They wanted to find a few authoritative people to echo their views. Then the students could collectively protest and reject the instructor's arrangement this time. Then they fixed their eyes on Yu Yang and Ding Xueshi. They were the 2 most core people in the university's individual combat department. And they were also the 2 people who were the worst treated by the instructor this time, according to their tempers. There was no reason to hold back. Yu Yang sat next to them. And now his arms and waist and abdominal muscles were aching. Anyway, referring to Lien Sun's counting method, he had no chance of completing the task in his lifetime. So he gave up later. Several people approached them and asked, Yu Yang, Ding Xueshi, what is your attitude? Ding Xueshi took the basin beside him and didn't answer. He was also very tired and didn't want to participate in these worthless discussions. He walked around them and prepared to take a shower. The boy behind him said angrily, I didn't say that you two should hold back your farts. Okay? Everyone is mad. What happened to you two today? Change your career and be a good student? Ding Xueshi curled his lips, turned his head and looked at them, and said, have you ever thought about it? What is the purpose of an instructor who doesn't know you and deliberately comes here to embarrass you? Several people were stunned for a moment and said, who knows her? Ding Xueshi sighed, shook his head and said, she can call out my name and Yu Yang's name, and deliberately conduct additional training against us. Which means that she knows us and deliberately accepted our individual soldier department as an instructor. Do you still think her actions are inexplicable and meaningless? The number of bullets I was hit by today is far less than more. But the number I received in the end was twice as much as. What does it mean? The number of bullets was simply an excuse. The training plan was arranged by her according to each of our situations early in the morning. Ding Xueshi said with a disappointed tone, you are mad? What are you angry about? Your brain is not working properly after being provoked casually. Can you think about it carefully? Save some energy. Don't embarrass yourself in front of others. The boy said, but the task she assigned to us is impossible to complete. Ding Xueshi was shocked. Then tell me, what does this show? The boy's face turned black instantly. What does it show? It shows that they did not meet the instructor's expectations. Everyone was frustrated. Looked at Yu Yang again. But this time, his tone was much softer. Ask, Yu Yang. What do you think? Yu Yang stood up and prepared to take a shower. He whispered, count how many bullets hit you. We have a few people. And the other side has only one person holding her brother. Chasing us on the mountain. 3 hours. We have taken precautions to evade in the later stage. And the other side is not affected at all. I just want to ask you if you can do it. Everyone recalled carefully. And this time their faces were completely black. Rest early. Don't think too much. I don't think the days ahead will be easy. Yu Yang said. There must be a reason why the actual combat exercise of the Union University was suddenly moved up this time. Let's train well. In the dormitory next to the assembly base, Lien Sheng moved a chair and sat in front of Lien Sun, facing him, and said, this won't do. You can't not know how to count at your age. Lien Sun blinked and said, I can do it. Sister. Lien Sheng, count up from 29. Let me hear it. 30. 31. 32. 89. 88. Lien Sun counted up slowly. And Lien Sheng was already playing with the light computer next to him. He crawled over and said, sister, you will know that I can do it when I count to the end. I am very smart. I know the multiplication table. Lien Sheng said, it's fun to play a trick on people. I'm afraid they will finish it soon. Lien Sun said, our teacher counted us like this. And my mother also counted the last 3 mouthfuls of food like this. They all think I'm stupid. Lien Sheng put down his laptop, raised his eyebrows and looked at him and said, isn't it? Lien Sun was very unhappy with Lien Sheng's opinion. And he left her and crawled to the end of the bed. And then ignored her. He couldn't understand why Lien Sheng didn't hug him to express his gratitude and kiss him for his kindness. They were so mean. The next morning, Lien Sheng came to the gathering place. And the whole class had already lined up. Lien Sheng asked, how was your rest yesterday? No one answered. Lien Sheng said, anyway, I was very happy. I was very happy just thinking about you guys. No one responded to her provocation. Lien Sheng didn't care. She took a step forward and said, how about it? I believe everyone knows the arrangement for today. Shooting training. Start at 9 o'clock. Now let me tell you some extra rules. Lien Sheng paced 2 steps and said, all those who did not complete the punishment task yesterday will have to wear weights on their arms to shoot today. You and the class next door are basically wiped out. So later on, take your number plate and go to get the sandbags. Wear a sandbag when shooting. The student had already warned himself to control his emotions. But he couldn't help but get excited and said, shooting is a training that requires high mental concentration, steady arms, and no shaking. How can you carry a gun with a sandbag? And it's not suitable to train arm strength at this time. In this way. Are you discussing the rationality with me? Lian Sheng tilted his head and said, You are free to choose what type of gun. But I can tell you clearly that when you really take action, the weight you carry is definitely much more than a few sandbags. Whether it is on your arms or on your waist and abdomen. And even if you are a sniper, it does not mean that you can just stand still. In the process of performing the mission, you will face various challenges. When you have the opportunity to raise your weapon, your physical strength may have been exhausted. Your muscles have been strained. And your fingers are shaking constantly. That state is 100 times worse than when you are wearing sandbags. How can you hold your gun and hit your enemy from a distance? Lian Sheng walked around them and sneered, Rely on thoughts? Rely on gradual experience? Do you think you are still young? There is not much time for you to be free and easy. Or do you want to be a soldier for life? Lian Sheng, and don't forget, this is a punishment for you. Don't you know the punishment? Do you need me to remind you of the unfinished business yesterday? All living beings finally chose to shut up. Lian Sheng turned around and took them to the place where they received the equipment. Ji Ban was sitting behind the table holding Lian Sun and listening to music. When he saw them coming, he pointed to the side and signaled them to take it themselves. The students reluctantly put on the sandbags in the form of wrist guards, and then tried to raise their arms over their chests. When they estimated the weight of the guns, their faces suddenly turned black. This was a team task. If they wore sandbags, and the students at other companies did not, it was conceivable what kind of disadvantages they would face. Everyone began to plan with their friends around them about the arrangement of carrying guns and make relevant strategic deployments. Their own teammates were all people they were familiar with, and perhaps they had decided from the beginning. Lian Sheng did not say a word. A student stepped forward and asked, Can I try it? Ji Ban said casually. The student chose a small pistol from the wooden box containing weapons, trying to reduce the burden on his arms. Then he aimed at the target in front and shot. It was not simple, and it was even more difficult than he believed. The arm was dragged by an unfamiliar force, which directly affected the accuracy of the muzzle, because he could not use his other hand to stabilize the body of his gun. Because of the shaking, he took a longer time to aim, and the raised hand added a greater burden to his arm. The student frowned and put down his hand halfway through, then sighed. He shook his arm and started shooting again. He didn't waste too much time the second time, but chose to attack quickly. It's okay. Maybe he can hit the bullseye? 6 rings. Judging from the time and his previous results, it's too bad. Then someone next to him said lightly, It's unbearable to look at. Everyone looked at her collectively, and a muffled groan came out of their noses. Although the pistol is light in size, it is not as stable as a sniper rifle in terms of aiming, Lian Sheng said. Remind you, if you feel your arms are tired, you can fight quickly and improve your rapid shooting ability. If you can't win in quality, you can win in quantity. Anyway, no matter how long you aim, you may not be able to shoot accurately. Everyone felt slapped in the face. A boy asked, If you can, what are your grades? Lian Sheng looked at him for a while, as if he found something funny, and said, Want to see my demonstration? You can just ask directly. She waved her hand, signaling the group of people to move aside. Then she took a sandbag from the basket on the table and tied it to her wrist, and took over the gun from the student just now. Lian Sun stretched out his little hand, revealing 2 bullets inside, and then looked up at Lian Sheng. Lian Sheng touched his head and motioned him to cover his ears. Ji Ban wrapped his little hand around his ears. Lian Sheng had already loaded the bullets and raised his gun to shoot. Everyone blinked and found that there was a small hole on the red heart of the paper target in front of them. Lian Sheng turned the gun and fired again, because the speed of the rubber bullet was not fast. This time, they saw with their own eyes how the bullet hit the red heart straight. The scene was very quiet for a while. Lian Sheng sighed. This scene is really familiar. Can't you try something new? Everyone looked at Lian Sheng for a long time without coming back to their senses. Lian Sheng then removed the sandbag on his right hand and changed it to his left hand. He couldn't help but tie it up and added 2 more. She wanted to add 2 more, but Ji Ban held her down speechlessly. So she didn't want to bully them too much. So she gave up. Lian Sheng turned around and gestured to them. Not only can I can also give you 1 right hand. She went over and took a heavy sniper rifle, hooked the butt of the rifle with her right hand to stabilize it, and aimed with her left hand to shoot. Yu Yang and Ding Xueshi remembered to stare at her hands. and found that her arms were hardly shaking, as if the weights were just some pieces of paper stuck on her wrists, posing no threat to her. A few people closed their eyes and couldn't bear to watch anymore, but they still understood what was happening from the suffocating silence around them. The hearts were not only bleeding. They didn't know how to face the world. Lian Sheng put down the gun and said lightly, "Do you know how big the gap is between you and real soldiers? So what did I say yesterday? Weak people don't even know where they are weak." No one refuted. Lian Sheng took a step forward, and the students collectively stepped back tacitly, keeping an absolute distance from her. Lian Sheng, why? Are you scared now? Lian Sheng smiled. Yesterday I said I was here to vent my menopause. What was that? How did you say that? The boy almost knelt down to her, and he bravely confessed, "I was wrong. Instructor. I was just farting yesterday. Don't pay attention to me." Instructor. Lian Sheng said, "Don't worry. I just hold grudges. But this doesn't affect my opinion of you. You are too lazy, arrogant and unaware. They couldn't do it to her level, so they tolerated her ridicule. Strength represents everything. Since you are not as good as others, there is no need to take advantage of her verbally. Continue to choose your gun," Lian Sheng said. "Since you are a first-time offender, I can forgive you once, but I don't allow you to question me again or speak rudely. Otherwise, I will directly ask you to leave the training base. Of course, I welcome you to challenge me. If you can beat me, I am happy to accept your proposal." Everyone came forward to receive the equipment one by one. They were still confused about choosing a gun. In order to save time, Ji Ban asked Lian Sun to give a result directly to the undecided ones. Lian Sheng stood at the end of the team, waiting for their final result. A boy swallowed his saliva, came to Lian Sheng, and whispered, "Instructor. Instructor. What's your name?" His voice was not loud, but the question was very abrupt, and it directly hit the heart of this group of students. So as soon as the words came out, the people around him collectively aimed their eyes at him, with a scorching light in their eyes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A certain thought flashed through their minds, but they were quickly rejected, because the expeditionary army did not have so much free time. And this exercise was obviously arranged in a hurry. And if it was really a few big guys from the expeditionary army who came, the propaganda of the Union University would probably have been all over the sky, for fear that people all over the world would not know. How could they be so low-key? Although there are few women in the military, there are still some, especially in the expeditionary army in the past few years. There are still some outstanding soldiers. Judging from Lian Sheng's age, he should have retired or be waiting for selection for the expeditionary force. The latter is unlikely, but the one who is specially selected by the Union University should also be a very good soldier. The important thing is, I haven't heard that Lian Sheng has a younger brother. Her father has been sacrificed for many years, and her mother has not been heard to remarry. So where did this younger brother come from? Lian Sheng said, "Well, my surname is Lian." Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Lian Sheng nodded encouragingly. The students were immediately hit on the head and felt that their brains were not enough. Blinking woodenly, digesting the shocking news, Ding Xueshi and Yu Yang were also stunned, as if they were frightened. They went through all the possibilities and began to doubt their lives. Lian Sheng continued, "The same surname as the legendary Lian Sheng. They have the same name and the same blood." Everyone's heart was shaken and then fell back. Safe landing. Ups and downs. It's hard to tell whether it's a surprise or a joy. It's quite exciting, and it feels a little hard to accept. The student asked again, "Then were you a member of the expeditionary force before?" Lian Sheng said vaguely, "I used to be a reserve and drove various second-hand mechas. Later I became a regular and had my own mecha." Ji Ban lowered his head beside him, raised a finger and poked on the light computer, guiding Lian Sun to play games. Everyone had an expression of sudden enlightenment. The reserve of the expeditionary force is the closest distance to the expeditionary force. Then her strength is beyond doubt. What kind of disrespect did their previous attitudes show? Lian Sheng shook his head and said with emotion, "My level is still not good enough." "Of course. Your level is even worse. But you have always retained confidence from nowhere." Lian Sheng asked. "Is your curiosity satisfied? Any questions?" Everyone was still reflecting on themselves, and heard Lian Sheng say, "Then let's start grouping now." Everyone was a beat late to react. "What? Grouping?" Lian Sheng took out the light computer without hesitation and said, "Now start reading the groups. All activities in the next few days will refer to the above groups. She read them one by one. And the more she read, the more shocked the students were. And then, they were unhappy. So the fixed combinations were all broken up. Especially Ding Xueshi and Yu Yang's team. Basically, the combination of top students and the last one was adopted. In some of the teams, the members had no intersection at all. After the results came out, the pressure in the team began to drop. The most incredible one was probably the combination of Yu Yang and Ding Xueshi. The two of them, along with the two who were usually the most taciturn, formed a 4-person team. This combination was really quite eye-catching. After Lien Sheng finished reading the names, he said, "Hunting operations. I remember that they used to be team operations. That is, the prey captured by one team member can be shared by the whole team. Now we have to change the rules. The points calculation remains the same, but the number of prey that the team can keep is determined by the team member with the least harvest." "What do you mean? If there are 4 people in the team, and the number of prey they catch is 10, 10, 10, and 0 respectively, then I'm sorry. The number of prey you can keep for lunch is the score of the lowest team member." 0. Liansheng said. "Do you understand what I mean?" Everyone was hesitant to speak. Liansheng smiled and said, "I know you are not familiar with your teammates. If not, you will act alone and ignore the whole team. Or after going up the mountain, you will continue to regroup and carry out activities in the original team. Now I tell you, there is no such good thing. If you want to have lunch, cooperate with your teammates. Recognize who is your partner." Several people gritted their teeth. There is a reason to hate this instructor. Her shooting skills do not affect this person's vulgarity and shamelessness. That's right. This must be the reason why she has been sitting on the bench for a long time in the reserve. Ding Xueshi raised his head and said, "Instructor, are you trying to sow discord among us? Some things don't need to be forced. We should follow the most efficient combination. Even the expeditionary force will have fixed combinations, which is not a bad thing. There is no need to play this kind of game of playing house." Lien Sheng shrugged. "Then you can try it too. Is it your temper or my requirements that are hard?" Lien Sheng stepped forward and said, "I reiterate that all future team missions will be carried out in the current formation. And there are still 13 days before the end. If it were you, I would give up the pointless resistance time. Soften my teammates first. Think about how to deal with the sudden change in training rules. And give my own lunch. We are all single-soldier combat players. Are you worried that your teammates can't even shoot a prey with their assistance? If you are just looking at the joke, I can only say that you deserve to be hungry." Liansheng said, "I admire students with high personal abilities. But in team tasks, I don't admire a lone hero. Now start the action. Go and install bulletproof equipment." Everyone went to get clothes and dress neatly. Lien Sheng ignored them and pulled a chair to sit next to Lien Sun. "You pissed them off so quickly," Ji Ban said. "Force binding is useless. They are old, but they may still be in the rebellious period," Ji Ban said, "and even if they don't have lunch, they can still go to the infirmary to get nutrient solution." Chapter 234 Extra 3. Then the students gathered. The leader gave a speech as usual, and began to go up the mountain to prepare for shooting. Lien Sheng temporarily squatted at the foot of the mountain, and Zhao Zhuolu and others carried the prey to help distribute it up the mountain. Ji Ban asked, "Aren't you going to follow?" "No. Let's see how they perform first," Liansheng said. "I think they don't want to see me now. It will affect their performance." "Ji Ban, I thought you would interfere again." Liansheng leaned back in her chair and said, "Forget it. The new rules of the hunting operation specify that the 4-person team is a group that shares honor and disgrace. If they want to have lunch, they must ensure that everyone in the team can kill at least one prey. In this case, I believe that smart people will let the weakest player in the team shoot when the prey is relatively dense. This is the way people with a sense of teamwork do it. But Ding Xueshi's attitude just now has clearly shown that he will resist. I believe that the people in the two teams are similar, and they do not agree with her newly formed team. The way these people resist should be very simple. That is, to show her that even if they don't cooperate with these teammates, they can still accomplish their tasks. Personal strength determines the big result, and the subsequent individual points competition, team points competition, or red and white camp war, are all team melees. They can also ignore the lineup of the individual team, regroup, and grab personal points. Liansheng said, "I think they should simply disperse their actions. Someone kills more than 4 chickens, And then one chicken is assigned to each person to ensure their own lunch. Ji-ban thought for a while and said, 4 boys. Still boys in the growth period. 1 chicken will definitely not be enough. I think 3 chickens are not enough. Lian Sheng, if they want to eat enough, the requirements for individual soldiers will quickly rise. The act of distributing prey is equivalent to transferring personal points to their teammates, which is obviously a method of seeking far away instead of near. Of course, just like Lian Sheng and Zhao Shuolu and others at the beginning, they may have members with excellent shooting skills, so they can greatly reduce the pressure on other teammates. Lian Sheng smiled and said, they all have sandbags on their hands now. Let's see how many they can hit. Even for players with excellent shooting talent, it is unlikely to hit 100% when gravity is suddenly applied to their sensitive wrists. And there are only 10 bullets and no adjustment time. I just don't know where this group of students will stand between impulse and reason. The choice and test have been given to them, and Lian Sheng doesn't need to interfere again. Lian Sun was led by the instructor to run wildly in the training open space in front. He was then caught by Lu Mingyuan, who used his claws to randomly arrange the drop points on the map. At this time, the crowd had already set off in a mighty manner. Yu Yang and Ding Xueshi went all the way up from the middle road in the mountains. The two led the way and kept silent in a low pressure. The other 2 boys in the team were a little trembling and followed closely behind. The teammates behind pouted, feeling very uncomfortable. I have to admit that compared to them, I am probably a drag, and I am not welcomed by these 2 elites. At the same time, I feel that this is clearly an unprovoked disaster, and they did not voluntarily form a team. Whether it exists or not is not controlled by them. After all, I am also a student of the individual combat department. Why am I ignored like this? The 2 turned their heads and winked at each other, and decided to act alone. There is no benefit in following Yu Yang and Ding Xueshi. It is better to team up and brush points. At least life will be comfortable. The 2 of them just took a photo, and did not say hello to Ding and Yu, and turned around and left. Yu Yang noticed the movement of his teammates, turned his head, and frowned at them. Ding Xueshi stopped and said, if they don't want to, forget it. Teammates without tacit understanding will only hold each other back. It's easy to cause team conflicts if they stay together. It's good for them to leave. Yu Yang looked at his wrist. The current situation is unclear. I suggest not to disperse the action. From now on, don't aim for extra points. Just consider and make plans from the perspective of lunch. Our team needs to kill 12 or more prey. Preferably 16. Ding Xueshi said. Now our shooting accuracy cannot be guaranteed. For safety reasons, you come to cover and I will assist in the attack, and strive to ensure an effective concentration rate of 50%. Yu Yang was quite convinced by his words, and said simply, okay. The 2 who left the team entered the forest halfway, and began to look for prey. There were many weeds in this area, and the road was uneven. The 2 moved carefully along the slope and searched for movement and targets. They were assigned to observe the environment one by one. The boy walking in front suddenly had his eyelids twitched, probably because his movement startled an animal hiding nearby. There was an unnatural commotion in the grass, and it spread forward. His partner behind him immediately patted his back excitedly because his view was blocked and he could not attack. The boy understood and immediately raised his gun to aim. The prey jumped very fast and was more adapted to the terrain than him. The boy's hand was unstable, so it was basically impossible to aim carefully, and he needed to rely more on the feel. The feel was now disturbed by the sandbag. He bit his back tooth and fired a shot with anger. Because the distance was far, the shot had obvious deviation. The boy cursed secretly, reloaded the gun and quickly followed, ready to pursue again. At this time, a bullet flew over from the side and hit his prey first. The boy stopped and looked towards the place where the gunshot came from. Sorry, seniors. Please let the freshman go. The person who spoke came down from the high ground, shook the sniper rifle in his hand and said, do you mind? I have been lying in ambush here for a long time. It was originally a competitive activity, so of course the 2 could not say anything. But their unhappy mood became more and more serious, and they nodded to greet each other. The junior walked over and picked up his prey, and asked again, why are you all using pistols? The 2 raised their hands and showed the sandbags on their wrists. Sniper rifles or rifles are too heavy, and they can no longer meet their requirements when they are standing upright or chasing. They briefly explained the rules and penalties of their team, then shrugged and sighed. The junior student was surprised and said, oh my god, you still have this rule? It's a bit abnormal. Several people were stunned for a moment and said, "Don't you have it?" "No. Our instructor didn't make a statement. The rules of actual combat exercises are supposed to give some students enough room for development." "Right. Even if the team is important. There is no need to force two incompatible people together." "Right. Isn't this overcorrecting?" the student said. "It seems that not every soldier is suitable to be an instructor," the boy said. "Isn't this nonsense? If every academic master can be a good teacher, why do we need to study at a normal school and evaluate our teaching qualifications? Is your instructor that woman? I'm afraid she's fierce." The junior student shuddered with lingering fear. "She looks murderous and has a bad temper." The topic was opened, and the three of them talked about a certain consensus. The boy asked, "What about your instructor? Who is it?" "I found that the instructors this time are a little abnormal and don't like to show their faces. But our instructor is super cool, especially compared to your instructor." "He is too normal," the junior said. "Our instructor used to run with us. If someone slowed down or fell behind, he would just chase them and kick their butts. If someone didn't want to run, he would tie them up with a rope and let other students drag them." "Two people, eh? What's normal about this group of people?" The junior waved his hand and said, "Alas. No. It's not really like that. It's just that the momentum of saying what you mean is great." The boy sighed. "Our instructor also says what she means, but we can't bear her oneness." The two sighed together, and the junior looked at them with sympathy. His companion suddenly remembered and solemnly reminded him, "Damn. Let me tell you. The most perverted thing about our instructors is that they add rules anytime and anywhere, or deliberately keep it to themselves. I suggest you ask your instructor clearly. Maybe they are all using a trick." The junior hesitated. "No way." At this time, Zhao Zhuolu walked by with an empty basket. Because he was wearing a helmet, the three of them couldn't recognize his face. They only knew that he was a man. Now the same gender is the greatest comfort to them, and they can feel extremely relieved when they see a male instructor. "Instructor, I have a question for you." The junior student waved his hand and asked, "Does our team have any rules about the number of prey that can be retained and the minimum number of individual hunting numbers for team members?" Zhao Zhuolu stopped to think about it, then understood what he meant, and said, "If you want, you can add it." The junior student shook his head. No. I just asked casually." Zhao Zhuolu took 2 steps forward, then returned and said, "I think this rule is not bad. Since it is a team hunting mission, the more important thing is the teamwork ability." Then added. He said a few words to the communicator, and then the mountain broadcast a loudspeaker to temporarily add a rule. 3 people. The 2 boys were about to sneak away, and the junior student turned his head stiffly, then chased them and beat them. "What a sin! It's just a target of theirs. Look at what these 2 people did." When the broadcast sounded, curses rang out all over the mountains and plains. The comrades of the junior individual soldier department expressed their comfort and healing. Yu Yang and Ding Xueshi had already hit 5 targets. The strong team worked together, matched each other, and chased alternately. After using half of the bullets to adapt, they were roughly used to the current way of holding the gun. It was just that his arm was a little sore, and it was uncomfortable to move. "Here!" Ding Xueshi exclaimed softly, attracting Yu Yang's attention. The 2 focused on a rabbit in the grass in front again. He squatted down and held the gun, preparing to shoot. The moment he pulled the trigger, a bullet shot out from his side first, but hit the back of the rabbit, frightening the animal and making it tremble all over and flee frantically. Yu Yang hesitated for a moment and didn't have time to shoot. The rabbit took the opportunity to escape from his target range. Yu Yang looked to the right and found an instructor holding a gun and saluted him. Logically speaking, if the instructor is here to compete for the prey, then this person is here just to cause trouble. Ding Xueshi and he nodded, and the 2 of them moved their positions without saying a word. Fang Jianshan followed with his gun. Yu Yang turned around and asked, "Instructor, what are you following us for?" "To increase the difficulty of hunting for you people and prevent industry monopoly." Fang Jianshan pointed to the series of animals they were dragging behind and said, "Leave a way for other students to survive." Yu Yang said, "We hunted the prey with our own ability." Fang Jianshan asked, "Where are the other people in your team?" Yu Yang, "I don't know." Fang Jianshan, "What are you doing? Can this be called a team?" Both of them were not very happy. Fang Jianshan looked at them for a while, then turned around and left again. He was afraid that if he pushed too hard, The two would rebel directly. Your students all have their own personalities, Fang Jianchen said to the communicator. I just followed the map to chase a few. And basically no team was formed. Either simply regrouped to hunt with the original partners, or directly dispersed the team to act independently. Very fierce, Lian Sheng said, to be precise. They actually have their own ideas. They think that partnering with the right people can be more efficient. So they choose the most comfortable way to execute it. Lu Mingyuan interrupted, to be more precise. Compared with unfamiliar and unequal partners. In this extremely disadvantageous situation, the most comfortable method they choose is also the one that can get them out of trouble. The fastest way to get out of the situation. Lian Sheng sat in his original position and fanned himself. No problem. But there is no such thing as a comfortable life. They will not only cooperate with their friends in the future. Most of the time, they need to match with all kinds of companions who are unfamiliar to you. From different troops, with different strengths and different areas of expertise. If they don't understand the fun of mixing and matching, how can they make progress? Fang Jianchen, then I go and hunt again. Tell them that they can unlock the instructor's harassment by gathering 4 fixed team members. Lian Sheng, friends. Stop making trouble. Friends. Let them continue to wander. There will always be a day when they will be exposed. Because a new rule was added. The final hunting result was very touching. There were fewer team members who completed the task before noon than in previous years. And they began to become more cautious. In the end, except for some students who enjoyed the treatment of being full, the rest could only go to the relief point to get bland steamed buns and eat dinner with porridge. But in the third-year single-soldier combat department, the performance of this group of students was unexpectedly good. At least, they could keep a prey. That prey is their dignity. As if protesting, they expressed their pride to Lian Sheng. But Lian Sheng had no expression at all. The subsequent night jogging, physical training, and obstacle training were carried out in an orderly manner. Although Lian Sheng did not run with them, everyone knew that she would be watching them from somewhere. And they were afraid. So they did not dare to be lazy again. Lian Sheng still focused on a few people, finding various reasons for them, and forcing them to do extra training, knowing that resistance is useless. It does not mean that they will be happy to accept it. This method once again aroused the students' anger towards her. The popularity accumulated because of her shooting skills was gone in less than one night. And the leak detection was completed. Lu Mingyuan and Zhou Shirwei spread out big data. Lu Mingyuan was responsible for analyzing the results of the hunting battle, and Zhou Shirwei was responsible for analyzing the results of the personal points battle. In fact, from the data point of view, the two large-scale activities have a lot of similarities. That is the intersection between students. The personal points battle, killing each other to get points and bullets, is also suitable for mutually beneficial and win-win team cooperation under the pressure of the general environment. For teams that already have experience, there are inherent advantages. Without the interference of the instructors, Ding Xueshi and Yu Yang did not disappoint them. The two teams they led got rid of their previous frustrations and took the lead. From the perspective of team combat capability, it can be clearly seen that they have received professional guidance. The instructor points competition that followed was the highlight of the highlight. Even on the night of the end of the individual points competition, the entire camp felt the excitement from the masses of the individual combat department. It is difficult to suppress. And there is no need to hide. Lian Sheng went to patrol at 2 o'clock in the morning. And there were students staring and whispering while awake. They were discussing how to intercept Lian Sheng tomorrow and gather the power of the masses to encircle and suppress her. Everyone was eager to try. The opportunity for revenge is finally here. Lian Sheng was still very moved. As expected, with a common class enemy, the masses can appreciate the value of unity. When Lian Sheng gathered the next day, this group of people still maintained an excited mental state, and there was no sign of depression. Lian Sheng stood in front of them with shaking legs. You are very excited. Everyone maintained a military posture without wavering. The boy raised his hand and shouted, Report. Lian Sheng, speak. Boy, instructor. You will participate. Right? Points competition. Lian Sheng said, Of course. Not only will I participate, I will also give priority to eliminating you. Everyone expressed disdain. A whole class against one person. Are you afraid that you can't take her down? The inhumane treatment suffered in the past few days must be taken back in this counterattack. In the instructor competition, the number of people on the mountain is fixed, and the students enter the confrontation area in turn. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Lian Sheng and others entered the mountain area as the first batch of troops, taking into account the subsequent succession, and retaining some internal personnel to collect information at the bottom of the mountain. Lian Sheng temporarily left Fang Jianshan and Lu Mingyuan below. Ji Ban is not suitable for mountain climbing, so he did not participate and worked as a full-time nanny below. Then he led the other 4 teammates up the mountain. After that, the students drew lots, and the first 200 people also went up the mountain in turn. Although several people decided to cooperate, they had no plan to act together on the content of the cooperation. More importantly, they were investigating Lian Sheng's position. The order of going up the mountain was scattered, and it was impossible to rule out various accidents. In order to get the instructor's dynamics in the first place, they needed enough people, which was their main purpose. Even the instructors could not use the optical computer in the competition. Zhou Shirwei agreed on a place in advance, found a target point with a relatively wide field of vision, and waited for the other few people to meet up. Fortunately, they were not very bad at finding their way around, and were even more familiar with the exercise area. They soon gathered together safely. Lian Sheng used the eyepiece on the sniper rifle to observe the various people in the distance. As it stands now, this group of students is not very good at hiding their bodies. She observed a lot of people, but did not shoot them. Instead, she noted their positions and went to search for another group of people. I haven't had such an exciting moment for a long time, Lian Sheng said. I'm particularly scared when I think of being targeted. Everyone, I'm afraid they will believe her lies. Lian Sheng patted his trouser pocket. 30 bullets. The goal is to kill 25 people. Zhou Shirwei handed over his bullets, kept 10 for himself, and said, now there are 50. Lian Sheng took it and said, very good. My target is too obvious, and the enemy has too many advantages. At the same time, we are short of bullets. In order to prevent accidental injuries during group attacks, I think we need to ask for some external help. Cheng Zhe said, I always feel that it is not a good thing. I don't seem to be in the same team with you at that time. Zhou Shirwei said, recall it again. What did you do at that time? That thing seems very distant when I think about it. Anyway, it was Lian Sheng's first time to show his skills, and a command that left an indelible scar on the instructors' hearts. Cheng Zhe slapped his thigh and said, it's about using the instructor to trick the students first, and then letting the students and the instructors trick each other, taking the heads and gunning down their supplies. Lian Sheng licked his lips. The bread is so sweet. I'm sick of it. Several people nodded in agreement. Zhou Shirwei, it sounds very dramatic. I only know that the instructor sighed and mocked them for several nights, but I don't know the specific details. Cheng Zhe asked, so you want to use other instructors to attract the students' firepower this time? Don't mess with friends, Lian Sheng said. Before, our target was the instructor, and we were also in a competitive relationship with other students, so it was okay to trick each other. Now we don't need to brush up the points. Why do we trick the instructor? It's easy to hurt the deep friendship between each other. People's interests change with the change of their positions. Lian Sheng held the gun and said, this time our opponents are clear and fixed. That is, all the students. Students of the individual soldier department are the focus of attention. They have enough strength, and the goal is unshakable. That is, to kill the instructor. It can be done for other students, but not necessarily. We can make effective use of the conflicts between students. Lian Sheng pointed upwards and said, first, win over our first partner, and then let him go over to negotiate, which is safer and more reliable. It is the place where the students hid before. Cheng Zhe, you go. I can't show my face, Lian Sheng said. I don't know who the other party is, and we may achieve the goal of mutual destruction. Cheng Zhe, you are still a little self-aware. This hatred is really well made. The 5 people finally started to act. They searched for traces of students on the mountain along the way, and then encircled and suppressed them. The students came in from different directions and in different orders, and could not quickly meet up. So in the early stages of the game, it was difficult for any large teams to emerge. They quickly found a 3-person team and forcibly suppressed 2 students who rose up in resistance. When there was only 1 person left, Cheng Zhe showed his gun and face. Lian Sheng shot the man's gun from the dark, covering him to walk out. The student's hand was strong enough and held it very steadily. He tilted a little but did not let go. Cheng Zhe waved his hand, signaling him not to move, and put down the gun. The student found that he could not run away, and he no longer had much thought of resisting. He was very confused about the current situation. Finally, he listened to him, put down his weapon, and raised his hands above his head. Chung Zhe smiled and said, representing the organization, "Come and talk to you." The instructor came to take the corpses down the mountain, and solemnly reminded them, "You don't know what happens after death. Understand? Don't you say anything after you go down the mountain?" Everyone nodded speechlessly. Ding Xueshi drew a number of over 200, and he went up the mountain quickly. Yu Yang drew more than 400, and the activity progressed very slowly. Until noon, he still didn't go up. The students waiting at the foot of the mountain asked some people who came down the mountain, but they still didn't get any information related to the winning streak, and everyone was shocked. The students of the individual soldier department speculated, is the instructor's anti-reconnaissance level so strong? No, they didn't see it, but it doesn't mean she didn't appear. The shooting level she showed before was so strong, and it was speculated that she should be a sniper. So everything makes sense. Another student said, snipers attack in the dark, and the instructor should have helpers. It is normal for these students, who died in battle, to not find her trace. But there are so many people attacked by the instructor, and we can't confirm them now. We agreed to gather near the instructor's haunts. What should we do now? Yu Yang hesitated between going to eat or not. It was awkward that his number was stuck here, and he couldn't control the progress on the mountain, and it was inconvenient to leave. But wearing a bulletproof vest all the time was hot and heavy, and it was also very uncomfortable. Who knows what will happen next? None of his regular team members were among the eliminated students. Although it was inconvenient to ask for information on the mountain, he was indeed relieved. When he went up, he could make more precise arrangements. He held the helmet in one hand and walked to the data statistics to check the current situation. Almost as he stepped over with one foot, there was a burst of noise from there. The data that was originally stagnant began to jump rapidly. Even without a video, it can be clearly seen from the data that the students started fighting and directly eliminated a part of the crowd. If this scene appeared in the individual points competition, it would be normal. There may be conflicts between teams at any time, but it suddenly appeared in the instructor competition. It is very abnormal. Since the start of the competition in the morning, nearly 200 students have come down one after another, but only more than 20 instructors have been eliminated, most of whom are non-training instructors in charge of logistics. Under such circumstances, it is not suitable for internal fighting among students. I believe they know it in their hearts. Yu Yang squeezed in and took a look. From the list of eliminated names, he found several familiar names. His teeth suddenly hurt. They couldn't be so impulsive. This is not in line with common sense. He was still in a daze, and the radio began to broadcast his number again, asking him to gather at the foot of the mountain and prepare to go up the mountain. Not long after, the corpses who were led down also came down from the mountain. The student group preparing to go up the mountain as a substitute was still queuing up, and heard a group of people cursing and accusing each other. Among them were two of Yu Yang's teammates. Fuck. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Is it fun at this time? The instructor is an absolute enemy. How can you make a mistake? What do you usually do? Xiao Liang convinced me to come. Me too. I'm not. I came here with the warriors in front of me. Yu Yang stopped and wanted to listen. The instructor who was in charge of taking them up the mountain stood there very considerately, letting them understand the situation here first. The group of people over there were talking in a mess, but from the explanations of shirking responsibility, they still described the relevant facts. That was the first student to take the bait. Chung Zhe followed Lian Sheng's instructions, stood in front of him, and asked, "Which team are you from?" The student was stunned for a moment, and said carefully, "Can this activity still use face recognition?" Chung Zhe said seriously, "Of course. But it's your instructor's face that is being recognized." The student immediately said, "I'm from the 16th company." Chung Zhe, I can eliminate you with one shot now. But I didn't. Do you understand what I mean? The student nodded, I understand. The instructor only has 30 bullets, and they are not compatible with the student's bullets. They are partners with each other, and it is impossible for them to snatch bullets from friendly forces. Analyzing their disadvantages clearly, it is not surprising for their intentions at this moment. It's just that no instructor has ever done such a thing as colluding with students. So the student was very confused for a while. Chung Zhe said, "We are very reasonable. The main purpose of the instructor is to let you learn how to fight. So the first thing is to identify your enemy. Student enemy? Chung Zhe, the number of instructors is fixed. And students have the advantage in numbers. So there is undoubtedly a certain amount of competitive pressure between you. According to the combination of the team. The strong will be stronger, and the weak will be weaker. Most people can't get 1 or 2 points at the end of the game. And they can't even experience any fun of the game. Now that your teammates have left the field, it is very difficult for you to survive alone in this arena. It's more like a mobile bullet library. Do you understand what I mean? Student nodded. I understand. Chung Zhe continued according to the voice in the communication, looking at your figure and reaction speed. I think you should be the type who ends up with 0 points. The student lowered his head in grief. Not sometimes. You can pick up a loophole. It doesn't matter. Chung Zhe smiled. Your enemy is not the instructor. Understand? Because more dangerous than the instructor are the top students, who are in urgent need of bullet reserves. Being cannon fodder is not an interesting thing. Resistance is. The instructors change every year. But the students who are stuck on your head are there every year. Aren't they more annoying people? Chung Zhe said, relying on strength to attack. I frankly say, it is not easy for you to get a chance. But in fact, if you want to get heads from us, there is a simple and convenient way. That is to follow our arrangements. If you can help us take down 10 students, we will give you 1. Really? The boy said doubtfully, and then lowered his head and said, but I can't kill 10 brothers. Of course it's true, Chung Zhe said. You don't have to be alone. You can go find friends. Or persuade other students. If you agree with our suggestion, I can give you some points now. The student raised his head suddenly when he heard the words, and looked at Chung Zhe with burning eyes. Then he raised his gun, and got the first point from Chung Zhe. The instructor will not die after being hit once. Chung Zhe asked, are you excited? The student nodded desperately. Chung Zhe, activities are meant to be fun. Isn't this more interesting? We will follow you carefully. From now on, follow our instructions. Do you understand? Damn it! Yu Yang's teammates saw Yu Yang and pointed at a few of them and complained, this is such a rip-off. We hid in the mountains for more than 4 hours looking for the instructor. But we didn't find anything. As a result, these guys came out and told us that there was news about the instructor. There were more than 30 of us. And more than 30 of us followed them. Damn it! They turned against the instructor and came to fight us. The instructor ran away when he saw that the situation was not right, leaving us a group of people to fight among ourselves. What the hell? After hearing this, everyone felt that the world was falling apart. They started arguing again. No. Why can the instructors bewitch the students? Isn't this against the rules? This is an instructor competition. Right? Why can't we play? You can play however you like. The rules don't say it's not allowed. You can play the activities according to your own wishes. We are not teammates. If you are good, you can also bewitch the instructors in the opposite direction. How is this possible? Are you kidding? It's not even the same level of difficulty. Okay. Who can turn the instructors against us? Don't tell me. The team leader said calmly. It really happened. It's a legend. Chapter 235 Extra 4. Everyone finally fell silent for a while. All of them were shocked by the instructor's words. In the instructor competition, can the instructor be turned against? A boy cursed, damn! Who is so perverted? This said the voice of everyone. And then a group of people cursed. What precedent is this? Did the instructor become like this after being stimulated by something? But hurting each other is not desirable at all. These people should be arrested for ideological education. The instructor said lightly, the legend should be called a winning streak, although it was not his personal experience. This incident became a shame for the instructors at the base. The returning instructor used this incident to teach the younger generation severely to prevent the same tragedy from happening again. Let them understand that the enemy's cunning does not distinguish between age, appearance and gender. He only knew that the instructors were not only turned against, but also cheated later. The dignity of being a teacher was completely eliminated. The specific content is no longer traceable. But the relevant training has been preserved as a fine tradition. The students are making progress. And so are the instructors. Otherwise they can't control these clowns. Is it easy to miss them? But history is always surprisingly similar. In addition to the related names, there are also the same painful hearts. When the students heard the name, it was as if the pause button was pressed. and they fell into strange silence. Then they began to brag without thinking, as if what happened just now had never happened. I was wondering how she could be so clever. She is so smart. She is indeed an excellent frontline commander. A model of both strength and intelligence. She is more than good. Look at her. In such a clear-cut activity. She can even persuade a cunning instructor to defect. She is not an ordinary person at all. As expected, there are signs of talent. Was she so good in college? She can only compete with brute force. What do you call that? That's called a reckless man. That instructor must have studied the life story of my idol, and then roughly imitated her. Damn. She is so insidious. She is more than insidious and shameless. There will be no second time. The eliminated corpses looked at Yu Yang and other successors with hope, and asked, "You must teach her a lesson, and let her understand the huge gap between herself and the real commander. I leave it to you." The successors held their hands, and felt the expectations and encouragement from their companions. He said emotionally, "Don't worry. I will complete the task." Yu Yang, The instructor watched coldly. A group of brain-dead people who have been baptized by the brain-dead Guanghui. I don't know when they can get back on track. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Stop chatting. We are still waiting." A group of people followed him and continued to move up the mountain. The successors of Guanghui had an internal discussion. The same method can't be used a second time. Right? The problem is those bewitched students. Have they woken up? A bunch of people have died. Don't they know they are being used? Not necessarily. Some students are afraid of chaos in the world. And some students have the same interests. Even if they know they are being used, they should be happy. Because it is mutually beneficial. The instructor is right. Since they are all brushing their own points. The instructor is equivalent to uniting the players, who are easy to be eliminated at the beginning, into a vulnerable group and forming a new team. Relying on the advantage of numbers. Strive for a certain competitive advantage for yourself. In a relationship where interests are bound together, there will always be people who insist. It's not bewitching. They are sober. Those who are turned against are all small people. They are not very skilled. They just make trouble. So many people die just making trouble. Which is a big advantage for the instructor. Maybe we can sneak in. And then turn against them. Playing Mission Impossible? Wouldn't that still be a big melee of internal killing? Are you kidding me? But at least we can know the position of the instructor, and be ready to fight back at any time. They paused and looked at the leader instructor. After all, they are in a competitive relationship in this activity. And the content of the discussion may be revealed to his companions by him. So this instructor is a spy. Heh. The leader instructor looked at them with a look of indifference. What you think now is not a secret at all. You don't need me to convey it. He pointed at everyone and said, "Put on your helmets and prepare to enter the attack zone." A group of people have already arrived at the waiting area halfway up the mountain. After putting on the helmet, the instructor went straight up to pick up another group of students. The heirs continued to discuss which instructor came up with the idea. No matter which one it was. I tell you, the one who deserves a beating the most is the female instructor. You can recognize the woman. Right? It was her just now. Anyway, if she's not from their group, don't let any of them go. Everyone discussed the strategy of defeating the enemy. At this time, they all hated the instructor, and didn't care about the team and comrades. They had to deal with the internal traitors first, seize the bullets, and kill the instructors to show that they were listening. Without saying a word, people went up one after another, and a new group of people waiting came down the mountain. The students gathered in groups of 2 or 3. Occasionally, 2 instructors came up and sat on the other side, trying to avoid talking to them and affecting the fairness of the game. But this time, an instructor came up, looked around, and finally approached the students. The others were silent and looked at the instructor nervously. "You haven't gone up yet." Fang Jianshan wandered over to Yu Yang and said, "Why don't you sit with them?" Yu Yang sat alone on a stone not far away, playing with his fingers on the gun. Hearing this, he raised his head and frowned and asked, "Do you know who I am?" "There are thousands of men who pretend to be cool, but the king of cool has style," Fang Jianshan said. "I see that you have an extraordinary temperament. I know it's you." Yu Yang. Yu Yang. Fang Jianshan smiled at him with trembling eyebrows to show his kindness. Yu Yang and Ding Xueshi were the targets of this reminder. Since they were in the competition, their positions would be concealed after going up the mountain. But in the preparation area, the instructors could clearly see the positions of these 2 people. Yu Yang, something? Fang Jianshan said in a kind tone. You can't do this. I just want to remind you that you should be more united and not act alone. The other students also quietly moved closer to listen to them. Fang Jianshan did not mean to hide anything, so his voice was still loud. Fang Jianshan said, 2 of your teammates just died, and the safety of those who are still on the mountain is probably not guaranteed. Adding the few who have not yet played, it means that your team is seriously incomplete. At this time, it is useless to maintain your aloofness and dignity. You should quickly find foreign aid. Yu Yang lowered his head and said, I have my own plan. Fang Jianshan touched his chin. I believe he will find a partner, but he should find someone like Ding Xueshi. But the mountain is so big. Everyone is wearing bulletproof gear, and it is difficult to distinguish between enemies and friends. How difficult is it to find a fixed team? The situation is urgent, but he seems unwilling to compromise until the last moment. Fang Jianshan recalled his past self and actually expressed considerable understanding of this. The state of mind is really different. If it were him back then, he might have done the same. Because they are too obsessed with the strong. That is the conclusion and information they have drawn from experience in the past 20 years. Usually, they don't encounter any high-level commanders at all. Cooperating with the weak will often only hinder you, while the strong can at least protect themselves and perform normally. Just like playing games, no one wants to bring a trumpet. Psychologically they will feel like they are helping the poor. It was not until he met Lian Sheng that his worldview began to be reshaped. Let him understand that it doesn't matter who you are teammates with. The key is to recognize the commander. That is a person who can make you feel powerful just by standing behind you even if he can't fight. That is the real powerful person. Fang Jianshan rubbed Yu Yang's head, and Yu Yang looked up at him with a frightened expression. Fang Jianshan sat down next to him in his sight and said, Has no one told you? Your counselor. Is it yours? That is teacher Meng Jian Wu Meng, who is also a student of the command department. At that time, he and Lian Sheng were in the same team. Several people looked at him doubtfully. Fang Jianshan said, shaking his legs, when Lian Sheng was young. He had just changed his major and knew nothing. He was also weak and couldn't run fast. His sniping skills were not as good as a person named Fang Jianshan. Of course, he is still not as good as a person named Fang Jianshan now. All living beings, Fang Jianshan touched his helmet and sighed with a hint of shyness and satisfaction. He continued, I'm not exaggerating. She was just that useless at the time. She was really useless. But even so, she still got super high scores in the individual points competition and the instructor competition. And her team, including her, had 8 people in total, 5 of whom were from the command department. And those 5 people were all incompetent. She was the kind of person who relied on picking up leaks to brush points. Everyone sighed sincerely. Wow. Come and see God. Fang Jianshan, where the hell did you get these brainless fans? You should underestimate anyone you think is weak. Anyone who can come here will not be too bad. Anyway, no matter how bad they are, they will not be as bad as the winning streak of that year. If you think they are weak, it's because you are not strong enough. Because I don't know how to cooperate. Fang Jianshan said, I think a good soldier should not only be able to make achievements on a personal level, but also know how to accommodate teammates, observe teammates' situations, and provide timely cover and cooperation. Fang Jianshan pointed at him and said, Like you. Do you have deterrence? Yu Yang, what do you mean? Fang Jianshan, can you get 100 responses? Yu Yang raised his eyebrows and said, I'm not a commander. Whether you are a commander or not, a truly powerful person can bring out the qualities of the team members. And the commander of the large force is located in the rear. And it is actually the captain who can really adjust the team's mood. Fang Jianshan said, You will find that a general knows a little bit about command. When you want to keep moving forward, you must have your own ideas. And you must have enough decisiveness and cooperation. You can only cultivate these awareness when you are young. Because time is very unforgiving. Lian Sheng may not be considered a commander in the modern sense, because she fought on the front line with them most of the time. Like Liliana, she is also a very good soldier. But she also has the ability to analyze and judge the battle situation by herself. Especially when the official position is promoted to a higher level. Facing soldiers with different abilities, you will find that a soldier who will actively cooperate is as precious as a magic soldier. Generally, such soldiers, even if their personal strength is slightly weaker, will have better development prospects. Yu Yang and Ding Xueshi, their personal strength is beyond doubt. From observation, it can be seen that the two are very talented, calm enough, and willing to endure hardships. If they can be more comprehensive in consciousness, it will be more perfect. Yu Yang was about to speak, but his number was called in front. He probably couldn't finish what he said, so he quickly picked up his gun, flashed into the forest from the side, and started to move. As soon as he walked away, the students next to him squeezed in. They looked bright and said, "Instructor, do you know anyone from the Expeditionary Army? Were you also a student of the Union University before?" Fang Jianshan squinted and smiled. "Want to hear legendary stories? Search on the internet. There are all kinds of mythological versions. And there are also versions of traveling to another world." Everyone hissed in disappointment. Yu Yang carried his gun and went all the way to meet up with his teammates. Although his teammates didn't know the specific progress of the number on the mountain, it was already past noon, and they should be prepared. At this time, the lunch material delivery had just ended, and there was either a melee or a group action on the mountain. Yu Yang was alone now, and it would be dangerous if he exposed his actions. He chose to move carefully upwards from a hidden path to the agreed meeting point. When he arrived near the target location, he found that the area was very quiet. He first confirmed that there were no ambushes or surveillance around, and then he dared to move forward. After searching around, he did not find any marks. This was not reasonable. Yu Yang's heart sank, thinking that the whole army would not be wiped out. Right? He took off his gun, found a hidden position, and waited for his teammates to come in the dark. Support? 1 hour. Let's see. If they haven't come yet, he will have to make other plans. Not long after, someone did come. Yu Yang stayed where he was without saying anything, and waited and watched for the time being. Yu Yang? The man couldn't find the figure, and shouted, judging from the movements and the voices. They were not his teammates. Yu Yang frowned, leaned out with a gun, and pointed at him. The boy turned sideways, saw his actions and hostility, stood there, and said speechlessly, "What are you doing? I am your teammate. What do you want to do?" Yu Yang was stunned for a moment, and then remembered that there was such a thing. Although he was acting according to the old team, the instructor actually reassigned her to a group. Yu Yang put away the gun, asked him to come over, and then asked, "Why did you come to me?" "I asked you, your friend, about the location. 3 of you have been eliminated, and half of you have dispersed. It is not suitable to act alone," the boy said. "The instructor is very cunning, but we already know their location. We couldn't take them down by force, so we found a large group and decided to fight the instructor together. I guess you'd be here soon, so I came to inform you." Yu Yang, they are here too? The "they" here, of course, refers to the surviving team members. At this time, it's not appropriate for us to split up, the boy said. At worst, we can have a head-on confrontation and admit defeat. At least we won't die too unjustly. Yu Yang thought for a moment and continued to ask, "Who are they? How many people are there? And how strong are they?" The boy answered patiently, "Ding Xuexi's team is here too. Don't worry. The strong ones are usually on our side. At present, our numerical advantage is more obvious. It's not easy for them to find people. And even if they do, they can't be fully trusted. After all, that combination is too weak. We just fought a wave, and now we are gathering firepower and waiting for the next confrontation." The boy said excitedly to Yu Yang, "You should go too. If you are late, I guess we will fight. Go and take advantage of the chaos to get a point. Get those points and get revenge. It couldn't be more comfortable." "Okay." Yu Yang asked again, "Where is the instructor? Didn't they say they took advantage of the chaos to escape? Why are they back?" "I don't know why, but they are anyway. Now they are with another group of students, instigating our internal strife," the boy said. Ding Xuexi said that it might be because the relationship of the small team they have gathered is not stable. If there is no instructor to guide and assist behind, it will be easily broken up by the students. And if they are separated from the instructor, their interest relationship will be difficult to survive, and they will not continue to cooperate. So if the instructor wants to use students to fight students, he must keep a front line with them. Then he found an opportunity to come back. Yu Yang felt something was wrong, as if he could sense that everything was calculated by others. He whispered, "I think there is something behind the instructor's actions. Does she have any other plans? Who cares if it's simple or not? I'm just asking you whether you want to follow the main group. Why are you thinking so much?" The boy raised his voice and said anxiously, Yu Yang. You are alone now. The situation is already very clear. It is safest to follow the main group. If your target is still the instructor, do you want to go alone for thousands of miles? Yu Yang did not agree immediately. Still thinking. From the perspective of brushing points, he should not follow the main group. Instead, he should gather a team, give up the few people on the instructor's side, and turn to get the points of other scattered instructors. Obviously, the difficulty between the two is not at the same level. But that, if so, the official power of Lian Jiao will continue to increase in the later stage. The number of students will decrease, and the lack of elites will make it more difficult to defeat their team. But now, the students are targeting Lian instructor. The current action has nothing to do with points and winning or losing. It is more like a battle of dignity. It means that if the instructors are not killed, they will never retreat. Yu Yang has always been a person who does not like to be emotional, so he is a little hesitant at this time. Give up Lian instructor, or give up brushing points? The boy looked at him for a while, and suddenly felt powerless. He sighed, and once again realized that they were not from the same world. The boy shrugged and said, I know you are like this. As if we are all going to cheat you. Dad is not that bad. Right? Can you trust us at least? Yu Yang raised his head and said, You misunderstood. That's not what I meant. The boy stood up. It's up to you. If you don't want to act with us, I can tell the other teammates for you. I go back first. He was very excited when he came, and he really wanted to cooperate with Yu Yang, because they are teammates. Even if they are not Yu Yang's voluntary teammates, they are nominally. He knows that it is easier for Yu Yang to score points by following his team, and the points he scores are counted into the team. This actually makes him feel ashamed. No man can accept such a result calmly. He really wants to tell Yu Yang that he is also capable of assisting, because of the difference in strength. Just like Yu Yang wants to prove himself to the instructor, he also wants to prove himself to Yu Yang. So when he had the opportunity to fight this time, his first reaction was to be secretly happy. And then he came to find someone happily. It was a very simple and ridiculous idea. Perhaps the other party will never understand. And he is just being sentimental. The boy turned around and prepared to go back. Yu Yang hesitated for a moment, picked up the gun and followed. The boy turned around in surprise. And Yu Yang said, Let's go. When Yu Yang arrived, Ding Xueshi was negotiating with the students on the opposite side, trying to persuade them to unite against the instructor. Both sides hid in the bushes, chose a student to come forward, and tried to stay away from the instructor to pass on information. Civil strife is just a form of self-consumption, not a long-term solution. The instructor has 3 chances to be shot, so when he is besieged, he is willing to use the safe number of times to play with them. But as time goes on, when the instructor starts to counterattack, the consequences will obviously be tragic. Now they have more people and stronger strength. If there is an internal fight, the weaker ones are more likely to suffer casualties. I hope that the members of the team who were turned against can recognize the reality, take advantage of the instructor's unpreparedness, and launch a major counterattack to create a large number advantage and take down the heads of the 5 instructors. This is a safer and more appropriate approach, and it can also be considered a merit. The members of the turned against team were shaken again without surprise. Most of them decided to change their position again and follow the students. Although this team can't last long. What's the point of hesitation when the interests are at stake? As for those who haven't decided yet, they don't have the ability to say no at this time, so they can only follow the majority. So the 2 sides made a decision. This time, the instructors must suffer. New and old grudges. Just settle them together. Then they began to agree on the code of action. Find the right time, and break through in one fell swoop. The boys smiled sinisterly. I can't help but see the instructor's expression of hatred and regret. Yu Yang sorted out his guns, took the bullet bag from his teammates, put it in his trouser pocket, and said, We still have to be prepared for the worst. I think since they dared to seek the skin of the tiger, they should have thought of a way out. They dared to stay so quietly on the opposite side. Maybe they have an idea for the next step. Ding Xueshi said, No matter what the way out is, it is a fact that we have a 10-fold difference in number. If we still can't take them down under this situation, I admit it. Yu Yang thought about it. From the current perspective and position analysis, they have no reason to give up this opportunity. At this time, Lian Sheng and his 5 men, who were following the rebellion team, were waiting for the enemy's next move. Yi Buqing went around to the side and carefully looked for any tricks among them. Zhou Shirwei said, "It has been quiet for a long time, and there has been no unusual movement. It's very strange. They are negotiating, passing messages to each other." Yi Buqing said, "They should be trying to rebellion again." Lian Sheng nodded, "When you feel unsafe? Or when it is more profitable? It is normal to defect." Cheng Zhe, so? Lian Sheng changed his squatting position. "Re-estimate the number of our enemy troops. Confirm whether the number of bullets is sufficient. And then line up and prepare for the battle." Yi Buqing returned to his position, and the four of them stood in a semicircle, protecting Zhou Shirwei in the center. Zhou Shirwei used a sniper rifle to observe the movement in the distance. A slight movement in the grass kicked off the competition between the enemy and us with a large number of people. Zhou Shirwei said, "Here we go." Everyone adjusted their posture, put their fingers on the trigger, ready to attack at any time. There were only 5 of them, and the opponent roughly estimated that there were about 50 people, including all the people who had been turned against them. This means that they had to fight 10 with 1. It seems difficult, but it is actually easy if you change the algorithm. The students on the opposite side will be eliminated immediately after being hit once, while they have 3 chances. Subtract the number of heads that were previously contributed to win over the students. On average, 1 against 4 is about right. Is it difficult? Not really. When a large group carries out activities, it often exposes a very important shortcoming. That is, the sense of security brought to them by the number of people in spirit, which will lead to various loopholes in their actions, especially for the unsophisticated outsiders. That is a good opportunity to attack. In their eyes, there is no difference from streaking. Another point is that 50 people are too many. Although they have some common interests, they are still competitors in essence. No one is willing to sacrifice themselves for others. Lack of an influential commander makes it impossible to make reasonable arrangements. In this situation, the teams lack coordination. The formation is scattered, and they will disperse as soon as they charge. So they are not very threatening. Moreover, it is impossible for 50 people to come forward in batches. In order to ensure their own safety, they still need some cover. The best way is to use the number of people to carry out a siege attack. Lian Sheng saw that they began to disperse the team and prepared to circle around and surround. He had already anticipated their actions, and of course, he would not give them too much freedom of action. He shouted directly, "Go!" 5 people raised their guns and launched a general attack on the opposite side. Seeing the 5 people rushing towards them aggressively, the students were stunned for a moment. They thought that the other party might guess that they would betray again, but they did not expect that the other party would face the challenge after knowing it. Suddenly, their scalps tingled, and the situation of dispersing and encircling paused. For a moment, they did not know whether they should gather together to use the advantage of numbers to force pressure, or follow the plan and consume them after encircling. "Don't get confused," Ding Xueshi shouted. "Keep spreading out, control the distance, and surround them. We have an absolute advantage in numbers. There is nothing to be afraid of." Yu Yang raised his gun and found a shelter, ready to attack them. Lian Sheng and others approached the edge area while moving forward. First, they used their own confusion to further disrupt their actions. Second, they prevented the attacks from the left and right wings that had been dispersed before, and strived for a more comfortable way of playing. The 4 main forces stood in staggered directions to eliminate blind spots for each of them and protect their comrades. At the same time, pay attention to changing the angle so that the selected shelter can better hide your body without being captured by the opponent. Zhou Shirwei said in an orderly manner, "The current dangerous position is Yi Buqing, 30 degrees northeast and 80 degrees northwest." Yi Buqing loaded the gun directly and fired 2 shots accurately at the target. Zhou Shirwei, Zhao Zhuolu, about 60 degrees northeast. Zhao Zhuolu looked at the approximate position and then shot. Lian Sheng estimated the distance and blinked. "Excellent. 15 degrees left front. Help me get someone." Zhao Zhuolu tilted the gun and shot in the target direction. They cooperated with each other tacitly, and their shooting skills were very accurate. Almost all of them seized the opponent's gap and took it down with one move. For a while, it seemed that the battle was even stronger than the students. Bullets shuttled through the dense forest without a moment of rest. That kind of decisiveness made it impossible to tell that there were only 5 people on the opposite side. The students were not as straightforward as them when they fired their guns. When one person fell, the person behind didn't know how to fill the position in time. When the number of people was small, The hearts inside were instantly empty. Yu Yang held the gun, carefully observed their bullet path and hit rate, and shook his head. He had been thinking about what conspiracy the other side had, and whether there were any tricks. So he chose to stay even though he knew they might rebel again. Now he finally understood clearly. Not for any reason, but because of the gap in strength. The other side didn't care about their various strategies and actions, because to them, these strategies were like the monkey king who could toss and turn in the palm of the Buddha. Coming and going was still in their hands. Perhaps for them, compared to constantly looking for scattered targets in the forest to kill, it would be better to create an opportunity directly so that the students could unite and then come to find themselves together. It's easy and simple. So they were willing to deliberately expose loopholes to let students insert. That's such an arrogant reason. When the number of people decreased by more than a dozen, although there was still a certain advantage, some people gritted their teeth and chose to evacuate. Their evacuation caused this disharmonious team to collapse directly. As the saying goes, a defeat is like a mountain collapsing, and a collapse is 1,000 miles away. Seeing that the wind had gone, Ding Xueshi pulled Yu Yang and called him to evacuate together. So Fang Jianshan hurried up the mountain, and when he found them from the students, everything was over. There were a lot of bodies lying on the ground, but none of them were killed by him. He couldn't accept it. He missed another fierce instructor competition. Lian Sheng saw him in a daze, raised his hand, and said, Fang, why are you always behind? You can't catch up with the good times every time. These students are so fun. Fang Jianshan, Fun students, There is no justice. Where is justice? Fang Jianshan hugged his head and lay on the ground with the bodies. His dignity prevented him from wailing, but he was still crying in his heart. Lian Sheng and others sat down to count the bullets and found that the inventory was quite rich. It was still early, so they decided to grab the drop supplies. Before, they were not convenient to leave in order to lead the group of students. Now they are free again, just in time to have lunch. However, the students may have been hit hard by her confidence. When they saw the large group of instructors, they turned around and ran without hesitation. Lian Sheng and others were also helpless. After staying on the mountain until the evening, Lian Sheng had to go to the toilet in the middle of the game and decided to withdraw from the competition in advance, because of the news that Lian Sheng and others were involved. The coaches who came this time were almost all elites in the training base. This led to a particularly tragic ending for the students in the instructor competition. It was probably the most tragic actual combat exercise in recent years. Lian Sheng couldn't help crying for them when he heard it. In addition to the unnecessary consumption of the students in the early stage, there were still more than 20 instructors left on the mountain at the end of the game. Nearly 1/3 of the number of people. All living beings sat at the foot of the mountain, very depressed. They had never experienced such a failure, and it was difficult to accept it for a while. Originally, the instructor competition was something that made them very excited. But this year, they clearly felt a little fear and retreat. The feeling of being restrained and difficult to exert made them unable to even exert their original strength. Everyone raised their heads and howled, slapped their legs and vented unwillingly, pervert, heartless, shameless. I hate it. Lian Sun walked over and stood in front of them with his hands behind his back. A boy looked up at him and realized that he had unintentionally slandered his sister in front of a child. Although the other party might not know, this behavior was still a big sin. Everyone immediately fell silent and said, Don't take it to heart. We are just talking nonsense. Good children will not learn to swear from us. Lian Sun approached, raised his hand and touched his head, then walked to the next one and touched the head of another boy. Then he touched all the way down like a line for inspection. The scene was very quiet and awkward, and everyone was a little confused. Jiban followed him and looked at him, asking, What are you doing? Lian Sun said, I'm comforting them. Did you lose the fight? I know. Everyone, Chapter 236 Extra 5. The students were basically all there, sitting at the foot of the mountain, to accept the comfort and criticism from comrade Lian Sun. Lian Sheng came out of the building with a popsicle in his mouth to check on them. Lian Sheng looked at his students with concern. Lian Sheng asked, Are you happy? Everyone, A boy whispered, What are you happy about? We are not. Lian Sheng looked at her and said, You keep killing yourself. I thought you were. Boy, Everyone turned their faces to the boy, with hatred in their eyes. Why did you answer? Why did you move your face closer? Don't you know this person's tone? Yu Yang. Lian Sheng turned to him and said, I survived to the end. Not bad. Yu Yang said in a calm voice, thank you, instructor. He didn't think it was a compliment. Nor did he think it was something worth praising. So what if he survived to the end? When he saw the instructor at the end, his first reaction was to turn around and retreat. Lian Sheng asked, how is it? Do you know where you lost? Yu Yang said straightforwardly, strength. Lian Sheng asked with his hands behind his back, then what? Yu Yang, then what? Lian Sheng. Ding Xueshi. You say. Ding Xueshi command? Lian Sheng raised his eyebrows and looked at the others. What about you? You say. Zhongxing was tangled. I lost because I wasn't cunning enough. I wasn't wicked enough. I lost because I was too kind. Why don't I know anything? What happened to you on the mountain? It's hard to explain. Lian Sheng also felt it was hard to explain. It was already dark. And their activities ended late. The faces of these students were full of fatigue and hunger. And their clothes were stained with various soil and grass leaves because of the ambush. And they looked miserable. The whole team was a group of defeated soldiers. It was just that they still had some strength to joke with her. Lian Sheng waved his hand and said, forget it. You guys should pack up first and return the equipment. Then hurry up to eat dinner. And come over at 8 p.m. to make a summary and listen to the report. There will be no night running training tonight. And there will be a half-day break tomorrow morning to give you time to adjust your condition. Train as usual in the afternoon, Lian Sheng said. Before the red and white camp battle, the instructor has arranged several points battles for you in order to build up your confidence. Those who like fighting and want to practice, don't miss the opportunity. Everyone cheered up a little. This time they lost a lot of points. And they must find other opportunities to make up for it. Yu Yang felt something was wrong and asked, what do you mean by most of them? Lian Sheng said, the individual combat department of freshmen, sophomores and seniors. Don't bully friends from other majors. It's so much fun to fight among yourselves. Everyone, I knew this guy didn't have good intentions. Lian Sheng's conscience was alive and well. And he said, disband? The students obeyed the order and dispersed the team sparsely. They didn't have much time. And now they had to be alert. They had to go to have dinner and come back to continue the training. Lian Sun followed Lian Sheng and pointed at her hand and said, I want some too. She had finished the popsicle she had eaten before. Lian Sheng said very straightforwardly, no more. I want some too. Lian Sun threatened seriously, I'm going to cry. Lian Sheng squatted down, picked him up with his backhand, and walked towards the rest building. If it's really gone, we bought a box. And the instructor didn't have enough for himself. How could he leave any for you? Lian Sheng also threatened him. What popsicles do you want to eat? Cry and try. I take you to show everyone. No boy here will cry. Your tears will become a unique mark of this place. Everyone who comes here in the future will know. Yo, that's so and so. All Lian Sun didn't let her continue. Buried his head in her shoulder. Couldn't understand. And felt particularly wronged. Why did you snatch food from me? Lian Sheng said without changing his expression. I'm just teaching you to learn to restrain yourself. Lian Sheng directly carried him in and out of the room. Washed him. Changed his clothes. And then threw him on the bed. Lian Sheng, turn off the lights. Go to bed. Lian Sun was hurt and ignored her again. This sister was picked up. And other people in the base treated him much better. In the next 2 days, the students were very enthusiastic about fighting. But the overall mood was very low. That kind of enthusiasm was probably an indirect outburst based on frustration and anger. And they had no reaction to Lian Sheng's various provocations and arrangements. This caused Lian Sheng's enthusiasm to drop sharply. For them, the failure in the instructor competition was more painful than the defeat in the red and white camp war. In the past, the grand ceremony of actual combat exercises and the grand event of pretense could not cover up the comrades' malaise. Lian Sheng stepped on a stone, chased it with his toes, and turned around. Looked at the comrades jumping obstacles in the distance. Clapped his hands. And called a halt, a symbol. Everyone ran back without knowing why. Quickly lined up. And counted. Lian Sheng said, everyone sit down. Rest now. All the students sat down on the ground. Lian Sheng followed and sat down opposite them. Saying, let's talk frankly. I will give you some ideological education. The boy raised his hand. Instructor. Do you mean heart-to-heart talk? The kind of height, weight, and measurements? Lian Sheng smiled very kindly. If you mean this kind of frank talk, I am more interested in the structure of your internal organs. Do you want to try? The student shook his head with a cold sweat on his face. Liansheng said, when I took over you, your school instructor told me that your biggest problem is division. And I believe you know it yourself. The reason for the division is that you don't know each other well enough, don't know the correct way to cooperate, and can even be said to be resistant. This leads to various vicious cycles, Liansheng said. In fact, I personally agree that excellent students can have a fixed team, because tacit cooperation can promote the development of their respective strengths and further development. For the military, it is also a happy thing to avoid the work of redistribution. But this does not mean that you can give up the opportunity to cooperate with others. Lien Sheng pointed out, what does it mean to cooperate with different people? Even complete strangers? It means that you need to have sufficient environmental observation, danger alertness, and emergency flexibility. This requires you to extract a part of your observation from the enemy and distribute it to your teammates. You have to overlook the entire battle situation and then put it into your brain. Your mind will always be in a tense state. However, when an accident occurs, you can respond to changes more quickly. I said, human beings are progressing, just like the invention of means of transportation, which can save the fatigue of walking. But this does not mean that you can no longer use your legs. Liansheng supported himself with both hands and looked at him. They moved a little closer and said, dear classmates, the real battlefield is not as simple as your exercises. As long as you are willing, you can use various marginal methods to circumvent the arrangements of the superiors, and then choose your own comfortable combination to complete the task. I am not showing off my rich experience to you. I just want to remind you that all the classmates around you now are living lives when they arrive in the war zone. Liansheng, an action. From a small team to a large fleet. Not everyone is familiar to you. Put your current behavior into the real scene and replace it. Think about it yourself. How disgusting and despicable. Inferior. So vulgar. Is it advisable? Bullshit. Don't think you can be a hero. And never go to war with a heroic mentality. Heroes all die young. Comrades. Liansheng, who is so smart and brave, lost an arm. You must at least lose a head. Liansheng said sincerely. Cooperation. Cooperation is the only way for you to survive. To put it bluntly, on the battlefield, you are just a moving meatball. And the meatball is very fragile. If you can't unite, what's the difference between you and trash? Everyone. The boy raised his hand and retorted, Instructor. But we can cooperate. Everyone joined in. They felt that it was not that serious. They were obviously very cooperative. As for Yuan's obsession with the team, it has not reached that point. It's just a group of people with equal strength. They can be entrusted with backup with more peace of mind, which makes it easier to move. People will look for methods they are familiar with to break through. Right? We are easy to talk to and actively cooperate. Isn't it going well? Our team has assigned tasks to each other, the boy said. Selecting guns, ranking, and making plans are all decided after discussion. Isn't this also the experience of cooperation? And Yu Yang and Ding Xueshi, they cooperate with people in their own team. How can it not be cooperation? They are not always together, but they still obey and complete the task. Yes. Yes. Instructor, you can't force two people to have a rapport overnight. Even dating is not that fast. Liansheng patted the ground and said with disgust, you don't call that cooperation. You call it being in the same frame at most. What are you doing? What do you think cooperation is? Of course, there must be different positions in the divided teams. Otherwise, Siamese twins will squeeze together. You don't understand the charm of cooperation at all. But you can? All living beings were scolded, but they couldn't help laughing when they heard it. The boy asked weakly, Instructor, why did the school assign us to you? Liansheng thought for a while and said, maybe it's because I am more rational and ruthless. Even if I can't teach you, I can correct you with violence. Liansheng added, or educate you with my beauty. After all, there are not many women here. All living beings, Liansheng continued to bring the topic back and said, geniuses are a minority, and ordinary people are the majority. If I were a superior, I would prefer soldiers with strong plasticity. A group of excellent but uncooperative soldiers gathered together, and their strength is weaker than you think. If you don't believe it, we can give it a try. All living beings looked at her in confusion. Don't you want to beat me? I give you another chance. This time I give you all the advantages, Liansheng said. The teams in the red and white camps will not be randomly assigned this time. Let's play a custom game. Liansheng, we will rank them according to their grades. The top students, that is, almost all students in the individual combat department, will be assigned to the red camp together. Your commander is the famous golden pair. In this case, it is your strongest combination. Right? All living beings were shocked and said, what about the rest of the people? Liansheng, the rest of the people are your opponents. The student shouted, then why fight? Do we still need to fight? Liansheng raised his eyebrows. Of course. Because their commander and deputy commander are me and my friends. Everyone looked at her doubtfully. Liansheng said, don't worry. I will compete with you on an equal footing. That is to say, I will not do any cheating such as peeking at the surveillance or asking for help outside the field. I can also act with the white team, but I will not attack. Are you satisfied? The students argued with each other and took the time to reply to her. What are you satisfied with? Instructor? Are you going to be defeated alone? Liansheng, I am looking forward to you giving me a fatal blow. Everyone did not believe it and laughed at it. Liansheng raised his hand and looked at the time. We have arranged the specific content. The red and white camp battle will start at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. It is now 15 o'clock in the afternoon. The specific list of the camps will be announced at 16 o'clock. You can go and check it out. Before the game starts, you have enough time to find your comrades to make arrangements. Analyze, form teams, and then deal with tomorrow's game. The strategy is confidential. Remember not to spread it. If you have any questions, don't ask me, because I will take my deputy commander to find my team members to discuss the big plan to deal with you. Goodbye. She stood up, nodded to them, and turned to leave. The students laughed at the back. Pretend. Keep pretending. Instructor. Instructor. Come back. We won't laugh at you. Instructor. What about today's training? Will it continue? Then Liansheng walked farther and farther, and simply sat on the command platform, looking at the crowd below with his arms crossed. All living beings. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the broadcast began to notify the red and white camps of Zhang's relevant matters. This time, the camp list was unexpectedly released in advance, indicating that the next time the training was cancelled, and they were given time to discuss and arrange relevant matters, and designated the east and west directions of the training ground as the base for the red and white camps to discuss. The students who didn't know the truth opened the light brain to check the list. The rules of the camp battles in previous years had changed slightly, so they were not too surprised, but just thought that this time, perhaps the school was testing a change in command. However, after glancing at the list and the professions and points at the back, everyone was dumbfounded. Never, since the red and white camp war, there has never been such a polarized camp arrangement. Most of the individual soldiers are in the red team, and most of the command system is in the white team. A casual glance will show that this is a table based on the points obtained in actual combat exercises and daily performance. The position of the red team's commander-in-chief is written, Huang Hao, Shin Yuzhou. The position of the white team's commander-in-chief is written, we can win. No surprises. What the hell? Their first reaction was that the data was forgotten to be dispersed and rearranged, just as they were about to report to their superiors. Another sentence appeared above the table. There is no error in this table. Members of the white team, please go to the command platform as soon as possible. Chapter 237 Extra 6. Liansheng sat in front of the command platform, swinging her legs leisurely, waiting for her soldiers to gather. But it was obvious that this group of comrades was quite frightened, or they were confused with all their hearts. They walked slowly and gathered after a long time. They whispered to each other and looked up at the people on the command platform with depressed eyes. Be quiet. Be quiet, Liansheng said. Introduce yourself. I am the main commander of your operation. You can call me to command. Everyone looked at her with an expression that was difficult to describe. A man raised his hand and asked, Instructor, will you be our commander? Isn't the red and white camp battle an activity between students? Liansheng nodded and said, if I don't be your commander, you will probably lose. So the rules of this camp battle have been slightly changed, and we will try to make everyone have fun. Everyone's face darkened. What's there to be happy about? The same distribution result as the cursed one. As for the arrangement on the list, sorry, they really didn't have any hope of winning. A whisper came from the crowd, damn! Who arranged the camps? Oh, it seems that he is a little restrained in front of the instructor. Liansheng didn't bother with the words he swallowed. Liansheng asked, "Aren't you surprised to see the list?" Everyone nodded hesitantly. Liansheng pointed at Zhou Shirwei and said, "He arranged it." Everyone glanced at him with a gloomy look. Zhou Shirwei, Liansheng, "Of course, I asked him to arrange it this way." Everyone, As for why? Liansheng jumped down from the command platform, stood at the same height as them, and then walked towards the middle of the crowd and said, "Do you think you have no hope of winning?" The student said, "Isn't this absolute? Many of us here are non-combat personnel, a combination of technical workers." Liansheng walked in, and the student turned around and chased her figure. Liansheng said, "Then the other side may also think so. We first grasp the 3-point chance of winning, and the chance of winning comes from the other side's underestimation of the enemy. The students of the command department are relatively rational." The boy asked, "Instructor, this kind of unquantifiable data is meaningless. What do you want to say?" Liansheng scratched his eyebrows and asked, "We are all students of the Union University. In this era of relying on hot weapons, what makes you think that we can never beat the other side? We can't run fast. Our combat skills are not high. Our endurance is not strong. And our shooting skills are not as accurate as theirs." A student whispered, "And the team cooperation is not very close. And we don't have much experience." The people next to him nodded. The student lamented, "Not being able to run fast is fatal. Every time I was shot from behind. The road on the mountain is too difficult to walk. And I always can't keep up with the team." Yes. Liansheng almost laughed. "You are quite self-aware. You did a good job of self-reflection. Objective and fair. Without bias." Everyone felt as if an arrow was shot in the heart. There is a big difference between what you say and what others say. A boy said vicissitudes. It's mainly because you can't pretend. Otherwise, you won't be able to cover up. Instructor, what wrong perception do you have about us? You should quickly rearrange the list and adjust it back. Liansheng, then I will analyze your advantages with you. Everyone looked at her eagerly. Liansheng, first of all, I believe you will be very obedient and can understand what I say. The strong always have more ideas of their own. And the students of the command department are not good at fighting. So they tend to listen to professionals. In actual combat exercises, there is no one more professional than the instructor. But when this was said, everyone was speechless. This is a very important point. You may not understand the formation. You may not understand cooperation. But as long as you listen to me and follow the instructions given by the commander, you can make up for your shortcomings in actual combat experience to a certain extent. Liansheng said. It is said that it is easy to get thousands of troops, but it is difficult to get a general. Why do you think that is? Liansheng smiled and said. Second, you have many data analysts on your side. Everyone couldn't believe it. Is this also an advantage? In the previous Red and White Camp Wars, except for the 4 commanders and deputy commanders who were responsible for leading the battle, the others in the command system were regarded as burdens. Why do you bring so many civilian soldiers to the battlefield? There are too many mascots for bringing good luck. If you can't keep up with the team, you can't ask others to accommodate you. Right? So generally, data analysts mean invisible and disposable team members. Liansheng clapped his hands and said, Of course. Please think about it. It is not allowed to bring optical computers during the Red and White Camp War. The positions between each other will become very vague, and there will be a certain time difference and error in the information transmission of the whole team. What does this mean? It means that the performance of the deputy commander will be greatly limited. And do you know what a key role an excellent data analyst can play in the battle? What impact will unclear instructions have on the flexibility of the team? Accurate calculation means that they can have more room to play in blitzkrieg, ambush, guerrilla warfare, etc. If the commander cannot obtain information in the first time, the soldiers need to make their own judgments, but they cannot confirm the overall information, which will be a huge flaw. If the white team can make up for this problem, their reaction time can largely make up for their shortcomings in speed of action. The urgency of the rushing water, which can float stones, is momentum. The speed of the bird of prey, which can break things, is the rhythm. Speed in the military is not only the speed of movement, but more of the rhythm of attack. Have some confidence, classmates. Anyway, it's like this. Why not go all out? Believe me, and fight a beautiful counterattack. There is nothing to be sad about if you lose. Right, Liansheng said. But I will let you know what a real team is. She said it confidently, and the shining light in her eyes told him that she was really preparing for victory, because her identity was very convincing. Everyone gradually believed her words. Yes, she must have some secret means. She arranged such an unreasonable team, and she must want to show her level and performance. If she loses in the end, wouldn't it be a joke? Liansheng looked at their expressions and said with his hands on his waist, "But I want to remind you, victory will never be easy. You must be prepared for a hard battle. Winning or losing is up to you. Even if there is only one night left, you must devote all your time to learning." Liansheng pointed at Lu Mingyuan and Zhou Shirwei. "Let's start our preparations now and divide into groups. All deputy commanders, follow this instructor to the mountain to understand the map. The rest of the people, follow me up the mountain for team training. After 9 o'clock in the evening, class will start. I'm going to explain the situation on the other side to you. Use the remaining time before the battle to consolidate everything I've explained today." A student said blankly, "Then you won't sleep tonight?" Liansheng smiled and looked at the student. The brother next to him slapped him directly and saved his brother's life. "Sleep and get high." Liansheng nodded his chin at Zhou Shirwei, who also jumped down from the command platform with a light computer. Lu Mingyuan's modeling is more inclusive. He will reserve a certain amount of space for the commander to play and make modifications for himself. Zhou Shirwei's hand speed is faster. He pursues accuracy and efficiency. This time Liansheng chose Zhou Shirwei. It is a difficult task to lead such a large group of students to familiarize themselves with the entire map. So any task of leading the students of the command department to accurately divide the map was finally handed over to Lu Mingyuan. And the other students followed Zhou Shirwei to make a preliminary understanding. Zhou Shirwei did not put the light computer outside. After all, their opponent was on the other side. He said, "We divided the exercise map into 36 pieces in total. And the 36 large terrains will be divided into various directions according to the location. You need to remember all the area divisions, and make sure that you can report the block and direction of your location wherever you stand." Everyone was shocked, including the non-command members, who were shocked by his request. "No. All of them? But there are only trees and stones on the mountain." "No. There is also grass." "Oh my God. I can get lost when I go up the mountain. So how can the same place be divided into 36 blocks and directions? Are you kidding me? It won't include altitude changes? But I'm not connected to a satellite. Nor do I have a GPS. Uh-huh. Bring a marked rope and measure as you go." Zhou Shirwei waited until they had enough fun, and then continued to speak in a low voice. "No surface is exactly the same. Although the school has preserved the original appearance of the mountains and forests, and each place looks similar, there are huge differences if you look carefully. The shape and size of the path, the height and type of the trees, the growth of the grass, the color distribution of the stones, and the looseness and moisture of the soil, etc., can all be used as tools for you to determine the location." Zhou Shirwei said seriously, "This is a skill that every data analyst must master, because you need to understand this map better than anyone else. Complex terrain and huge data cannot be your excuses. Since you have chosen to be a data analyst, give up all lazy ideas." The students looked at her in a low voice. These instructors were so loud and low that they were under great mental pressure. Liansheng said on the side, "If you want to make a contribution, you must work hard. Since you have chosen this major, don't complain about the difficulty. No one has it easier than you. Or are you used to doing things to the 60% line and then continue to move forward by dragging others down?" Zhongxing held back his anger and rolled up his sleeves and said, "Instructor, don't use provocation. If we can do it, we will work hard. If I listen to you and meet your requirements, are you sure we can win? Then let's make a bet." Liansheng walked up to him and said, "If we win, you will treat me to a meal. If we lose, I will treat you to a meal." The students were stunned for a moment and said, "Instructor, there are so many of us to treat you alone. There is no pressure at all. The opposite is different. Liansheng, I just want to tell you that it is not a loss if you lose. So feel free to do it boldly." Liansheng divided them into groups and took them up the mountain for emergency training and content explanation. The white team was in full swing, while the red team was much quieter. After the two commanders assigned teams to their comrades and explained tomorrow's operations, they asked everyone to rest and maintain the best mental state. After all, There was nothing to do, and they had practiced what they should practice. Huang Hao and Qin Yuzhou laid down in the tent, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, because the tent next to them was still empty. It was obvious that the white team had not returned yet. Is there something fishy? They couldn't help but think more, and they felt speechless. Why are there so many things to do? This last-minute cram is too tight. Aren't you afraid of being suffocated? The two of them discussed it, and finally got up and went to find the students in the individual soldier department. They opened the tents of Ding Xueshi and Yu Yang, knowing that the two people here had the most weight and the most keen observation. Qin Yuzhou asked, "Is there anything wrong with your instructor? Is there anything special that needs attention? I saw them touching and touching, but I don't know what they were touching." Huang Hao, "They won't secretly mark the mountain, will they? That's obviously cheating." When the two of them came, they immediately woke up the students around them. Everyone came out of the tent and joined their discussion. Yu Yang said, "No, they won't do such a dishonorable thing. And the impact is also bad. The instructor will watch the surveillance and clean up the battlefield. It's impossible for the entire Alliance University to help cheat." Ding Xueshi said, "Although she is a little bit vulgar, she still looks quite decent." Huang Hao didn't quite understand how the two words vulgar and decent were combined. "That's right." Qin Yuzhou changed his squatting position, touched his chest and said, "But I just feel that it's not that simple. If they don't come back to accompany me, I can't sleep." Huang Hao said, "It's just that you are sleeping when others are working hard, and you feel uneasy." Qin Yuzhou said very sadly, "I love learning, so I can only be so good. Everyone, Huang Hao thought that since he had asked it, he might as well ask it more clearly. What are her characteristics? Character or behavior characteristics are fine. Everyone said, "Does she count as cruel? Brutal? I think she's flat-chested." After they finished speaking, they were silent for a long time. "I always feel," a boy said, "the desire to survive makes me unable to continue." Yu Yang closed the door of the tent. It shows that human instinct is correct. When Lian Sheng returned to the room, it was already past midnight. He packed himself up quietly and went to Lian Sun to see how the boy was doing. As soon as he opened the door, he heard a thin voice calling, "Sister." Lian Sheng shuddered, approached his face, and found that the boy's eyes were wide open, and he had no intention of resting at all. Said, "Ancestor, why haven't you slept yet?" Lian Sun lay on his side, put his hand under his head, and whispered, "Is it good to be a soldier?" Lian Sheng said without thinking, "Being a soldier is not good. It's dirty, hard, tiring, and I owe people 8 lifetimes of public morality." Lian Sun didn't understand the latter part, but knew what it meant. "Then why do you still want to be a soldier?" Lian Sheng felt that she had to answer this question well. If she accidentally led Lian Sun into the military because of her influence, Lin Lai would really cry for her. Lian Sheng lay in front of him and asked, "Do you like coriander?" Lian Sun's face turned green. Lian Sheng smiled proudly, "Nothing. I just think it is a delicacy in the world." Lian Sun, Lian Sun had a nightmare, and his face was green until the start of the red and white camp battle the next morning. Chapter 238 Extra 7. The red and white teams went up the mountain separately, and were assigned to the north and south hills. The instructors looked at their status and felt that the result would be a bit horrible. The red team was full of vigor, with the word sure of victory written on their faces, and they were in a very relaxed state. The white team was listless, and it seemed that they had not rested well. When they went up the mountain, they lowered their heads and did not say a word, although they knew that the commander of the white team was Lian Sheng. The strength gap between the two sides existed objectively, and the commander was also the best among the students. Of course, he was only among the students. In addition to the influence of this weird atmosphere, they silently lit a row of candles for Lian Sheng in their hearts. Originally, the red and white camps would fight, and the instructors would block the monitoring room to watch and analyze the battle. This time, Lu Mingyuan was also at the foot of the mountain. Professional data analysts could reproduce the battle situation more perfectly, so they chose an open-air position, asked him to turn the screen outside, and then sat down to watch beautifully. Lu Mingyuan built the model based on the real data on the mountain. It took him and Zhou Shirwei a long time to resurvey the map. The design simulation model was then applied according to the positioning of each student, and the data analysis was marked. Generally, data analysts build models to show the battle situation more simply, so the points on the map will be as simple as possible. And the actions or confrontations are also represented by fault-like lines. Simple and intuitive change data is good for command. But it is nothing in terms of observability. It will only appear very boring. So he asked G-Band to go to the monitoring room to connect two lines and put the monitoring on the mountain on the open ground. They will broadcast whichever side is exciting. This little life is chic. Lian Sheng led the team to the dividing line between the two sides and continued to move inward in the direction of their own camp. Choose a similar position and stop temporarily. More than 400 people gathered together, and the scene was still quite spectacular. They waited for Lian Sheng to make a pre-war mobilization, and then rolled to line up. Lian Sheng searched around and found a stone that was as round as possible. Then stepped on it and shouted, "Wake up! Wake up! If you still feel sleepy, I can slap you twice." Everyone looked up at her. "I'm not sleepy, instructor. I just feel weak all over." "It's not weakness. I just feel numbness in my limbs." "No. I want to learn more." Lian Sheng asked, "Have you remembered what I taught you yesterday?" Everyone nodded. "I remember." Lian Sheng slapped the branches he broke casually on his hands and said, "This time, I have arranged at least one data analyst for each team. I tell you not to lose them. They are the key to winning this game. Of course, their physical fitness may not be the main force of this game. What's more important is the cooperation between each other. The enemy will teach you the main force." Lian Sheng pointed at them and said, "I don't care whether you are in logistics, command, infantry, navy or air force. I am very optimistic about you. To be honest, the instructor has rarely lost in his life. Don't let me break the record again. I will be unhappy. The tallest among the short ones. In this team, they are also very optimistic about themselves." The student stared at her for a long time, and finally couldn't help asking, "Instructor, don't you carry a gun?" looking at the fact that there was not even a pistol on his waist. Lian Sheng said, "No. I said I won't attack them. Otherwise, it's bullying." Everyone was angry when they heard this, and collectively cursed. The other side is too shameless. Can you even make such a request? Their most powerful fighting power was suddenly gone in a word. Thinking of the instructor's feat of fighting 10 against 1 in the instructor competition, the members of the white team felt that they had missed a company. What does it have to do with the other side? Can I make it myself? Lian Sheng broke the branch in his hand and said, "I still have face. I am too old to attack them personally. And if I do, the nature will be different. I still hope that you can rely on your own level to win them once in a reversal. This way, you will have a better reputation later on." The student shouted, "Instructor, think about us. We can be shameless. Instructor, please promise that we will not end up with a negative score." Lian Sheng ignored them and continued, "The captains of your teams are data analysts. When moving, the captains should remember to report their positions at any time. Report the position at least once every 5 minutes. If the position changes dramatically, report the position once every minute. If there is a change in the zone, report the position immediately. Only one person needs to report if they are moving together. Please don't forget the correct format of the report so that we can get accurate information. We want to establish a real-time and accurate database. Therefore, the commanders have a great mission and must be vigilant at all times. Keep a close eye on your teammates and don't let them run wild in the mountains and forests." Lian Sheng said, "No matter how chaotic the situation is, everyone must follow their captain. I say it again. Either you die right where you are, or you follow the captain closely." The captains who were listening were stunned for a moment and hesitated. Such frequent reporting? Isn't it bad? They are now divided into nearly 30 teams, and basically 2 or 3 teams act together. But when the battle situation really becomes active, except for the logistics personnel who keep the supplies, each team will inevitably be scattered and chaotic. If the report is still made every minute, the whole situation will be difficult to control. And I'm afraid no one's voice can be distinguished on the public channel. If the instructor cannot capture effective information and make reasonable citations, any hesitation will only lead to a vicious development of the situation. And they don't have mechanical equipment to record. And the deputy commander has to rely purely on the brain to judge the position. What do you think he is? They are afraid that Lian Sheng will speak too much and shoot himself in the foot. Lian Sheng looked at them, jumped off the stone and said, "To be honest, few people have doubted my deputy commander. In the past, people often doubted me. You are not confident now. Of course, most of the reason is me. You don't trust me enough." Lian Sheng walked towards the students. and then tried to push the tree. I won't say anything to motivate you. Let's be sincere. The student looked at her and asked in confusion, Instructor, what are you doing? Lian Sheng said, pick a small sapling to rot. She chose a relatively fragile tree and shook it with her hand. The leaves on it fell down, and it couldn't stop shaking. Lian Sheng waved to the comrades in front of him, signaling them to move aside. The students didn't understand why, but they slowly retreated and made a wide path amid the shoveling of the students in front and behind. Lian Sheng moved his fingers. What do people say? One chopstick can't be broken, but 10 chopsticks can be bundled together. Right? Everyone looked at her, and their minds suddenly stopped. A weird idea popped up in their minds. Once it appeared, they could no longer suppress it, making them want to laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, Instructor. Do you think you are Lu Zhishan? You also want to uproot the weeping willow? Instructor, let me loosen the soil for you first. Instructor, I go down the mountain to ask if there is an axe for you. Instructor, stop making trouble. The preparation time is almost up. Lian Sheng took off his gloves and rolled up his sleeves a little. Then he twisted his wrist, and the little finger began to become sharp, becoming a real knife. When they saw her arm, all the students immediately fell silent. It was hard to tell whether they were frightened or shocked. Their eyes were fixed, their Adam's apple rolled, and they forgot to blink. In the strange silence in the forest, you could hear the slogans of the Red Team members not far away. Her arms are more famous than her, because she doesn't like to show up. Any shots and interviews are taken. Half body. There is no more eye-catching promotional point than her arm. And that arm looks cool, doesn't it? This led to Harry calling her Iron Wall Astro Boy for a while. Lian Sheng himself did not make any clarification or explanation about this. And the masses of the people are not lacking in imagination. So things developed very beautifully. As a member of the Mortals, this group of students have heard various versions of the legend about the prosthesis. And those that were exaggerated became the origin of the popularity of online jokes. For example, how Lian Sheng blocked the barrel of the mecha with his bare hands. Save a city alone. And then, the left hand was disabled. How to travel through the hail of bullets. Reluctantly destroy the enemy's strongholds one after another. And then, the left hand was disabled. After Lian Sheng's left hand was disabled hundreds of times. She has become a figure living on the internet emoticon package. They don't know much about prosthetics. They just think it is a strong tragic color and lingering regret. Lian Sheng didn't wait for them to recover from the shock. Shook his wrist, found the right direction, and chopped it directly. The sapling that was originally heading towards the old, weak and sick swayed crookedly for a while, then suddenly threw sand and fallen leaves into the air in front of it, and fell on the faces of students on both sides. The students in the front row were stunned, staring at its remains falling at their feet. The sound of the tree falling to the ground was still in their ears. Bang, bang, bang. That might be the sound of a brain exploding. They suddenly discovered. The legend maybe it's true. Zhou Shirwei looked up at the sky. The atmosphere on the mountain was very strange, and it was not much better at the foot of the mountain. Lu Mingyuan felt that the embarrassment was transmitted to them through the screen, and there was not even a loud breathing sound at the scene. So he subconsciously turned off the surveillance screen. After 2 seconds, he felt that he had recovered and turned it on again. The instructor still did not speak. Sorry, Lu Mingyuan said. I was blinded by the light. I want to be quiet. Everyone said, understand? The instructors who were quite calm at a long distance were almost blinded by the light. Not to mention those students who were not calm. Lian Sheng put his gloves back on and said calmly, so, it doesn't matter whether it's 1 chopstick or 10 chopsticks. The key is to see who breaks the chopsticks. I am very optimistic about you. Do you understand? The students turned their heads stiffly and looked at Lian Sheng. I didn't hear what she said at all. All the words in my mind were clanging. In ancient times, Lu Zhishan uprooted a weeping willow. Now, a great general chops down an unknown tree with his bare hands. Ah! I don't know who first shouted out the word ah in their heart. And everyone took the lead in roaring in a venting manner. There was no meaningful syllable. It was purely a way to express their excitement. Staring with big eyes, sweeping away the previous lethargy. Looking extremely excited. Sleepy? What are you sleepy about? They can still have fun for 3 more days and 3 nights. Lian Sheng raised her hands to cover her ears and kicked away a classmate who wanted to hug her thigh. Instructor, kiss me, Lian Sheng said coldly. I refuse your kiss me. Shoo. Lian Sheng made a gesture to silence. Don't say it first. It will affect the other side's mood. Wait until the red and white camps are over before getting excited. The game hasn't even started yet. Everyone nodded unconditionally. And their heads were like motors. Lian Sheng said, don't lose to me. Cheer up. Obey orders, and keep your mind clear. Otherwise, I will let them feel the mood of the sapling. We must win. Lian Sheng shouted, now. The team will prepare to move to the previously designated positions according to the sequence. Without saying a word, everyone saluted, carrying their guns, and rushed to their positions with a fiercely beating heart. Unconditionally defend the honor of the god of war. Their previous roars alarmed the members of the red team. A boy said, what's going on the other side? Why are you shouting so loudly? Qin Yuzhou scratched his ears. It should be to vent your emotions. If you want, you can follow suit. I didn't stop you. There was a commotion here. When the preparation time for the red and white camps ended, the people of the white team had not recovered. They were like chicken blood. They had morale. But their minds were not calm enough, and they were a little lost. They took 2 deep breaths to adjust, squatted down quickly to pick up the bullet bag on the ground, and then passed it to the administrator at the back. Lian Sheng and Zhou Shirwei hid behind the main force, and did not interfere with them for the time being. Being too excited is not a good thing. But it is not a big bad thing either. Once they enter the combat state, they can adjust. Lian Sheng arranged the personnel in the middle and upper position at the beginning, divided them into 2 teams in front and back, and collected supplies first. No scouts were assigned to go forward to spy on intelligence for the time being. The most precious thing in their team now is excellent individual soldiers. The first thing for scouts is to run fast, react quickly, and respond quickly. But it is also very dangerous. If they are not excellent individual soldiers, they cannot take this position. Lian Sheng did not want them to take this risk for the time being. Anyway, even if they do not move, the other side will take the initiative to send people over. Not long after the opening, a student urgently reported, General Lian, Team 6 and 7 found traces of the enemy. The other side did not attack rashly, but ambushed not far away, and should be investigating the situation. Lian Sheng raised his eyebrows. So quickly, they found it in one place. It should be an assault team or a scout. Lian Sheng said calmly, don't shout randomly, lest some general think I'm going to seize the throne. Everyone was about to change the name, and then heard Lian Sheng say, call the general. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and the tiger body was shocked, and began to fall into the name of the general again. Lian Sheng made a joke, let them relax, and began to give orders calmly. Everyone listen to my command. Lian Sheng shouted. Because the location is hidden, it is impossible to determine the number of enemy troops. Team 6 and 7 should prepare for battle first and rank according to the demonstration. The marching speed of the white team members is not fast, and the attack power is not high. In order to ensure the safety of the rear, they are not suitable for frontal attacks or rapid retreats. When encountering an attack, you must be prepared to sacrifice some people to block the enemy's attack, and then others will make adjustments. Lian Sheng said, everyone, check your position and angle. Your reaction is slow. Don't try to turn the gun forcibly. After you turn, you have to aim again, and your teammates may be dead by the time you aim. Leave your juniors to your comrades with peace of mind. The members of the white team listened to the order and quickly began to separate and stand. A dozen people staggered around to choose trees for shelter, each responsible for aiming at an angle, and then set up their guns, and then stared at the current small area, waiting for the enemy to move. 5 or 6 people in the back row were ready to fill in at any time depending on the situation of the battle. The remaining people seized the time and continued to sweep the nearby material resources, while covering the bullet manager to retreat. For a moment, I also felt like a copper wall. The people of the red team were surprised to see that the other side did not leave and set up their guns to resist head-on. When they found them, the white team was very careful. Not as careful as them. At this time, hiding in the cover, it was even more inconvenient to find the target. They used sniper rifles to close the angle and began to check the status of the enemy. Although the head figure only occasionally flashed, they began to see the pairs of glowing eyes on the opposite side. Fuck. Are the people on the other side perverts? They winked at me and looked very flirtatious. Are they secretly in love with me? Who knows who you are with a helmet on? I think it's better for ugly people to have some self-awareness. The boy on the red team couldn't help it. Anyway, he was exposed. He hid behind the tree and asked loudly, "Why are you making faces?" The people on the white team were sweet in their hearts and began to hum proudly, "Summer, summer." Quietly left behind a little secret, which I can't tell you. The members of the red team. One of the red team couldn't help singing along, "I can't tell you." "Write you in my diary?" The boy obviously couldn't keep up with the retro music channel. He said with a dark face, "Write it in the diary. And then draw a circle to curse you?" The red team reported to the superiors. "Report. The other side is almost crazy. There is at least one team here. I didn't look carefully just now. The left and right are not clear for the time being. I will know after going forward to test it. Request for instructions. Request for instructions." Chapter 239 Extra 8. In response to the report from the frontline personnel, the red team commander gave the result, probing attack. Lian Sheng gave the result, probing response. If the opponent does not attack, continue to collect supplies. It is a pity to leave bullets on the opponent without ensuring that they will change their positions in the later stage. Although there are no professional scouts, Lian Sheng still asked each team to send 2 people to the front to observe whether there are any enemy attacks with sniper rifles. The red team was originally very confident in their level. They brought 16 people. 6 in the front row and 10 in the back row ready to make up at any time. They opened the battle line and planned to take advantage of the opponent's attack and panic retreat to directly concentrate firepower and take down a wave of heads from behind. Harass and test the situation. Spy on the opportunity to attack. But the reality is not what they thought. The white team did not turn around and run, but stayed where they were. They did not rush to fight back, but directly adopted a strong defensive strategy. The problem is that their defense line seems to be pretty good. The captain of the red team had already given the order to attack, but they were still stuck in place. As long as they made the slightest move, a bullet would fly by their hiding place. Even small movements would not work, as the opponent was watching closely, and many times they came from different directions. Close cooperation, as if he was a prey that was being watched closely. This was contrary to his expectations. The captain of the red team thought for a moment and said, "We can waste their bullets. Their shooting rate is not high, so it should not be very dangerous. Everyone, just twist and turn." Everyone tried to move out a little, then put out their guns, trying to guide the opponent to attack. The white team did not respond. The captain of the red team gritted his teeth and said, "A little further out? Everyone, show up boldly." Several people reluctantly moved their bodies a little further out and looked at the opponent through the peripheral vision of the eyepiece. The opponent still did not shoot, maintaining the original state. But the abnormal and strange situation of the red team and the sudden silence had obviously exposed their purpose. Suddenly, a hand with the middle finger flashed in the aiming range, and it was raised and then quickly retracted. All the members of the red team, a mouthful of blood almost spurted out. "What the hell did I see today?" The captain of the white team reported, humming, "General, they are really selling themselves to seduce us." Lian Sheng smiled, "Right. At first, I looked down on your strength, and now I look down on your IQ." The people of the white team were dissatisfied. "We are a high IQ team. Keep calm. Don't be angry," Lian Sheng said. "Although your shooting rate is not high, it is not low. As long as the bullet path is selected well and the position is accurate. Even if you can't hit the target every time, it is a powerful deterrent. As long as you keep your own rhythm, the opponent dare not act rashly, unless they want to attack by force. One-on-one stalking relies more on skills than shooting techniques. Among the skills, misalignment and coordination are the most important. Each team of the white team is equipped with 1 or 2 data analysts. They stay behind the team and can help them find the fixed point from the most professional and comprehensive perspective, and command them to go forward to replace. The red team came to investigate because of their own negligence and their professional mismatch. Their research on these 2 points is not thorough enough, and they are far less sophisticated than the white team. So compared to the confrontation, it is actually more advantageous to attack the opponent from the moment they expose their position. It is impossible to break through the interception of the white team safely, but the red team should also be collecting supplies at present, and it is not suitable to launch a strong attack to select a team. The captain of the red team asked everyone to observe the loopholes of the white team from different angles. As long as we defeat one of their corners, we will have a chance to break through. They should be collecting supplies in the back. So now they just want to stop us. The captain of the red team said. The goal is their supplies. If you grab them, you will run. If you grab them, you will win. The back row of the red team began to quietly move forward to observe the movements of the white team. As they moved, the white team quickly responded and assigned a group of people to move forward. The red team never expected that they could not even fight after the tentative attack. The people on the white team started to sing again. Don't look at me like that. My face is like that red apple. Red team, eh? The red team leader yelled. I said. What are you crazy about? Can you still fight properly? The white team was silent for a few seconds. And another person saying, it's my fault that I even cried. What else can I do in front of you? Red team, eh? Then one person excitedly said, ha ha ha. I'm such a genius. I'm just a singer who was delayed by the soldiers. Great. The comrades of the forward team went from feeling that the white team was crazy to feeling that they were going crazy. And experienced the shock of life. I was eager to move forward. Don't worry. It will be done soon. Shinjujo said. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Start organizing the team now. We are ready to launch a strong attack. You stay where you are and wait for my instructions. Then he sent out several teams to conduct exploratory attacks from all directions of the border line at random intervals. Without exception, they were immediately blocked. Judging from the speed of the opponent's reaction, Shinjujo roughly knew the situation of the opponent's troops. Almost covered the entire border line. Judging from the number of people, they should not be able to withdraw more people to ambush in the rear. The number of both sides is equal. And their biggest advantage is single soldiers. So the best way to attack is to attack. There is no need to be restrained or cautious. The boldest is the safest method. At present, the behavior of the white team dispersing its combat power is very disadvantageous to them. But in fact, for a battle with a small number of people and inaccurate data, like the red and white camp battle, the most critical thing is the response of both sides after the fight. As long as there are no big mistakes in the early deployment of troops, the impact is not great. It just reflects the different styles of different commanders. Shinjujo turned his head and nodded to Huang Hao. The two confirmed the details with the captains and began to plan a strong attack on the map. Many teams reported the discovery of enemy attacks on the public channel. Liansheng nodded and said, Comrades, pay attention. Now most of the materials have been collected, and the bloody battle will begin soon. The opponent may launch a strong attack, and there will be drastic changes in the future. Please remember your own responsibilities. Liansheng said, follow the deputy commander in the team. Take your long legs and run hard. And deputy commanders, don't miss any of my instructions. Time is limited, and I will only say it once. Clear your ears and listen carefully. Everyone answered forcefully, yes. Liansheng, everyone listen to my command. The front row is responsible for blocking, and the back row starts to retreat. Zhou Shirwei and Liansheng were sitting in the hinterland of the forest at this time. In front of them were two pieces of paper, on which were the map blocks that had been marked. Zhou Shirwei held 4 or 5 pens in his hands and started to modify the above. He didn't like to use pens. He was used to electronic operations. Paper was not like a model. The data could be erased and replaced in time, as long as there was a change in personnel. A piece of paper would be very chaotic with all kinds of colors. And the speed was also very slow. In this case, she needed to command her brain's calculations more. And she had to stay absolutely sober. The deputy commander helped her to sort out the overall situation and memorize the data. But he couldn't provide her with too much. It depends on the tacit understanding of both sides. After the 18 minutes of material collection time after the start of the war, the red team took the lead. Shinjujo and Huang Hao knew the enemy situation very well. Or both sides knew the general situation of the opposite side very well. So once the battle started, they immediately changed in the direction expected by both sides. The front line of the white team began to panic. In the fast movement and strong attack of the opposite side, they frequently missed and were caught in loopholes, and began to waver first. The deputy commander hid behind and assigned the casualties to plug the loopholes, barely maintaining the formation, and at the same time stretching the defense line to stop the opponent's footsteps. The people of the white team tightly suppressed their impulse to retreat immediately, followed the orders from the top, and began to fight back. They were actually clear in their minds that if they lost their composure and changed their formation at this time, the situation would only get worse. Although orderly resistance still cannot avoid losses, it can consume the opponent's combat power together. Their backs are the most dangerous place. But in the past, no one would protect their backs. And no one needed them to protect them. So when they saw that the situation was not right, the first thought was to run. Now, they must stop these people and wait for Lian Sheng further actions. In the video at the foot of the mountain, Lu Mingyuan adjusted the channel to the public frequency of the white team, and then compared it with the chaotic information in it, and began to build a model. His fingers flew, and his eyebrows frowned slightly. Obviously, there were too many changes in information, which was a bit strenuous. An instructor whispered, "What is this?" All the instructors, It was mixed together like electronic music, and they couldn't hear it clearly. All they knew was that everyone was shouting, and useful and useless data interfered with each other. They didn't know whether the first half of the sentence and the second half were said by the same person, and the deputy commander needed to make a second judgment. Team 3 and Team 6 are currently in the east of District 9, preparing to go to the middle of District 10. Team 11 has separated from Team 10 and successfully joined Team 5 in the middle of District 12. They are preparing to go to the middle of District 10 to join. 21 and 23 are short of manpower, and Team 22 is alone and is heading to the middle of District 16 to join. Request for instructions. Team 21 is retreating after being attacked, and the team is beginning to deform. The captain is in danger and needs to be replaced. Team 1 remains on standby and is safe for now. The instructors could see their movements clearly and intuitively on the map. But Lian Sheng and Zhou Shirwei were at the back of the team, and they had nothing. Those instructors, who were not sensitive to numbers, closed their eyes and tried to remember the instructions in less than 2 seconds. They were confused. They didn't remember any instructions. This must be a brain wave from another dimension. However, someone received that brain wave. They witnessed Lu Mingyuan's arrow appear on the map, along with various team logos and weak point range divisions. Thanks to the positioning system, his workload was much lighter than Zhou Shirwei's, so he could do further tactical analysis. The instructor's Adam's apple rolled, and he asked hesitantly, Are you always so chaotic when fighting? Are all the jobs faced by the expeditionary army so crazy? Fortunately, they are combat arms, not to mention working in the headquarters. Staying in this situation for a day would shorten their lifespan. Jiban also hesitated and asked, Did I also report like this before? Then the pressure on the commander is really too great. There is not only one deputy commander, and not all data is useful. Lu Mingyuan said, Under normal circumstances, there will not be so many people reporting at the same time. In the expeditionary army, those who can serve as captains generally have their own judgment ability. For such trivial matters, they will carry out activities according to the overall principles and strategies of the commander. If there is an error, the commander will give instructions and corrections. The instructors understood. Teammate who understands the mountain map is not bold enough, and there are not many people who meet the captain's ability. In addition, in the fight against the red team, most people are psychologically at a disadvantage. They studied for most of the night yesterday, which is already the limit, and they cannot receive more information in a short time, without any training and experience. Independent judgment is too heavy a requirement for them, which will put too much pressure on them and lead to mistakes. So Lian Sheng chose to lead them hand in hand, and he could also use his identity to help them calm down and stabilize the team. The people of the white team faced the attack and reported excitedly, only to realize that it was too chaotic just now, and the two commanders didn't say a word, and they might not even hear it clearly. The comrades who needed to report later paused subconsciously, wondering how the data was recorded in the rear. The captain asked, General, are we talking too fast? Lian Sheng shouted with full energy, Speak louder. And continue. Team 9. What are you doing? Don't pause when you speak. Read it fluently without punctuation. Stuttering? Team 22 continues to go back to support Team 21. Team 19. Team 24 will go to support. Team 1 stays still and waits for news. Each team carefully confirms the number of enemy troops, and now continue to report. Lian Sheng responded promptly and accurately, which shocked everyone and gave them a great sense of security. This is the god of war of the expeditionary force. This is the legendary pervert. Zhou Shirwei's pen flew on the paper. For the teams that were progressing smoothly and reporting and confirming in the middle, he directly skipped part of the process and went straight to the finish line. At this time, arrows of various colors on the map alternated and overlapped each other, and the middle area was almost invisible. not to mention the statistics on it. But Zhou Shirwei knew that Lian Sheng could understand it. For him, the most important thing about drawing is the process. Lian Sheng watched him draw one stroke at a time, so he must have understood his ideas. He started writing just to make his brain clearer. The current situation on the field is still relatively clear. The red team first spread out the battle line, using a small number of soldiers to advance across the board to test the deployment of the white team's troops. The firepower of the first batch of battle lines was not dense, just to ensure that the dynamics of the entire map could be controlled in their hands. Behind the battle line, there were 3 large troops, advancing strongly in the shape of an arrow. And there was already a tendency to pierce the white team's defense line. The layout of the white team was also very similar. A weak defense line team on the front line ensured that the number of enemy soldiers and the offensive situation could be collected, and the personnel were mobilized behind the defense line. After discovering that there were 3 large troops on the opposite side attacking, Lian Sheng quickly began to deploy against these 3 points, unconditionally thicken the defense line at the point to stop their offensive. Lian Sheng directly used half of the people to defend, and it was a defense-oriented interception mission at all costs. In the case of the objective gap in strength between the 2 sides, this was a biased war of attrition. The gap in the number of people between the 2 sides began to widen. Although the speed was controlled, this trend could not be alleviated. If the white team did not respond, defense would be equivalent to giving away heads. The red team played happily, but they felt something was wrong after the happiness. Wang Hao stared at the map, feeling strange, and whispered, "What's going on? Is the other side really crazy?" A captain said, from the tone of their voice. They were quite confident before. Confidence is useless? Can confidence change the world? Your thoughts are very dangerous. Comrades. A captain hesitated. Is the other side's commander so bad? You can't say she's a bad guy. It's mainly because the other side's combat power is very bad. The speed of escape is too slow, and the posture of feint attack is too stiff. I always feel like I'm bullying people. But she made this team arrangement, and she was very arrogant before. I thought she could at least do something different, and I was worried all night. Wang Hao had to praise. The other side's defense line can remain stable under such unfavorable circumstances and has not collapsed. It's already very good. After all, she is not leading professional combat soldiers. Everyone who has been a commander knows that maintaining a formation is not a simple matter of 1 or 2 sentences. If there is a change in one place, and it is not adjusted in time, it will deteriorate uncontrollably like a domino. Ah, nonsense. Everyone is trying hard to defend. If they can be destroyed directly, they don't need to continue to go to school. The theory is just a dog's stomach. Qin Yuzhou slapped his thigh and said, "Don't relax your vigilance. If the opponent's formation does not collapse, there will be a chance to continue counterattacking." I said, "What state you are in now? It's not good." "Boys," Yu Yang said, "it's not that simple. I think there may be an ambush. The defense line is almost halfway through." "What kind of ambush can there be?" "Learn from Yu Yang. Don't be arrogant or impatient." "Okay," Qin Yuzhou said. "Whether there is or not, at this time, use the premise of having it to defend." Ding Xueshi said, "Although I don't know what they are planning. Anyway, the heads that can be taken at present are real, and there is no buff that can revive the dead on the field. We should seize the time to grab the head advantage, and then the opponent will want to counterattack. But it will be too late." Qin Yuzhou thought about it. The current situation is the most intuitive. Now their main force has entered the white team's camp, and the other side can't stop them. With their fighting power, they can't be driven away even if they turn over flowers. The result of the victory or defeat can be said to have been determined by 99.9% of the cycle, and the remaining possibilities are infinitely close to 0, which is a little bit of leeway left for them. But such a dull trend is the most unexpected thing for him. He has never had such an easy battle, and he is so easy that he almost doubts his life. Qin Yuzhou thought with a black line that if he really wins the game, he will buy a lottery ticket. What a blunder. It's simply the best in the history of Union University. The captains of the red team imagined it for a while, and said with sympathy and a little excitement, the consequences of the white team losing points will be very tragic. Light the candles. Light the candles. Light the candles. The white team members, who were led by them, were now gathering a secret team and hiding a little further behind their defense line. Everyone held their guns. Their heartbeats accelerated, waiting for the instructions of winning streak. Lian Sheng took a deep breath and said, All defense lines are ready to move. The deputy commander listens to the order, helps the team members maintain the formation, and guides the red team to attack. Receive the reply, and reply if there are any difficulties. Received. Received. The masses have a heavy task, Liansheng said. Everyone must follow my instructions closely. Be careful not to make any extra noise, and stay alert throughout the process. Start moving now. Liansheng, 23 retreat 3 positions to the left. Retreat 2 positions down. Team 18 retreats to support. Don't let the enemy discover your purpose. Move to the direction and start shouting reports. Suddenly, the assault team will now move 4 positions to the right and 2 positions forward in a curve. Team 26 will move 2 positions to the right and 1 position down. Everyone remember my position. Don't exceed the standard. Liansheng took the time to remind. Pay attention to the speed. Don't be too fast. Otherwise it will lead to the strengthening of the opponent's offensive. Assault team. Don't be anxious. Control your actions. Keep hidden. Keep hidden. Team 23 is ready to withdraw. Move 3 positions to the right. And continue to move 2 positions down. Everyone carefully blocked the opponent and began to move according to Liansheng instructions. At the same time, the red team seemed to find that the opponent's defense line had loosened a little. But it was not obvious. And the white team was working hard to adjust back. So they didn't think much about it. It was difficult to understand Liansheng's command just by listening to her instructions. But from the monitoring video and Lu Mingyuan's model map, her arrangements could be clearly seen. In the battle on the mountain, the white team used their defense line, relying on the height changes of the mountain and visual illusions to guide the red team's assault troops to the left and right sides, causing a slight deviation, resulting in a brief gap in the battle line. The white team's assault troops took the opportunity to get out of the short-lived gap and hit the red team's hinterland. Then the white team quickly helped the red team to level the front line. The whole process was quick and secret. No one reported it, and the red team's commander was unaware of it. All the instructors shouted in unison, "Hang on!" It was normal that the red team could not detect it. They did not have accurate map data. The deputy commander did not have a light computer, and the team members did not have positioning. Huang Hao's grasp of the soldiers' positions was actually as accurate as possible. In addition to the captain's report, he would also rely on the distance between each other and the sound of gunfire to confirm and strengthen. But the mountains and forests are very similar after all, and the captains are not professional data analysts. They can roughly describe the landmarks of the distance and let Huang Hao judge. But they don't have time to make a more accurate description. This will inevitably lead to a slight error between their actual position and Huang Hao's impression of the position. Liansheng is not like that. She relies on the accurate reports of each team to draw maps and imagine three-dimensional space. The instructors didn't expect that they could see such a flexible and secretive march in the battle between the red and white camps. They also didn't expect that Liansheng would dare to rely on such a dangerous move to win the team. As third-party spectators, they were already so shocked. Not to mention the 2 commanders who were in the battle. The grasp of timing, the boldness of tactical arrangements, the prediction and calculation of the battle situation, and the processing and analysis of information data have left Huang Hao and Qin Yuzhou far behind. It's really different. The gap between the commanders was ruthlessly magnified at this moment and presented to everyone. And what will be behind the red team's camp? Of course, it's their unprepared command. Chapter 240 Extra 9. When Liansheng succeeded in using the red team's poor understanding of the map and poor sense of distance to sneak behind them, everyone knew that the red team was going to lose. However, the red team was still making fun of the white team's arrangements. A captain said, "There is chaos, and it will soon be unstable. Victory wave. They have held on for so long. It's really hard for them. I want to give the platoon a consolation prize." "It's much better than I thought," Qin Yuzhou said seriously. "The other side really played well. We used nearly half of the bullets to push the defense line to 2/3 of the place, ignoring their attack power. Their formation is simply perfect. Facing the same situation, I don't think you can do it. General Commander, don't put flags randomly. Who said we can't do it? We just don't have that opportunity." "Right. The other side has a lot of people in the command system. I guess each team is equipped with a dedicated commander. So the team is not aggressive enough. But it will be more stable. Looking forward to seeing the instructor lose. Should we laugh at her or give her some face? After all, she is a woman." The instructor's eyes looking at them off the court are already quite indescribable. Understanding. They expressed considerable understanding. Yu Yang aimed at his target, and a moment of hesitation suddenly flashed through his mind. He remembered what Lian Sheng said about cooperation. She accused them of being in the same frame instead of cooperating. Yu Yang couldn't help thinking, if they were the ones who were being attacked by the difference in strength, could they also maintain their formation and buy enough time? The answer is no, because they had experienced it once during the instructor competition. Everyone fled in such a mess. Not to mention maintaining formation. They didn't have that thing at all. Nor did they have that kind of consciousness. But the white team did it. It seemed that the white team suffered heavy casualties. But it was like an iron wall blocking them in front. If the white team's attack power could be slightly improved, or if they had such a configuration, the situation would probably have been completely reversed. Yu Yang felt very irritated. Ding Xueshi was the same. He felt like he was being caught in a net. No matter how hard you hit, you can't get through it. And anyone will get angry. What can't be defeated is not only the white team's defense line, but also the white team's morale. He clearly felt the change in the team atmosphere. The white team had not relaxed and collapsed, but the red team had already begun to drift. The young people seemed to be celebrating their victory in advance, which made Ding Xueshi quite uncomfortable. The state of the white team alone made Ding Xueshi sure that the opponent had a backup plan and was quite confident. As the deputy commander, Huang Hao immediately felt uneasy and shouted in the team, "Stop arguing. Stop arguing. Everyone, report your position." Why do I feel so strange? Although everyone was arguing, they still responded to the instructions quickly. Huang Hao and Qin Yuzhou were comparing the map to confirm. And suddenly, there was a rustling sound in front of them, and a figure approached faintly. Huang Hao subconsciously looked up and asked, "Who?" The team protecting the two commanders squatted down in staggered steps and blocked them. Qin Yuzhou understood. Damn! The attacker rushed out without saying a word. It seemed that they were surrounded on three sides. The opponent rushed forward desperately and fired crazily, relying on the advantage of numbers and the bombardment of bullets. The red team members soon died collectively. Huang Hao didn't even have time to say a few last words. Before he fell, Qin Yuzhou reassigned two commanders. Then the radio loudly announced that the red team commander was killed. The two new commanders who were named needed to take office. After the two learned about the situation, they were stunned. They didn't have Huang Hao's data statistics, nor did they understand the current situation. They didn't even know the specific location of each team. Even if they wanted to intervene, they were powerless at the moment. Everyone, report your positions again. Tian Yuan, where are you? Please register. Damn. I don't even have a map. No pen or paper. You come to me first. Don't worry about that. Stabilize the team first. Captains, act accordingly. Don't get confused. We will take over immediately. Fuck. How did the other side get there? When did they get there? Don't fucking curse. There's no point in arguing about this at this time. Report your positions quickly, and don't talk nonsense. Don't occupy public resources. After the white team took down the other side's home, they quickly turned back with their assault team. The white team's morale was greatly boosted at this time, and they attacked from both sides, turning from passive to active, and began to command from the rear. Killed. After that, the red team's shortcomings were clearly exposed, and the coordination between them was not tight, and they quickly fell into chaos. When a squad was attacked from behind, the soldiers reacted differently because of unstable morale. The new commander had difficulty dispatching support because he did not know the positions of the teams, which further worsened the situation. The situation was reversed, which made people sigh. The defeat was like a mountain collapsing, and it was just a breath of air. What happened next was a matter of course. Lian Sheng commanded the members of the white team to give up defense, wander among the red team, sneak attack guerrillas, harass and affect their position judgment. They fought and moved quickly, and their grasp of position was extremely accurate, just like turning on the external plug-in of God's perspective. Because of flexible mobilization and reasonable allocation, it seemed that the number of people was growing, and it did not seem like they had suffered a heavy blow in the early stage. The red team did not recover until the end, and in a state of panic, they heard the broadcast on the mountain announcing the end. They were stunned. They would never understand when the turning point came. How did the white team get through their defense line? Qin Yuzhou lay on the ground, stretched out a hand to Huang Hao, sniffed, and felt that he could cry on the spot. Comrade Huang Hao. Huang Hao rushed over and grabbed his neck. Qin Yuzhou was shocked. Why did you hit me? Huang Hao, you are a worthless commander. Qin Yuzhou said angrily. You are a worthless deputy commander. The red team teammate next to him. They had said everything. What could they do? The two of them fought each other angrily for a while. And the depression could not be vented at all. They felt that it was meaningless. So they let go of their hands and got up. And decided to gather at the center line first. They were arm in arm, trying to minimize their figures and hide in the crowd. Yu Yang was not far from the center point. After arriving at the gathering position, he sat on the stone. When losing, the first emotion that flashed through his mind was not shock. But as expected, Ding Xueshi walked slowly beside him, moving his limbs. By the way, he wanted to catch a member of the white team to ask the truth. The loss was too ugly, and the overall atmosphere of the red team was quite depressing. Soon after, Lian Sheng appeared from the back of the mountain with Zhou Shirwei. Wherever they passed, there were cheers and welcome. Everyone in the white team looked at her with shining eyes, almost kneeling down and calling her daddy. Lian Sheng stood next to the nameless tree that he had chopped off with one hand, raised his hand and called, "Gather here." Everyone in the white team stepped towards her with proud little steps, wishing they could get closer. Then he looked up at her eagerly. Lian Sheng looked at the red team members, who were standing in the distance, and felt a little embarrassed, and said, "You guys come here too. What are you doing? Don't you want to listen to the analysis of the whole battle? I am your instructor. Do you understand what an instructor means? What do you feel like flirting with me?" Everyone in the red team touched their noses, called their companions in the distance, and gathered towards Lian Sheng. Because of the noisy sound, Lian Sheng turned on the loudspeaker for himself. She stood on the stone and looked down from above. First of all, the white team performed very well. Lian Sheng clapped his hands. It has nothing to do with whether I am in command or not. It is an objective evaluation. The execution is very strong. In the process of executing the battle, various accidents may actually occur. Although I cannot forgive it, I cannot prevent it. The quality of the soldiers is the biggest variable on the battlefield. And you have successfully avoided it. This victory belongs to you. And you can be proud of yourself. Everyone was happy. They couldn't tell whether the excitement that was hard to suppress came from Lian Sheng's praise or the victory of the battle. Maybe Lian Sheng was more rare. Lian Sheng coughed and continued, during the battle, I believe someone lit a lot of candles for me. If you have this idea, you need to reflect on yourself deeply. Next, I am not just talking to the red team. I mean everyone. When formulating strategies and analyzing the battle situation, you must first realize what the biggest potential factors that affect the changes in the battle situation are. Different battlefields have different answers. Lian Sheng looked at the red team members, who bowed their heads and continued slowly, and in the battle between the red and white camps, the most decisive factor is not the temporary difference in military strength, but the survival of the commander. Because the data in the battle between the red and white camps is complex and difficult to transmit and save. That is to say, the responsibility of command cannot be inherited. When the team information can be communicated synchronously, the person who has the first-hand data is the controller of the battle situation, with the advantage of the red team at that time. If there was a commander in their team who could absorb data instantly and transform it into a global arrangement, there might be a great chance of victory. It's a pity that they didn't. They are a collection of combat arms. Lian Sheng wanted to analyze them as a whole, but he gave up when he got to his mouth. There is nothing good to say. Let's wait for Lu Mingyuan's analysis report to come out before hitting them. Now give them a chance to breathe. Lian Sheng looked down at the time and said, Okay. The game is officially over. It's still early today. Let's collect our moods and equipment. Line up to return to the venue. And count the number of people. Finally, put your pillows high and reflect on yourself. A boy whispered, I wanted to ask before. Was your tree struck by lightning? How did it become this shape? Everyone was silent. A boy from the white team raised his eyebrows and sang, Summer. Summer. Quietly passed by, leaving a little secret. I can't tell you what I'm thinking. Lian Sheng. Red team, This song is blocked. Chapter 241 Extra 10. Seeing that the red team was about to collapse, Lian Sheng finally spoke. People should be sincere to each other. She walked over and patted the tree stump, raised her head and said, I chopped this tree. The red team, This is more depressing than I won't tell you. Huang Hao covered his face and said, Instructor. People should be sincere to each other. Qin Yuzhou, Instructor. People should respect each other's IQ. Oh! Lian Sheng didn't react much. Just said lightly, reintroduce yourself. I'm on vacation recently. And the school invited me. So I came here to serve as an instructor. My surname is Lian, and my name is Sheng. I'm an active soldier of the 6th Expeditionary Army. Zhou Shirwei nodded. Zhou Shirwei. She leaned on the tree stump and patted it with her left hand. Everyone heard a dull snapping sound. And when Lian Sheng took the man away again, a palm print was left on the tree stump. Silence. The silence of the whole place. Everyone was stiff. And no one spoke to break the silence. They began to recall everything they had done since the exercise. And every word they had said. It seemed that there was nothing else except expressing their admiration for the instructor. The members of the white team grinned wildly. Wanting to be naughty again, Xia Tian Xia Tian. The red team shouted, shut up. Lian Sheng raised his hand and waved, let's go. Go down the mountain now. Comrades in front. Turn back. The students' reflex arc seemed to be still adjusting. And they reacted slowly to the instructions. Because the crowd was too dense now. They should disperse first. Not long after they turned back, they heard a scream. And the students on the periphery rolled down directly. Fortunately, they were fully equipped. And the terrain of the mountains and forests here was not too steep. The student rolled twice and stopped. Lian Sheng squeezed out and asked, are you okay? The student quickly got up from the ground. Raised his hand awkwardly. Put it down. And then raised it again. Saluting Lian Sheng. Everyone wanted to laugh. But they held it back. Lian Sheng waved his hand and said, be careful. And start to go down the mountain one by one now. The instructors off the field have already started to pack up and prepare to gather for summary. Lu Mingyuan stood up with his laptop and said with emotion, I was blind twice in one game. At the beginning and at the end. The instructor next to him said, aren't you shocked? The Expeditionary Army is different. I was always excited when I watched the game. Now we can still hear the rumor that Lian Sheng bullied the instructors back then. This year, she finally got her revenge. An instructor said with the vicissitudes of life. It's just that she avenged herself. Lu Mingyuan smiled and said, I'm used to it. We used to team up with her. And we were very confused when we won. Fang Jianshan was sorting out the wires next to him and said, only lying down can express my feelings. In all the exercises and training, I don't get along with her. She bullied me so much. Happy? Fang Jianshan frowned. I can't be happy. Several people laughed. It feels so long ago. Cheng Zhe narrowed his eyes and said, I was still a student at that time. Now I think about it. I was really naive. Whether it is vision, experience, or strength, there is a lot of room for improvement. But at that time I just felt that I was very strong. With inexplicable confidence. Now I have become stronger. But I realize my weakness. Thanks to growth. They have learned to be humble. Except for someone. Zhao Shualu patted Fang Jianshan and said, didn't you find it yourself back then? Yi Buqing agreed. We were naive. And you were really stupid. Fang Jianshan shook them off. I don't know how we maintained our brotherhood. It's over. This is my first time participating in a practical student exercise. Ji Ban said excitedly. I feel like I caught the tail of youth. Zhao Shualu asked curiously. What do you think youth is like? Ji Ban. Youth is just making a lot of noise, like a psychopath. Lu Mingyuan encouraged. You are still very youthful now. Ji Ban. Thank you. Ji Ban. When the students came down in groups, Lian Sun was swaying his body and singing the brainwashing song he had just learned to everyone. Summer. Summer. Quietly leave. Everyone. Yes. Counting on fingers. This summer has not even begun. And it is about to end. Lian Sheng picked him up and said, don't sing nonsense. Do you know what it means? The students had to gather to announce their results first. And then make a summary report. After that, they were given free time to do activities and hold a party. It was a rare opportunity for Lian Sheng and others to come this time. The school certainly didn't want to miss this opportunity. They hoped that the expeditionary force could give the students a targeted evaluation. Lian Sheng said that everyone should take a rest first. And not come to listen to the lecture in sweaty clothes. Anyway, they would stay in the training camp for the next 2 days. So the students went to take a nice shower. When they arrived at the bathroom, they lined up in a long line. Everyone finally calmed down and had time and leisure to think about what happened today. There were subtle discussions all around. A boy said, you dropped the soap. The boy in the front row looked back blankly and said woodenly, I seem to see Lian Sheng. The brother touched his head. Poor son. Take off the word seeming. You haven't even slept yet, and you feel like you're dreaming. I seem to have talked to her. She was talking to me. I should have some shame. That's a lecture to the masses. Those small voices became louder and louder. After all, they were all talking about the same thing. So they simply raised their voices and began to exchange information. One person raised his hand proudly and said, I'm from the white team. Today we were still chatting in the team. Fuck. This remark aroused public indignation. But before everyone was ready to punish him, another person added, You even told us jokes. Fuck. The anger value was on the verge of breaking the table. Telling jokes is bullshit. Teaching us how to shoot. She touched me. Fuck. Several people stepped forward and stopped the boy and said, Brother, do you know whose trick this is? I tell you. Braindead fans are irrational. Tell her everything she said today. Where did she touch you? Brothers, let me touch you too. Fuck you. You are so disgusting. Throw the soap. Throw the soap. The scene began to get chaotic. The teams could not be distinguished. And everyone was in a mess. Another boy shouted, You are nothing. Don't forget Yi Yang and Ding Xueshi. They also carried Lian Sheng's younger brother. The two people who were queuing against the wall in the front row opened their eyes, and suddenly shrank their necks. What is this? The student said. I am a junior student of the base's individual soldier department. I have been in close contact with the instructor for such a long time. The boy said. Who is her brother? He is the one who is held in the palm of my hand. It is equivalent to indirectly hugging him. Everyone, this is crazy. A man jumped out and said, Comrades, restrain yourself. Restrain yourself. You are going to be reckless. The instructor's dormitory building is next door. Please keep your voice down. Everyone took a breath after realizing it. Restrained their voices. Suppressed their emotions. And started the topic again. Really a winning streak. It's a pity that I didn't take a closer look at her hands. I really want to touch the legendary Emoticon pack. The boy was very yearning and shameless and said, I said how powerful she is. Just look at her from a distance. And you can feel the queen's domineering aura. Look at her heroic figure running on the mountain. And look at her heartbroken look when she scolded us. It's love. His brother was angry. Your love is deformed. The boy said angrily, Get lost. I remember someone said that she was cruel, arrogant, flat-chested and perverted. Everyone immediately lost their memory and rejected it. No. We didn't say that. The boy next to him was heartbroken. We are too disappointing. What does it have to do with the instructor? Look at our decadent appearance. Low-level players dare to show off in front of the big guys. She must be deeply saddened by our arrogance and ignorance. And want us to correct our mistakes. She really has good intentions. Everyone began to reflect on themselves deeply. This game seems meaningful. Wait. Wait. A man holding his basin suddenly said, Besides Lian Sheng, there are others. The deputy commander on the mountain today said his name is Zhou Shirwei, the younger brother of Zhou Shizi, the master of the 100-meter flying knife. Right? He is the deputy commander of their team. Thank you, my male god. The benchmark of data analysts. Will the whole team come? It is very likely when you say that. Is the Union University so well connected? I have all the capital to brag about in the next 10 years. Okay? Looking at the whole alliance, which university instructors are selected from the expeditionary frontline team. So awesome. I can't afford to love Lian Sheng. I think I love the principal. Love the principal. The boy's body shook and roared. Where is my single soldier King Zhao Shuolu? Who is it? My god of reconnaissance. Which one is the sniper god Fang Jianshan? I'm still using the king. Can you be more modest? Where is my hand-operated mecha creator Ji Mingming? After losing his integrity and face, the whole person was very relaxed, and felt like he could fly to the sky in one breath. I said that the instructors this year are different. Wearing the rosy clouds and exhaling fragrance. What are you doing tonight? Summarization. Right? Can I wear regular clothes? The boy stroked his hair and said, I even brought hairspray. So I'm well prepared. Damn you. You can't take it all. Restrain. Brothers. Restrain. When you make the summary report tonight, you must leave a steady image for the instructors. Don't yell. Don't be too loud. And don't be too excited. Tonight we are all long out yin. There was a table in front. And the person in charge of swiping cards looked at this group of idiots indifferently. When did the Union University become a mental hospital? When they came in, they were all good kids. How pitiful. When it got dark and the collective summary report began, Lien Sheng and others washed their faces and went to the canteen that was temporarily used as a classroom to gather. A row of 8 people stood in front of them, all wearing short-sleeved and long trouser uniforms. Lien Sheng's silver arm was exposed without any cover. It really pulled out a team. The students did psychological work for themselves and successfully restrained their limbs. But obviously they couldn't restrain their eyes. Let's not talk nonsense. While everyone still has feelings and memories, let's make a summary of the camp battle first. Lien Sheng touched his hair that was still wet and said, "The specific game clips can be downloaded from the official website at that time. It is still in production. I suggest you take a look and watch your own stupidity, which will help you find your own mistakes. In addition, we have analysis reports for some people and some teams, which are made by your seniors, Zhou Shirwei and Lu Mingyuan, and will be sent to you after the completion." Everyone applauded enthusiastically. The main reason for the failure of the red team is that they did not analyze the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. Lien Sheng said, "Why can't you think of it? In analyzing the enemy, in addition to analyzing their weaknesses, we must also analyze their strengths. You can look down on the individual combat capabilities of the white team, but you should not ignore their intelligence. We have so many data analysts and commanders. You must be vigilant. Whether we will do something on the map." And you relaxed? At the beginning? Because of overconfidence? The hidden danger of failure was buried. Lien Sheng said, "In fact, my tactics are not complicated. But it is difficult, risky, and the consequences are serious. But comrades, taking risky moves is often because you have no other options. It's not that there will be a way out every time. You have no cards in your hand. Can you not play?" Qin Yuzhou wanted to say something but stopped, looking at Lien Sheng, and finally lost his temper and held it back. Lien Sheng saw his action. "Go ahead." Qin Yuzhou shook his head. Lien Sheng spoke for him. "You think that this tactic of tearing through the defense line sounds simple. But there are various problems in actual operation. You don't believe that the white team can recognize the location of the entire mountain in one night, divide the blocks in detail enough, and use them skillfully the next day. You also don't believe that the commander and the deputy commander have the ability to process chaotic data at high speed without any equipment assistance, and stabilize and lead the white team members who are not experienced enough to break through. In short, this is an impossible thing. Right?" Qin Yuzhou nodded. "That's the truth. This plan is a huge test for the commander and the deputy commander alone. Of course, if he knew that the commander was Lien Sheng, he would definitely make similar preparations in case of accidents. Lien Sheng, you still think that the white team has maintained their defense line, and the overall team and state are also quite good. They are not at the point of taking risks, and there is still a chance to resist the surprise attack. Right?" Qin Yuzhou nodded. The white team state at that time was not to say that it had an advantage, but at least it was stable enough to have a slight chance of fighting, and the surprise attack plan can only succeed and not fail. Lien Sheng, look, I can guess what you think. And the reason I can guess you is because I have more experience than you. Each person's tactics are based on their own level and confidence. Qin Yuzhou is a leader among students, but students generally ignore this kind of survival strategy, mainly because they do not have enough adaptability to the rapidly changing war situation. Without external influence, everyone will subconsciously use their own strength to judge the strength of the other party, and then deny some strategies to make decisions. Qin Yuzhou was led into the ditch. Zhou Shirwei interrupted and said, "In the age of data, everything is inseparable from the transmission of data. Even war. Everyone is pursuing first-hand intelligence, and the strength of data analysts is definitely not evaluated by military force alone. Of course, let me express my condolences for your teamwork ability. Even if there is a reason, I cannot forgive your blind behavior like a headless fly. Zhou Shirwei, you are an individual, and you still maintain the characteristics of an individual in the team, with a huge advantage. You didn't even give the commander enough time to react and adjust. Incredible." The members of the red team lowered their heads in disappointment. Zhou Shirwei continued to criticize. "The white team is not much better. You were able to win entirely because of your command level to turn the tide. Lack of a leadership. Not having the qualities that a commander should have." The crowd of Team White choked and lowered their heads. Lien Sheng said, "The problems exposed by Team White are very obvious. Individual soldier quality and ability. Don't think that you don't need to exercise just because you sit in the back. There are not so many places in the command room. If you want to play, be prepared to start as an ordinary soldier. Lian Sheng pointed again. Yu Yang. Ding Xueshi. Do you know why I always target you? The two nodded. Lian Sheng, I am very optimistic about you. And I hope you can be independent. The so-called independent does not mean that you are good enough and stand in front of the team members. It is not that two soldiers are combined and take responsibility for each other. Appeal, cohesion, judgment, and prestige are all requirements that you should have. Lian Sheng put his hands in his trouser pockets, looked at them coldly and said, You have experienced it in the second half today. What is called collapsing like loose sand. Are you happy to be beaten by a few people? Are you happy to boast about your individual strength, but just can't break through the opponent's defense line? If you can't cooperate, no matter how strong a single soldier is, it's a waste. You have to learn to care about your teammates. Only by learning to pay attention to others can you form a complete team. The two of them scolded them. No one dared to refute. Just felt ashamed. Lu Mingyuan said, It doesn't matter. I call up a few classic scenes for you. When the time comes, you can see where your problem is. Lian Sheng clapped his hands and laughed again, breaking the dull atmosphere, and said, I talk about it here. Come on. Now let's talk about our feelings about the exercise. Lian Sheng pulled a chair and sat down, and asked, Just say it. How many times have I done perversion in your mind? Everyone shook his head fiercely. Actually, this is normal. Don't do it blindly when others talk nonsense. It is very important to retain the ability to think for yourself. Lian Sheng said, I was just looking for trouble at the beginning because I saw you were too arrogant. So I wanted to suppress you. Everyone was embarrassed. And it was obvious that they were thinking of the beginning. The atmosphere became low again. Lian Sheng touched his neck and said, Now we are just chatting casually. If you have any questions, just ask. After the exercise, everyone will go their separate ways. Were you excited before? We could hear your polyphony when we were eating next door. And you roared for hours without getting tired of it. You are so powerful and energetic. Everyone, Lian Sheng patted the back of the chair next to him and waved to several brothers, saying, Come on. Sit down. The Q&A class is about to begin. The students hesitated for a moment and said, Instructor, please tell us about the military. Instructor, please tell us about the Glen War. Anything worth remembering? Zhao Zhuoluo pondered for a moment and said, When I was at Union University, I yearned for a magnificent life. But later I realized that it wasn't. There is nothing more precious than sitting quietly and basking in the sun. Fang Jianshan followed up and said, It seems that time has passed in the blink of an eye. I don't remember the scenes very clearly, but I remember the mood very clearly. Ups and downs, great joys and sorrows. Ji Ban said, Just sending troops. Withdrawing troops. Sending troops. And withdrawing troops again. Cheng Zhe, when I first joined the team and just started training, I could say a lot, and I could complain for 3 days and 3 nights. Now, there is nothing much to say. Commemorate. Lian Sheng touched his chin and said, I think time has never been something worth commemorating. Whether it is 10 years, 20 years, or 30 years. Because the people who were standing by your side at that time may not be able to accompany you down. Everyone calmed down again, watching her and listening to her continue. Lian Sheng said, Our team is very lucky. We all survived. But there are also many people whose ashes we personally escorted back to their homeland, watched their loved ones say goodbye to them, and then were buried under the tombstones of martyrs. For most people, they are just a name, or even a mediocre name that you can't remember at all. Since the establishment of the Alliance, there have been tens of thousands of martyrs who sacrificed their lives. I can say that they paid with their lives, but did not get much glory. Lian Sheng said, Everyone is actually the same. They grow up in setbacks, become strong in tears, and then pack up their bags, carry their thoughts for them, and continue to move forward with heavy burdens. Lian Sheng's voice is always powerful, and at this moment it is wrapped in vicissitudes of life and sadness, as if a layer of sandpaper is grinding their hearts. Lian Sheng said, If you join the expeditionary force, you will find that there are more scars under the glorious appearance. And our scars can only be left to ourselves. No matter how much you want to cry, you have to laugh. This is the path you choose. Lian Sheng stood up and said seriously, I believe that one day you will grow up and become very strong. Even stronger than us. Take over the heavy responsibility from us and assume the responsibility of protecting the Alliance. Before that, you will inevitably have to endure hardships and tests. Liansheng raised his hand and saluted them in a standard way. Zhao Zhuoluo and others stood up and saluted. Nothing to say. This is not an easy road. Liansheng will not tell them to keep going. They have the right to choose to give up. But she will pay tribute to all those who have worked hard for this. The students stood up, looked at them with burning eyes, and returned the salute. Chapter 242 Extra 11. It was spring when Cornell and Harry arrived at the town called Qatari. Harry felt that this place was very similar to the former Kaffa because it was so beautiful. Even in this era of rapid technological development and metal machines almost everywhere in the Alliance, Qatari still retains the romantic atmosphere inherited from its history. The sea of flowers spreads throughout the city, and flowers and plants are everywhere here, compared with the pursuit of simple and minimalist modern style. There are always some strange buildings in this place. It has a strange appearance and appears in a place where it should not appear without reason. But the city still chooses to accept it, and will build an extra detour to avoid this place. The pace of life here is very slow. People are willing to spend a day sitting in the bar drinking and dancing. And at the end of the month, they enjoy the fear of being dominated by the moonlight. On the day of salary payment, they continue to spend happily. Or it can be said that they know how to enjoy life and never know how to wrong themselves. Cornell and Harry walked slowly through the joint with big bags on their backs. Harry was looking at the laptop, designing the itinerary for his next trip. He stared at the screen miserably, feeling very distressed. I say, what kind of restaurant is this? Why do people still go there when they have so many bad reviews? Is there a special magic? Harry said. Look, this person has already given 6 bad reviews. Judging from the time, he went there 6 times in a month. If he is really that annoying, is there something wrong with him going there 6 times in a month? Cornell listened to his tone, which was already a little bit eager to move, and was actually very strange. Why can Harry find a reason to go there no matter how bad the reviews are? Cornell did not express his opinion. Anyway, he didn't care where to eat. Harry said, let me see. The most famous flower park in Qatar needs to queue up for reservation. Let's take a ride there now. And if we're lucky, we can go there tomorrow. Then let's go out for lunch in the afternoon. How about going to this restaurant? After lunch, take a ride to the next door. There are tickets available. If we hurry, we should be able to reach the station before 2 o'clock. There is a lake in the next city that is particularly famous. And I heard that the grilled fish there is also delicious, he said, zooming out the map, looking at the red dots and ticks on it happily. Then we are about to visit the 400th city, exceeding 90% of the people in the Alliance. What's next? Do you want to go to other districts? Harry raised his head and asked. Do you want to go to Glen? Cornell wanted to say it didn't matter. But before he opened his mouth, he was stopped by a voice from the external speaker. Everyone listen to my command. The familiar tone and sonorous tone sounded at the street corner, and both of them were distracted for a moment. They turned their heads to look at the external screen at the corner, which was broadcasting a news report about the announcement of the Union University inviting the active expeditionary force team to personally serve as instructors for the actual combat exercise. The school issued a video clip in a high-profile manner to prove that they were not guiding from the sidelines, but participating wholeheartedly. That expeditionary force team is the now famous Liansheng team with a bright future. Liansheng and others conducted personal analysis on students with good qualities, and ate and lived with the students during the more than 10 days and nights of the actual combat exercise, and exchanged feelings. The school sincerely thanked several people for their help and expressed their thoughts on them on behalf of all students. The few words in it have already made people fascinated. It has to be said that the school of the Union University is really well versed in business. After a group of fans saw the 8 big words, eat and live together, exchange feelings, they applied for the Union University without saying a word. After the announcement and video appeared, the number of applicants for the Union University Military Academy this year has broken a new record. It even led to the joint development of other majors. Let's not talk about missing him. Cornell could already hear the gnashing of teeth from passers-by. A lot of people had gathered in front of the live video, jealous and admiring. They looked at the screen with complicated expressions, unable to move their feet. Those little guys are not good enough. They suspected Liansheng at first. They didn't recognize the great man. Why is Ji Mingming only a warehouse manager? Is this what you mean by wasting natural resources? Although he is a warehouse manager, he has also contributed a lot of emoticons. You see, he actually appears the most. Because others wear helmets, and he doesn't. He can also eat candy. You're right. Ji Ban is the only one who can lick the screen. Compared to Lian Sheng, I think Xiao Zhuolu has a more iron-blooded soldier image. He looks righteous and convincing when he stands there, while Lian Sheng is always looking for faults. Life can't be so boring. I like to see the generals looking for faults. Can the generals who don't look for faults still be generals? Everyone was talking with their hands behind their backs. It's really worthy of being an expeditionary force. The level gap is really huge. The students of Union University are not bad. After comparing them, I have some doubts that these people are not students of Union University. Don't say it. According to what you said, when Lian Sheng was a student, you also doubted that those instructors were not instructors of Union University? I doubted it. This incident tells us that reference objects are very important. No. I said that Union University is very powerful this year. How did they invite them? They didn't block their doorsteps. Did they? That's right. Several students I know are going to apply for Union University, risking their lives. Or seducing. One person suddenly clapped his hands and said, I know. It's possible that they helped them arrange blind dates. It's not easy for single dogs. The work in the expeditionary army is not for human beings. If you don't retire, you won't have time to fall in love. I wonder why they haven't gone to the second line yet. If they keep delaying, my son will be a bystander. It would be great if they go again next year. I think the people who sign up for the Union University now go there just to see them. How could they come a second time? How can the expeditionary army have so much free time? If you say so, they won't even come for the first time. Well, the general is still as charming as ever. But it's a pity that she doesn't play games anymore. Who said she doesn't play games anymore? A few days ago, I saw her account logged in to the AK series. But she uses natural plugins. And no one wants to play with her. Speaking of this, I can't help but bring up the old things again. Is their team of 8 people? I don't remember it. It's always been 8. Right? It was 8 during the early promotional activities. I remember that it was reported as a team of 10. The other 2 should have retired after the Battle of Glen? They retired at such a young age. Weren't they injured? It's very possible. In such a dangerous situation, it's understandable that they were injured. One person said dissatisfiedly, why does the media report so little about soldiers? Every day, there are celebrities cheating and dating selfies. Who has time to see how many hairs they have on their faces? I don't even have a chance to be patriotic. Forget it. You are just intermittent patriotism. Can your intermittent patriotism make the media eat? Look at the search history on your light brain. It may all be blonde beauties with big waves. Fuck you. Cornell and Harry laughed when they heard them talking about themselves, mixed in the crowd to watch the edited video, and then got back on the road. Harry said, it's too late for our schedule. Otherwise we can just find a place to rest and postpone it for a day. Cornell nodded, okay. Harry asked, where to go? What to eat? Cornell, whatever. Harry, let's find a place to stay first. The two of them booked a hotel nearby before it got dark. They booked the top floor, which has an open-air balcony outside, where you can see the night view of the whole city, because the safety of the hotel cannot be guaranteed, and they are used to running around with things on their backs. The two swiped their cards, went upstairs to take a look at the room, and then went out with their big bags again. It seems that the fragrance of flowers is floating everywhere in Qatar. The two of them wandered aimlessly on the street, bought some fun-looking gadgets by the way, and then ate all the way. Unknowingly, it was dark, and there were more people on the street. The two were about to walk another street and then go back, when a young woman ran towards them. She was in a hurry. Her face was pale, and she looked very embarrassed. There were 3 or 5 big men chasing behind her. Harry, as a soldier, raised his hand to stop the lady, pushed her behind him, and signaled her not to be afraid. The lady looked at him in surprise, and after the two of them made a decision for a moment, she took a step sideways and hid behind Cornell. Harry, Cornell, This world that values appearance is unfair. Are ugly people not even qualified to be heroes and save beauties? Harry turned his head to look at the people who came with a face full of grief and indignation. Those people were drunk and their faces were red. They were still a little drunk after running all the way. but they were much more sober. Harry said, "What do you want to do? Don't mess around. Or I call the police." "Who cares if I call the police?" a big man said. "We just wanted to invite her for a drink. But she splashed it all over me. Shouldn't she apologize?" The lady calmed down at this time, raised her hand to tidy up her messy hair, and said, "You were the first to touch me. I didn't accept your invitation. You are harassing me. Stop it. You." Before he finished speaking, Cornell slapped his stomach with one hand. The man who was speaking began to turn red, then bit over and vomited, vomiting out all the undigested food in his stomach. The people next to him were caught off guard and jumped back a step, letting him vomit. "Huh?" The lady turned her face away and waved her hand in disgust. "So I hate men who drink and men who have bad drinking habits." The man who was holding his brother to vomit behind him said angrily, "Then why did you come to the bar?" The lady said, "This is just to make sure whether you have good drinking habits." The man said angrily, "I said you." Cornell flipped his jacket pocket and took out a medal, showing it in front of the people. Then he flipped his fingers again and quickly took the thing back. The man blinked, as if he hadn't come back to his senses. "It seems to be a medal of the Expeditionary Army. Drink less, don't play on the streets, and don't force or threaten women." Connell paused and added, "This also includes men." Harry tilted his head and asked, "What do you think we should do? Should we send them to the police station?" In Harry's mind, the police station of the Alliance is omnipotent and can take on all kinds of trivial matters, including interrogation, appeasement, arbitration, and settlement. The lady was stunned for a moment and said, "No, I was in a bad mood, so I just poured a glass of wine on them." This kind of thing can be explained in 2 sentences. Don't waste police force. This time, several people were completely sober, estimating that he could not beat Cornell and the other 2, but unwilling to give up his face. He shouted, "You apologize first. Then we can leave." "Lady, then you have to apologize for touching me. Apologize if you want to." "I'm afraid of you," the man said with his belly puffed out. "I'm sorry," the lady said speechlessly. "I'm sorry." The few people successfully regained their face and finally left with satisfaction. Cornell and Harry, they don't understand the city very well. The lady breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to look at them and said, "You are really kind people. To express my gratitude, shall I treat you to a meal?" Harry shook his head and said, "No, we are full now." The lady insisted, "Then I will treat you to a meal tomorrow. Is lunch okay?" "Harry, we are going to visit the Sea of Flowers tomorrow." The lady, "Can't we postpone it for a day? I am very familiar with Qatar, so I can take you around." "Harry, but later we will go to the next city to see the lake. We will only be in Qatar for 1 day." The lady leaned back, looked at them with a dark and unclear look, and hesitated. "Don't tell me. You have arranged the rest of the trip, and you don't even have time to rest?" Harry was puzzled. "Isn't traveling a rest? We want to travel around the Alliance, and then go to other countries to see. How can this be a rest? What's the difference with work? Get up at a fixed time every day, and then rush to the next place. Visiting attractions like completing a task. Are you opening a map or traveling?" The lady was a little excited. "Listen, we travel because we are happy. So if we have the opportunity to be happy, of course we have to stop and experience it. Entertainment is not something that can be experienced in a hurry." Harry and Cornell looked at each other, but now they are still a long way from their goals. Harry hopes to travel to more places, see more scenery, and do more things, so that Cornell's life can become a little longer. Once you get used to being busy, you don't want to stop. The lady observed their expressions and asked, "You have been traveling like this? How long?" Harry nodded and said proudly, "Well, we have visited more than 370 cities in 5.5 years. "Oh my God!" The lady looked dizzy. "You should stop and rest," Harry said awkwardly. The lady suddenly said, "Want to buy a house?" Harry, The lady patted her forehead. "Sorry. It's an occupational disease. I am the manager of a real estate company, but I really want to recommend you to buy a house. Even if it's not in Qatar, you can go to a place you are familiar with." The lady spread her hands to them and said, "The world is big, dear. You can't go to every place. In fact, there are not so many good places to go. How many different landscapes are there in the world? It's nothing more than spring, summer, Autumn and winter. Sunny, rainy and snowy. Mountains and rivers. There is not much difference after looking at it. Isn't Qatar beautiful? How can you appreciate the beauty of a place in just a few days, when you are in a hurry to go to another place? You have missed a beautiful scenery. With this attitude, you are not traveling. You are just missing out. Dear, I don't know why you are obsessed with traveling. But listen, as a person who agrees with the hobby of traveling, I think that if it is just for the breeze and the scenery, just buy a new projector. The greatest charm of traveling lies in people. Share with your friends, relatives, and lovers, or make more friends. The lady asked, do you still remember where you have been, who you have seen, and what kind of mood you are in? Going from one place to another without any expectations is more like wandering, isn't it? No matter how beautiful the scenery is, it is not as happy as sitting down with friends and drinking a little wine comfortably. The lady put her arm around Cornell's shoulder and said solemnly, more than 300 places are enough. If it is for happiness, you should really listen to me. Stop and appreciate the beauty of a place first. The lady smiled and said, what a happy word is home. I like traveling, but I like the feeling of going home more. No matter where I go, it makes me miss going back. The two were silent for a moment, left the lady's number, and then returned to the hotel. They put down their packages, took a shower, and leaned against the bed. Harry patted his back and said, it's so beautiful here. The transportation is also convenient. Cornell, yeah. Harry, do you want to buy a house? Cornell said, it seems possible. Harry jumped up excitedly, yes. We can buy a house by ourselves. Then we can put anything in it. I don't think the bathroom will be built in this place. I also want to put a big sofa in the living room. Cornell, it seems possible. A week later, the two moved into a house in the suburbs of Qatar. The two began to notify the people they knew to come over one by one. It's been a long time since we met, and this time we finally have a reason to invite them out to sit. Hey, Lian Sheng. Yes. We bought a house. Travel? Let's talk about travel later. The world is so big that we can't travel all the way. Don't arrange travel like work. Kat Ari. Kat Ari from District 9. When are you free to come over? Moving to a new house? No. We have already moved in. Moving to what? Moving to a new house from the hotel? Pray to the kitchen god? No. How do you pray? I haven't started cooking yet. Okay. Okay. I wait for you. Harry hung up one call and dialed again. Hello. Yes. Come to my house to play? Chapter 243 Extra 12. The border is full of yellow sand. Especially in winter. The air is dry. The north wind is fierce. And the sand blows on the face with the wind, which hurts like a knife. The court's military pay is tight. And when it reaches this place far away, there is nothing left. In addition, the northern people are fierce and brave, and the soldiers guarding the city are miserable. Over the years, they have accumulated diseases. This small border town is lawless and unruly, and the most unfortunate are the innocent people. The worry of being in it with nowhere to escape and being in danger all day long is not more terrifying than the robbery of the Hu soldiers? I don't know what the court thinks. Maybe it finally thought of this place. So it sent a general to come. If you say it is important, it's wrong. At least a temporary official position with real power should be appointed. Even if it is a military supervisor. At least the position is clear, and he has a say. The deputy general is the right-hand man of the general defending the city, and has always been appointed by the general's confidants. How can a deputy general be appointed for no reason? Everyone knows that there are factions in the army, especially in the border counties. How can he control the situation if he comes here like this? It is not right to say that he does not value him. This deputy general has never been heard of. He is young and has no experience. But he wants to lead the troops directly into battle. I think your majesty values him very much. He should be a person who can speak. In short, this move is unpredictable. But it really annoyed the heart of the right general defending the city. No one wants to let a young boy suppress his head. And even the slightest doubt is not allowed. The man will come in 2 days. He has already made it clear in dark that he is determined to give that man a hard time. Everyone is waiting to see the show. In the military training ground on the side of the city, a group of soldiers were sitting in the ground in a scattered manner. Some were basking in the sun. Some were chatting. And some were bullying the new recruits. A few people were recruited in the city today. Most of these young people joined the army because they had nowhere to go. They were thin and had little strength. They knew they were not confident enough. They were ordered by the old soldiers to do this and that. But they did not dare to complain. They were assigned the dirtiest room. And they were teased by them at noon, and did not get food. They had to work hard, and serve them tea and water. The new recruits were angry. But they could do nothing about it. They felt that this place did not look like a military camp, but more like a bandit's nest. They gathered together privately to complain and curse monkeys. They could actually see what they were thinking. But the old soldiers did not point it out. And there was no need. They did not expect that they would be grateful to others after they bullied them. It was too much. But one of the recruits was different. She had been lying in the training ground, wearing a military uniform that was too big for her, and ignored everyone's words. After being assigned a tent, she didn't go to get her bed or tidy it up, just leaving it there. The veteran went over to test her once. When he got in front of her, before he could speak, she glanced at him lightly, which stunned him directly. There was a kind of breathtaking courage in her eyes, and there was no kindness at all. He had no doubt that if he spoke rashly, she would put her long sword on his neck. Yes, she was holding a long sword in her hand. There were no complicated patterns on the scabbard, but there were many signs of wear and tear, and the man's fingers and the base of his palm had a thick layer of calluses. Although he was thin, the blue veins on the back of his hand were very strong, and he was obviously not at the same level as other recruits. Generally, soldiers carried long spears or broadswords. The imperial court has very strict control over weapons. No weapons are allowed in the city. Ordinary people can't even get a sharpened weapon. But she carries a sword. This shows that she is a martial artist, not easy to mess with. So the old soldier cleverly avoided her. The old soldier tilted his head and looked at the thin young man who sat next to the target and had not moved for almost a day, and said, "Who is that person? Why is he motionless? How long has he been sitting here? Is he here to fight, or is his mother dead? If he is really someone, why would he come to a place like the border county and be a soldier who can't even get enough food? What do you care about him? You and I should just take care of ourselves." Another soldier sat on the ground, picked up a pot of water, and spat, "This damn day. I don't know when it will end. You and I were born and raised here. Why don't you tell him? The Hu cavalry is coming tonight. But you are running around. Be careful not to get into trouble and be killed as food. Everyone stays in the tent tonight. The smart ones won't try to stand out. If you are not smart, you will die in this hellhole sooner or later. Isn't the result the same?" He should think he is unlucky. The new recruits this time are not very smart, but at least they are obedient. Except that person. Lian Sheng looked at the eyes from all directions and smiled. The sun was setting in the west. The afternoon drill time was over. It was time to eat. She stood up and followed the crowd to the rear camp. It was just the time, but most people had already lined up. Pottery was mostly used for cooking in the military camp, which was suitable for cooking porridge, but not for frying, because millet was more suitable for preservation. The most common food in the army was millet porridge. Some wild vegetables, wild fruits, and soybeans were added to it for seasoning. But eating these all day was a bit unpalatable. Generally, eating was based on first come first served, and new soldiers had to line up at the end. There was a shortage of supplies in the border counties, and there was no proper place to eat, so they sat wherever there was free. Lian Sheng ignored the rules, holding his long sword, and followed them into the team without saying hello. The veterans looked back at her, and although they didn't say anything, they had already winked at the cook who was making porridge. Lian Sheng smelled a little fragrance, and was already very hungry. He took the bowl and handed it to the soldier. The soldier didn't even raise his head, and deliberately skimmed half a spoonful of soup from the top of the porridge for her. He didn't mean to add more, and waved his hand to signal her to leave quickly. Lian Sheng didn't seem angry. He took the bowl and found a place to squat down to eat. He took out a piece of dry and hard bread from his arms, and swallowed it with the porridge. Although the military pay of Daliang was not much, it was not deducted when it was approved. But I don't know where it went in the middle. Originally, the army had a clear rule that those who were engaged in labor had half a bucket of millet for breakfast, and 1/3 of a bucket of millet for dinner. She sat and observed for a while. Not to mention the new soldiers. Even the old soldiers couldn't get enough food. Poor. This place is really poor. Lian Sheng put the bowl he had eaten in the designated place, and returned to his residence without saying a word. There was not even a thin mattress on the bed, and she didn't want to get it for the time being. So she remembered it in her heart. She casually dusted the wooden board with her hand, put the sword beside her, and sat down directly. Soon after, several people in the same room came over one after another. Seeing Lian Sheng fall silent, they leaned on their own beds. Several people looked up and secretly looked at her for a moment. They felt that although her expression looked difficult to get along with, she should not be someone who would deliberately cause trouble or have a bad temper. Thinking that they would have to live together for a while in the future, they should not offend her. So they tried to test her. Brother, where are you from? Lian Sheng tilted his head and said in a low voice, Southern? Southern? You are a Southerner, and you come to the north to join the army? Are you used to this? No wonder you say that. I think you are also a Southerner. The soldier smiled. You should go and apologize to them tomorrow and give in. Why bother to argue with them? They have many ways to embarrass you. That's right. When you are under someone's roof, how can you not bow your head? This world is not something you and I can be tough on. Lian Sheng chuckled. Really? There was no light in the room, and the window was closed for fear of wind. It got dark quickly, and Lian Sheng huddled at the foot of her bed again. The few people couldn't see her expression at all, just listening to her voice. I think she's not bad. The soldier asked again, Brother, how did you bring this sword in? Why did they allow you to carry the sword with you? Lian Sheng, no one told me no. No one dared to tell you. No one here wants to cause trouble. And you still look like a devil. You'd better hide it to avoid trouble. This is your first time in the military camp today. You didn't run into the manager. If you run into the head of the garrison or the general, you'd be in trouble. Isn't it that the military officer appointed by the court is coming soon? No one in the military camp is in a good mood these days. It's better to be more quiet. This group of half-grown guys just arrived at the new place. They were busy all day, and now they are relaxed. There are so many things to say. They started to chat about family matters, and all kinds of things. The more they talked, the happier they became. Lian Sheng leaned against the window, looked at the night outside, and said, The moon is out. The soldier shook the quilt. Oh, sleep, sleep. Have to get up early tomorrow. It is said that we have to loosen the soil and open up the land, so that we can have food to eat next year. Oh, the land we open up is not for us to eat. That group of monkeys only knows how to order us around. Oh, forget it. Who hasn't been through this? If there is not enough food, we can only be self-sufficient. Training, eating, farming, are what we have to do every day. The room gradually became quiet. Lian Sheng pulled his robe, slid out of the bed and stood up. Everyone saw the black shadow floating towards the door. Hey, brother. A soldier couldn't help but stood up. It's dark. Where are you going? Lian Sheng put his hand on the door bolt, turned around and said, Just go out for a walk. The military camp is not a place where you can walk around casually, let alone at night. The soldier stopped him and said tactfully, Don't go out at night. Who did you see going out tonight? Lian Sheng raised the sword in his hand. I know my limits. You guys go to sleep. He pushed the door open and went out, not forgetting to close the door, and turned around to blend into the night. Several people wrapped themselves in blankets without moving. He hissed and gasped, rolling over and over on the bed. After a while, a weak voice sounded, Is he really going to die? At this time, the patrol soldiers in the city had withdrawn, and it was dark very early that day. The wind blew at night, and the lanterns on the city wall swayed back and forth, stubbornly shining yellow light. I don't know where it was not closed properly, and the sound of the door hitting bang bang came. The people seemed to have noticed something, and they closed the doors and windows early and hid in the house. They took the initiative to take out some food and put it outside, just hoping that they would take it and leave. Lian Sheng raised his collar, covered his lips and nose, and sat down at the city gate, still feeling hungry. He took out dry food from his arms. He broke off a small piece, squeezed it in his hand, and then put it in his mouth. It was too dry, and I wanted to drink water. The wind was strong and the sand was heavy, but I didn't want to open my mouth. Lian Sheng squinted his eyes, listened to the sound of horse hooves getting closer and closer, and slightly opened his eyes. The sleepiness disappeared, and he looked at the black shadow in front of him. 20 horses. No, there must be 25. Maybe 26. The visitor approached with a torch, and the flame was blown into a long line by the wind, and finally came to the front of the city gate. Several people reined in their horses and stopped. Unexpectedly, They saw a figure at the door this time, and asked, "Who is it?" Lian Sheng leaned on his sword and raised his head slightly. "In my territory of Daliang." "You ask who I am? Where did you come from? You don't know the height of the world." The Hu people laughed. "Why are you staying here? Hurry up and get out. Didn't anyone tell you that if you see your grandfather, you should get out as far as you can?" The people behind laughed. "Grandpa is in a good mood today. So, kneel down and beg for mercy, and we will let you go." Lian Sheng also said disdainfully, "I am a soldier of Daliang. And naturally I am here to protect our land of Daliang. Dogs know how to protect their homes. But you don't even understand this principle?" The other side paused. The reins of the warhorse were tightened, and the front hooves were raised, and a roar was made. The leader said coldly, "Have you found someone to collect your body tomorrow?" Lian Sheng stood up, put his thumb on the sword guard, and pushed it away with one finger. "Half immortal." Lian Sheng smiled. "They said I won't survive tonight, which is destroying your reputation." A young man dressed as a scholar walked out from the back of the street holding a fortune-telling banner. A clear and tight voice mixed with the wind floated in, and he said, "It is always said that disasters will last for thousands of years. Her life is longer than all of you. The king of hell will come to collect her, so you don't have to worry about her." Before the voice fell, 6 or 7 long shadows stood out from all over. The leading Hu man seemed to have seen something funny and snorted in disdain. Chapter 244 Extra 13. The leading Hu looked at them with disdain in his eyes. The scimitar at his hand turned. A cold light flashed, and it was out of the sheath. The horse under him was agile, and behind him were more than 20 brothers who knew each other well and were agile. He came and went in this county as if he was in an empty land, and he had never suffered a defeat. Now facing a group of Liang soldiers of unknown origin, how could he retreat? The Liang soldiers were just a group of 2-legged lambs who could be trampled underfoot and humiliated at will. They were so obedient that they had no temper at all. They wanted to see blood. Otherwise their lives would be too boring. The Hu people looked at them and said, "Although 8 bodies are a little less, dragging them back can still be fun." A burly man walked out of the shadows. He carried a big knife on his shoulder, and 2 iron rings were hung on the blade. When he moved, it made a clanging sound. He stood next to Lian Sheng, which made Lian Sheng look even smaller, not even half his width. The strong man pointed the tip of his knife at them and sneered, "When your master Meng dominated Shaoling Mountain, you didn't even know where to drink milk. If it weren't for my friend who insisted on coming here to join the army, you guys wouldn't have had the chance to see Master Meng. You deserve to live a long life for calling me master." Lian Sheng turned his head and said, "You gained weight. Be careful with your movements. Don't break your waist." The strong man said, "Go to hell." Lian Sheng raised her eyelids, and the warhorse on the opposite side had already rushed over. It was only about 10 meters away, and she didn't dodge or meet it. The horse was obviously a good horse. It ran twice, and was already in front of her. The Hu people didn't care and bent down, slashing with the big knife in his hand. They didn't have many martial arts, but relied on strength, primitive experience, and speed of attack. As long as the moves are fast, the moves will be more flexible. "I can't avoid it," he thought. However, just when the blade was about to get close to the inconspicuous short man, a pair of hands covered his wrists first. The fingers were cold and bony, probably because of the long night wind. He felt that his wrist was pressed by a skeleton claw. The Hu man raised his head slightly, and the short man's moving figure was reflected in his pupils. Even though he suddenly attacked, the other party did not panic at all. She looked indifferent, watching him approach quietly, stepping lightly, and adjusting with extremely flexible small steps. Then turning around, letting her waist brush the blade. Then she stretched out her left hand and pressed on his wrist, and pulled him back with the weight of her body. The short man was not heavy, but the Hu man was sitting on the horse's back, and his legs had to control the mount with force. At this time, his upper body could not use force, and was still pulled back slightly. Looking again, where was the shadow of that person in sight? The Hu man felt the saddle behind him sink, and someone was approaching him. He thought it was not good, and subconsciously turned his head to look. Almost at the same time, he felt a cold touch on his neck. His vision was turned upside down, and his body was pushed off the warhorse. The Hu man lay on the ground with his eyes wide open, blood spurting from his neck, and he didn't understand how he died until he died. "Brother!" Several Hu people in the back screamed heartbreakingly. not expecting that in just a blink of an eye, one of their brothers died. Looking at Lian Sheng's eyes again, he was already full of murderous intent. Lian Sheng weighed the long sword in his hand and looked at them fearlessly. Carelessness will cost lives. It's a pity that he knew it too late. Whenever he thought of this moment, Lian Sheng felt very surprised. In a narrow place like the entrance of the city gate, facing a sufficiently flexible enemy, how did they dare to rush forward? How did they think that Lian Sheng had been sitting here all night, ready to wait for them openly? Thinking carefully, it was probably because the people here didn't like to use their brains, and maybe they were used to bullying others. When ordinary people saw a horse taller and stronger than themselves rushing over, their subconscious action was to turn and flee, and the formation would be dispersed. These people were nomadic people, and they had been proficient in horsemanship since childhood. They could deal with the narrowest space and the most variable speed. Although Lian Sheng and others were not as good as them, the people in the rivers and lakes who had been running around all year round also had some skills. So they would not be like ordinary soldiers, who would collapse thousands of miles in one go. Several black lines suddenly fell from the top of the city gate and entangled the hooves of the horses that were moving forward. One led two led three, and the horses fell in groups, throwing the people on their backs off and falling heavily to the ground. For a while, all I could hear was the neighing of horses in pain, and the yellow sand on the ground was blown into the air. When I breathed, my nose and mouth were full of the smell of mud and sand. Before the human could stand up, his upper body was held down by a long knife. The torch had already fallen to the ground and was about to go out. He looked up and saw a long, blurry figure hidden behind the dust. Spitting at him, "Pa! It's all sand! My head and body have been separated." Ban Xian sat at the back with his fortune-telling banner horizontally, ignoring their fighting. He lit a lamp for himself and waited quietly for them to finish so that he could go back and rest. In fact, there was no need to come out. They just couldn't bear to see me sleep well. The Hu people have always been famous for their bravery and good fighting skills. But at this city gate, in the blink of an eye, several people have been defeated one after another, without even time to react. The dozen people behind immediately stopped their horses and did not move forward. It was a dark and windy night, and the wind was rustling. The 7 or 8 people stood in front without hurrying, as if waiting for them to make a decision. After thinking for a moment, one of them shouted, "Retreat!" "Yue!" I said, "Retreat? No need to entangle here. Retreat quickly. Da Yang's move today is to declare war on my king. Just wait. Retreat. Whether there will be a fight or not is not something that can be decided by such a trivial matter. It just depends on whether both sides are willing. If you don't want to fight, you can pretend that nothing has happened no matter how big the matter is. If you want to fight, you can also lead troops to fight over trivial disputes. It's like the conflict between Bailiang in the spring and autumn period. Is it really a mulberry leaf? The mulberry forest can't cover the ambition of the king of Wu. They put all the brothers who could be rescued on the horses, and ignored those who had fallen on the ground. This group of people came rampantly and fled quickly. Lian Sheng saw their figures disappearing from his sight with dust, put away his sword, and turned over and got off the horse. A cry suddenly came from the long street, and then it stopped. Lian Sheng looked in the direction of the sound. I don't know which child was awakened by the noise and ran out to peek, and was discovered by his mother at this moment. The two hid in the yard. Panicked, Lian Sheng smiled at her, but she didn't appreciate it. He covered the boy's mouth and quickly dragged him back to the room. Lian Sheng raised his hand to wipe the blood stains on his face and said, "Take Ma Lily, and I take him back. You can deal with the people here." A skinny man said, "Huh? You know how to order people around. Leading 6 horses is not bad. Their horses are fat and strong. Let's see if the other 2 can stand up again." Lian Sheng said, "Hang the corpses on the city wall to serve as a warning to others." Lian Sheng went to their accommodation first and left this place for them to take care of. Ban Xian blew out the lamp and followed from behind. She entered the inn. There was no one in the inn. Only an oil lamp was still lit in the lobby. She picked it up and went upstairs. She changed her blood-stained outer robe in the room, then sat down at the table, took a white cloth, and began to carefully wipe the blood stains on the sword. After several people told her that everything was handled, she got up and returned to the barracks. Several soldiers in the same room couldn't sleep all night. When they heard the noise, they all looked up at Lian Sheng. A soldier wrapped in a thin blanket asked hoarsely, "Where did you go last night?" Lian Sheng stuffed the sword under the bed, I didn't go anywhere. Several people were skeptical, and they felt that something bad was going to happen. So they stopped asking. Before dawn, there was a sound of gongs and drums outside. The head of the village shouted outside, "Get out! Everyone, get out!" The new recruits hurriedly began to put on clothes, then rushed out with their heads down and lined up in the open space outside. The head of the village came here aggressively, and there were several people standing behind him, all with dark faces. The light was gray, and the soldiers didn't know what happened, and they were silent. The head of the village shouted, "Who went outside last night? Who killed a person outside?" When they heard the word murder, everyone's face changed. Several people beside Lian Sheng subconsciously turned their heads towards her, but they saw that her expression did not change, and she looked calm and composed, and they could not help but feel relieved. A soldier asked nervously, "May I ask? Who died?" The captain held a long whip in his hand, pointed at them, and gritted his teeth. "There are still 6 corpses of Hu people hanging at the city gate. How rampant! Who disobeyed military discipline and acted without authorization last night. Such a large number of troops. I thought one of my dear fathers died." Lian Sheng sneered. "It's really a reversal of likes and dislikes, which is puzzling." As soon as these words came out, all directions were quiet. The soldier next to him pulled Lian Sheng's sleeves and pulled her to kneel down. Lian Sheng glanced at him lightly, and then held his collar to make him move away. The captain took 2 steps to her and whipped her with the whip. Unfortunately, his whip skills were obviously not good. Lian Sheng grabbed the tail end and pulled it hard, and it slipped out of his hand directly. Lian Sheng shook again, and the whip slithered back at his face, leaving a red mark that began to swell. The captain covered his mouth. His face changed drastically. "You," Lian Sheng said, "since the Hu people died in the border county, they deserve to die. Those who rashly violated our country's prestige will be killed immediately. No matter what. They are wrong. The Hu people have not yet launched an army to punish them. But you, the captain, have started a fight first. I wonder who is your salary? What's your name and where were you born?" The soldier next to him said anxiously, "Do you want to die?" It was at this time. 100 generals. 100 generals. A soldier with his hat tilted rushed in and shouted, "The Hu people are coming. They are here to ask for punishment." 100 generals. How could it be? It was still so early, and they came so quickly. Everyone turned their eyes to the door again. Several people had already rushed in on horseback, and no one dared to stop them along the way. The captain saw them, and did not interrogate them. He quickly pushed Lian Sheng out, and said, "It was him. He killed a person. I will leave it to you to deal with it." This time, Daliang did not intend to offend. "And tell the Chanyu not to get angry." Lian Sheng crossed his chest and said with a smile, "First, figure out who offended whom. They have all fought to the border of Liang State. At most, they just fought in self-defense. How can it be an offense to you?" The captain, "Shut up." Lian Sheng sneered, "Since you want me to die, can't I say a last word before I die?" The leading man shouted loudly, "All, shut up. What did you say before? You actually lied to me." He took a step forward. "The Chanyu is more than angry. You Han people always go back on your words like this?" The captain broke out in a cold sweat and said with a smile, "It's just a misunderstanding. Last night, it was the new recruits who caused trouble." The strong man kicked him to the ground and shouted, "Say it again." The captain cried out in pain, clenched his fingers tightly. His Adam's apple rolled, closed his eyes, but continued to smile. "It's a misunderstanding." The soldiers saw this scene, clenched their fists, and couldn't bear to watch it, thinking about the so-called precepts in the army. There is no good thing about standing out, so they dare not be the first to stand up. "Who are you trying to fool?" the strong man said, "when your master Meng dominated Shaoling Mountain." Before he finished speaking, a whisper came from below, among the Hu people. "Is there anyone with the surname Meng?" Another soldier was also curious. "Where is Shaoling Mountain?" Lian Sheng, The legendary master Meng, He was angry and pointed his knife. "What are you mumbling about? Believe it or not, I will chop you off with one knife." Lian Sheng shook his head. "You insist on being treated like a cow or a horse, worse than an animal, and you are unwilling to stand up and raise your knife to resist. Look at how few of them there are. How many of you are there? Can't you even straighten your spine? If so, why do you come to join the army?" The soldier seemed to be shaken, but still did not move. Offending the Hu people is not something that can be resolved peacefully. Their enemies are not just the few in front of him. They have both old and young in their families. And they cannot afford the consequences of their youthful recklessness. Even if he showed off his anger for a while, the court would not reward him. He would just die in vain and be criticized. The previous experience was too tragic. And his heart was already cold. Who would dare to stand up? Chapter 245 Extra 14. Who was guarding the city last night? Just stand up yourself. Mr. Meng looked at them and said, Don't tell me that she was the only one at the city gate last night. And then killed several of my brothers? No one spoke. A skinny man next to him walked forward, touched the stubble on his chin, and snorted and laughed. I heard that there is a saying in the Central Plains that you won't cry until you see the coffin. Our brothers can't die in vain. 6 lives. How can you lowly people compare? Don't expect to quench our anger by taking her alone. He carried a long spear and approached the soldiers. Then I will pick a few at random to bury my brother with him, so that he won't be lonely down there. As he said that, he casually pulled a young recruit, grabbed his right hand, and pressed it in front of him. The soldiers next to him were so scared that they took 2 steps back. One of them shouted, Don't go too far. The skinny monkey glanced at him lightly. Someone behind him had already stepped out and picked up the person who was talking, and threw it to the side of the captain. This is also good. It should be interesting to kill him. Several people laughed wildly, and the soldiers looked at their faces and gritted their teeth secretly. They turned their heads and looked at the general standing on the side with hope, shouting, General! General! First one person, and then several people followed up, hoping that he would stand up and help. General Bai was also at a loss. He couldn't help but want to shrink underground at the sound. He turned back and glared at the soldiers fiercely, then whispered, Have you notified the military marquis? A person next to him said with a trembling voice, Someone has already gone, but it took so long, and he didn't come. Obviously, the other party was not willing to wade into this muddy water. It would be better to wait until the Hu people have vented their anger and the matter is resolved. And then he will come out to appease them, so as not to offend both sides. It was a good idea. But who could have thought of it? The general bit his lip, and the blood on his face faded. After all, when something happened, it was still the responsibility that was borne one by one. And the most unlucky ones were these dispensable military officers. Lian Sheng saw that his brothers were having fun, but he didn't want to watch it anymore. She shook her head and sighed, and it was hard to tell whether it was disappointment or regret, and said, Do you know who can save you? Only you. You are cowardly as mice, and you don't know how to resist. But you expect others to risk their lives to save you? Even if there are such people, what is there to save about you? What can you get if you save them? A few words of thanks? A hero died, and in exchange for a straw bag that can be trampled on by anyone? She ridiculed them so harshly that every word was heart-wrenching, tearing open their past wounds and stabbing them accurately, which made it so difficult to accept. A soldier on the left looked at her and said with his neck stiff, You are a hero. But if it weren't for you, would this happen? You acted quickly and left behind a name of bravery. But how many people want to live up to your reputation? Today, they are right in front of you. The soldier just lowered his head and felt his collar being lifted up, and the other party had stepped in front of him. He met Lian Shun's eyes in astonishment, which were filled with cold murderous intent and hidden anger, and his momentum was unconcealed. Just a glance, the body instinctively reacted, and felt that it was more terrifying than seeing the Hu people himself. Lian Sheng sneered, What do you mean this won't happen? It happens here every day. How many people died of poverty and lack of food because of being bullied and plundered by the Hu people? How many people died under the swords of the Hu people in the conflict? If it doesn't happen to you, will you just ignore it? Or do you think in your heart that they deserve it? As the saying goes, when a rabbit dies, a fox mourns, and animals of the same kind mourn. But you don't even understand this truth, but just blindly hope that you are lucky enough not to become one of them. I feel pity for you. Lian Sheng clenched his fist and hit him in the face without holding back. The soldier was knocked to the ground and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Dizziness appeared in his sight, and the salty taste of blood rose in his mouth. He coughed twice, covered the corner of his mouth, and spit out a tooth. Looking at Lian Sheng again, his face was full of fear. The soldiers around were all frightened and said palely, What are you doing? Are you crazy? If you had the ability to beat him, You have the ability to beat the Hu people. What are you showing off? If you have the ability, you have the ability to solve this matter. Stop arguing. Lian Sheng exhaled and stomped his right foot. Where is this? This is the border county of Daliang. Not a place where the Hu people can come and take advantage of you. Who are you? You are soldiers guarding the border and defending your country. I don't care how your former general taught you. But from now on, give me the servility in you. I won't give you so many comfortable days. And don't wear your military uniforms here to abuse the people. There was a commotion in the crowd, and they realized that something was wrong. They whispered, Who are you? Lian Sheng walked out and stood in front of the village chief. The surrounding noise stopped, and they looked at her quietly. The village chief's face was pressed against the ground, and he felt a shadow in front of him. His Adam's apple rolled. His eyes turned up, and he looked at her and asked, What do you want to do? Lian Sheng stretched out his hand to signal, and Lao Ming smiled and handed over his knife. Lian Sheng grabbed it and turned around, comparing it with the position of the village chief's shoulder. The village chief immediately panicked and screamed, Hey! What do you want to do? He struggled hard to get rid of the confinement here, but the force on his back pressed him tightly like a 1,000-pound boulder, so that he could only twist left and right like a worm at most. You are not Hu people. Who are you? The captain was sweating profusely and said in horror, Where are you from? Why did you pretend to be Hu people and break into my Daliang military camp and kidnap and kill my court officials? You are traitors. Yes, you must be traitors. Catch them. Catch them quickly. The soldiers were confused about their situation and took a defensive posture. Taking a small step forward, Lian Sheng thrust his blade forward, threw his wrist hard to the ground, and inserted the big knife into the soil. The captain closed his eyes and screamed, and there was a sharp pain in his arm. He thought he was finished and hurried to move his fingers. However, the knife only scraped the flesh and finally left him with an arm. But blood kept pouring out and soon soaked his long sleeves. Lian Sheng turned around, put his hands behind his back, and said to the soldiers, According to the laws of Daliang, all those who colluded with the Hu people to enter the city and plunder should be executed. If it is more serious, for example, the military generals involved in this will also be implicated. You are tantamount to treason. Even if I kill you with a knife, His Majesty will not say a word against me when I present the memorial to the palace. Do you understand? The captain was still groaning in pain, and the soldiers' faces were almost scary. But the border county is short of soldiers now. I can let you go first. All soldiers will receive 30 lashes as punishment. From now on, killing a Hu person will be rewarded with 1 merit. When you can make up for all your sins, you can leave the barracks. Lian Sheng said, I don't want to blame you. What happened today is not the fault of one person. The court also has its faults. I just want to remind you that it was in the past. Now that I am here, the same mistakes will never be allowed to happen again. You? Who are you? Although they already knew the answer. The only person who dared to interfere in military affairs and punish hundreds of generals, and had never appeared before, was the newly appointed general of the court. Who am I? Lian Sheng raised his chin and said in a sonorous voice, I am here to teach you to reform yourself and become a new person. The soldiers were shocked on the spot. Mr. Ming and his men finally let go of the captain, stepped aside, and laughed at them. Lian Sheng took 2 steps and said, I'm going to make a statement today. The court ordered me to come here and entrusted me with an important task, which is to guard the border and boost the national prestige. It is absolutely impossible to collude with the Hu people again. If you commit it again, you will be executed without mercy. As long as you abide by the rules, I will protect you. Even if you die in battle, you will receive pensions and honors after death. I will defend the city with you, and the military titles and merits will be settled according to military discipline. All soldiers will be reorganized. The army only looks at strength and contribution. For those who abuse their power, evidence is welcome. If it is verified, even if the matter is past, it can be investigated. The soldiers were shocked again and talked endlessly. Lian Sheng did not stop them, but he also saw from their tone and expression that they did not trust him. One person asked, Do you have the final say? Of course, I have the final say. Just let it be known, Lian Sheng said disdainfully. Otherwise, will it be the same Shangwan who is always late and always disappears? A soldier trotted in from outside and shouted, Jun Ho. Jun Ho is here. Also, General Ji is here too. The faces of the soldiers changed when they heard this. Speaking of Cao Cao, Cao Cao is here. Even General Ho is here. Lien Sheng was afraid that it was not good. The voice had come in before the person arrived. It was strong and powerful. How audacious. How dare he pretend to be a Hu person and break into the military camp? Who is so rampant? Catch him quickly. The soldiers stood there without moving. A group of people rushed in from outside with soldiers. And the leader was burly. But his clothes were in disarray. Scanning the crowd, he said angrily, "Why don't you do it?" Lien Sheng glanced coldly, and the group of soldiers froze in place without moving. General Ji was furious, and nodded to the team of more than 10 people behind him. Lien Sheng looked at his attire, and said with a smile, "General, why are you so angry? I'm just training the soldiers. I am the new deputy general of the court." Lien Sheng, "I am sorry for any offense. Please do not take it as a fault." The men who were about to take action paused, and the other soldiers watched them quietly. The general snorted and pointed at the head of the garrison on the ground and said, "Training soldiers? You are also training soldiers? You are just taking out your anger on my men for no reason. You are just a small deputy general. Why don't you come to see me first when you come to Chajun?" Lien Sheng asked, "I don't know what I did wrong. Yesterday, the Hu people attacked, and there happened to be no one guarding the night. It was obviously a military camp in a border county. But I asked someone to pretend to be a Hu person, and he got here without any obstacles. There is solid evidence that the army is colluding with the Hu people, and the crime of treason is committed. I came here under the order of His Majesty. It's just a garrison commander. Can't I deal with him? Don't use His Majesty to pressure me. This is Chongjun, a frontier. I am ordered to govern this place, and I will not allow you to make trouble here." General Ji snorted from the tip of his nose and said to her, "Where is your appointment document? You have not yet been allowed to take office by the general. So what qualifications do you have to deal with a military officer?" "General, you are wrong again. I haven't dealt with him yet. And, if you want to deal with him, General, I am talking about everyone." Lien Sheng squinted his eyes and looked at him and said, "The higher the rank, the heavier the punishment should be, because they are in high positions. But they are just sitting there doing nothing, and they are knowingly committing crimes. Don't you think so?" Chapter 246 Extra 15. General Ji calmed down at this time, stepped forward and said, "Tell me, what do you want?" Lien Sheng humbly clasped his fists and smiled, "I dare not." Before General Ji could scold him, Lien Sheng paused and said in time, "But since the general has spoken, let's just say a few words. I was ordered by Your Majesty to take up the post of Chongjun this time, because a few months ago, some court officials jointly impeached this place, saying that my Dalian officers colluded with the Northern Hu, worked together, bullied the people, and made the people of Chongjun at the border miserable. Your Majesty was furious when he heard this, and he was concerned about the people. He couldn't sleep for several days, and finally decided to let me investigate." General Ji's face turned pale, probably because he didn't expect this. Chongjun is closed to information, and many rumors are spread, and who knows what they will be. In addition, Lien Sheng and his group came in a hurry, so he didn't have time to investigate properly. It turned out that the complaint had been filed before the emperor, but he didn't know what was written about him, and what evidence was held against him. What is His Majesty's attitude now? He had to find someone to take care of it. General Ji lowered his head, and the more he thought about it, the more horrified he felt. He raised his eyelids to look at Lien Sheng again, and saw that she looked sincere. But he felt something was wrong. He knew the news that Lien Sheng came to Chajun to take up his post. So how could he not know about the impeachment? General Ji blew his beard and said angrily, "You are talking nonsense and forging the imperial edict. You want to deceive me. I haven't finished speaking yet. Why are you angry, General? Besides, there is no need for me to lie to you." Lien Sheng raised his hand and said, "This is absolutely true. But Your Majesty is thinking of the general's hard work and great contributions. He has guarded the border counties safely for more than 10 years, and did not allow the barbarians to enter our Dalian. It would be too absurd to convict the general based on one-sided words. Your Majesty actually believes in the general, so it would hurt the harmony and make him a villain. So he did not make a public announcement, but sent me to find out the truth and serve the motherland by the way." General Ji snorted in a muffled voice. "This makes sense," Lien Sheng continued. "Your Majesty has warned me. If what you said is false, I will write a letter back as soon as possible to tell you the truth. He can also reward the general to comfort him. But whether it is true or not, that is also a matter of Liansheng words. This is very interesting. She came here as a general. But she is responsible for the Ming dynasty. It is not certain whether she will be a general in the future. When she can change her status as a general depends on her mood. From the few words, it can be understood that His Majesty trusts the dwarf in front of him more than General Ji. General Ji said unhappily, "You are new here. Do you want to interfere in the affairs of the military camp?" Liansheng said, "I am not familiar with the affairs of the military camp. I am young and energetic, and I have no experience. So I want to ask the senior military officers to give me more guidance to avoid making any mistakes. General, rest assured, the only strength of this subordinate is that I am humble and eager to learn." As she said this, she bowed to them politely. But the people behind General Ji still had ugly expressions. General Ji wanted to say that he didn't see how she could be associated with the word humble. Liansheng turned around and looked at the soldiers hiding in rows behind him. "But I am also a straightforward person. I think that there is no need for too many rules in governing. As long as it is clean, those who want to fight will be rewarded according to their merits, and will never be treated unfairly. Those who don't want to fight will also slowly settle accounts. If they did something wrong in the past, they should admit their mistakes without paying a price. There is no reason to turn the page. In this way, someone must have been offended. If there are not enough people, they will inevitably have to draw a team from the neighboring counties. I have never been tactful in doing things. I was very nervous before this trip. I explained this matter to Your Majesty truthfully. Thank you for your appreciation. You have verbally agreed to my request. It is feasible." Liansheng's eyes were shining, and when he glanced at the soldiers, he narrowed his eyes slightly, with an unspeakable sense of danger. The soldiers were shocked at the moment, and they exchanged ideas with each other through their eyes. Because General Ji and a group of officers were still here, their actions were restrained, and no strange sounds were made. It was obvious that the new and old were fighting for the initiative in the barracks, and the situation was tense. Before the result came out, no one dared to support either side. The power struggle among the upper class had nothing to do with them. But if they happened to run into it, they would be unlucky. The soldiers patrol between the two parties, and most of them still lean towards Liansheng. Good and bad can still be heard, and only those who follow the will of His Majesty are smart. General Ji could sense the change in the atmosphere. He sneered and said, "In this case, whether I live or die depends on your words?" Liansheng said, "General, please don't say that. I am here, and I will not do anything despicable. I will fight you fairly." General Ji almost bit his teeth to pieces. "And still want to fight? What do you think this is? This is a military camp. Military orders are as firm as a mountain, and they are final. Who will fight with you?" General Ji's voice was almost squeezed out from the back of his teeth. He did not hide his disgust for Liansheng, and said sarcastically, "How do you want to fight?" Liansheng stepped back, distanced himself from him, and then waved at him. "Since it is in the military camp, of course we will fight with fists and feet. This time, I angered the Hu people. Because of my lack of skills, I let a few of them run away. The Hu people are rampant, and will definitely not swallow this breath. I believe that they will lead their troops to ask for Fei soon. We must fight, and Dalian cannot fall behind. I will first argue with the general about who will be the commander in this anti-Hu war." After hearing this, a soldier blurted out, "You really killed them?" Everyone looked at him, and he realized what he said and quickly shut up. Liansheng smiled and said, "General, is this okay?" "General Ji, why not? Since you asked me to do so, I will accompany you to the end." In terms of skills, Liansheng's figure might not be able to be touched by one of his fingers. General Ji didn't know why she chose this method, but the result was bound to disappoint her. The soldiers were in high spirits and formed a circle, waiting to see the excitement. All the shocking news in the morning were thrown behind their minds, and they just waited for the competition to begin, simply not changing positions. Master Ming and the person on the opposite side drew a circle on the ground with their weapons, and directly set up the place for the competition. Without any particulars, the two of them drew half a circle each, and finally connected at the end. Master Ming looked back and was happy. The traces he drew were much deeper than those on the opposite side. The difference was obvious after the comparison. The people following Ji were not powerful people either, and were not as good as his own group. But he still kept a serious face, took a small step back, and gave. Lian Sheng flew into the air. Lian Sheng went into the arena with light equipment. She had no weapons and no armor. General Ji also took off his equipment and walked in front of Lian Sheng. When the two sides were confronting each other, Ban Xian appeared quietly in the front row of the circle with his cloth banner. No one knew when he appeared and when he stood in front. They just took a good position with peace of mind and waited quietly by the side. Mr. Ming tilted his head and saw him, pulled his fortune-telling banner and said, "Ban Xian, why don't you tell me?" Ban Xian said indifferently, "Do I need to tell? Isn't the result beyond doubt?" Mr. Ming thought about it and hoped that this guy surnamed Ji could fight better, so that they would not be disappointed. However, the facts were a bit disappointing. General Ji looked like he had a good figure. He is a big, strong man, but he is just a useless show-off. I don't know how strong he was in the past, but now he has been in the border county for more than 10 years, and no one has fought with him, so his hands are already rusty. More importantly, he is getting old, and he feels that he has the will but not the strength. He has been hollowed out by the leisurely life above, but he just doesn't want to admit it. General Ji came here with pride, but his winning streak didn't give him face. He attacked immediately, relying on his agility and speed to go straight to the opponent's vital point. General Ji raised his hand to break the move, but the toe suddenly changed direction and went straight to his face. One move hit, and General Ji flew out directly. He flew quite far, and General Ji's weight slipped out of the circle directly. Oh! General Ji was stunned, and his stunned expression looked particularly pitiful. That was obviously. It was not fake. All the soldiers were stunned when they saw this change. How could such a thin body have such great strength? The move just now was absolutely powerful, and it was the style of a master. They were troubled by not having a word to accurately describe this competition. Perhaps future generations can answer their doubts. It's called a kill in seconds. In fact, whether you can kill in seconds is one thing, and whether you dare to kill in seconds is another. Everyone was more surprised by the latter. The problem is that Lian Sheng succeeded. But he didn't stop. While General Ji fell to the ground, he was a man who would not admit defeat, and he hit him in the face fiercely, which shocked everyone who was watching. When Lian Sheng was finally pulled away, General Ji's face was covered with bruises and reds, which looked likable. The soldiers gasped as a habit, opened their mouths in astonishment, and fell into great shock. General Ji was even worse, moving his lips, pointing at Lian Sheng for a long time and unable to say a word. Completely unlike the arrogant expression just now. Lian Sheng looked at him coldly, shook his arm, and then said, "Come, send the general down to rest. Don't get hurt." Two soldiers came forward, held his shoulders, and wanted to help him out. Trembling with fear, he dared not look up, hurriedly left this place, and went to call the doctor. Lian Sheng clapped his hands, and continued to look at his soldiers with his arms around his chest. This was the first time that the soldiers saw such a cruel and one-sided beating. And the one who was beaten was the rear general, who was originally stationed in Changchun. This scene took a long time to digest. It's a big fuss. The contradiction between the new and the old is simply not reconciled or concealed. And it's all exposed. Is this an internal fight? If so, according to Lian Sheng, the Hu people will come sooner or later. If the two of them don't get along, wouldn't it be bad? The soldiers looked at Lian Sheng with complicated eyes, not knowing what to say. Lian Sheng also looked at them, asking them to stop and stand in military posture for a while, and reflect on themselves. Finally, a boy couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to break the silence. "Excuse me, General. What should we do now?" "Now?" Lian Sheng said. "Now. Pick up your hose and go to plant the fields." Chapter 247 Extra 16. The life of the garrison in the border county is much more monotonous than imagined. And there is not so much passion. Soldiers have to dispatch people to open up the land and farm, when there are not enough laborers. They have to help the widowed and lonely people to open up the land and sow seeds. And there is not much leisure time at all. The border city garrison commander not only needs to resist foreign enemies, but also has to help support a city in such a desolate place. In addition, the military camp lacks food and clothing. The military pay is polluted. The Hu people are eyeing covetously, and the court does not pay much attention. They don't want to take the initiative to fight, and they don't want to be bullied. The court has a beautiful idea, and the difficult task is left to the soldiers guarding the city. Being a soldier in Changchun, you have to do a lot of work in normal times. You don't have enough food every day. You can't defend the front. And you are in a dilemma. This is a job with no guarantee, no sense of accomplishment, and no feedback. The soldiers in Chonjun are really wronged. They could only survive by themselves in the difficult choices of all parties. When Lian Sheng forced them to weed the fields, several officers looked at her from time to time, as if they wanted to say something but stopped. They thought of the punishment Lian Sheng had mentioned before, and felt that they should defend themselves. Then they thought about her tough and strong style just now, and they really couldn't muster up the courage. They had no idea, so they could only keep it to themselves. Lian Sheng had noticed it a long time ago, so how could he not know what they were thinking? In fact, she understood the situation of the soldiers, and also understood the reasons why they had developed to this day, and sympathized with them. So she didn't want to pursue the fault this time, and she came here as a deputy general, not to pull General Ji off his horse. Look at the Chonjun military camp. It's full of smoke and miasma. The new soldiers were oppressed, but the old soldiers were not much better. Although there were many ruffians in the army who ignored military discipline, they did not stop working. The land here was cultivated diligently. Although they colluded with the Hu people, they also tacitly guaranteed the safety of the people. In the absence of support from the court, Lian Sheng felt that they had done a good job. Regardless of how much merit they had, there must have been some hardship. However, her understanding did not mean that this was right. The current situation was completely a temporary solution, and she needed to clear the remaining poison. Since they wanted to change, such a trend must be reversed. The best way to make them realize the mistake of this matter was to punish them and set the record straight. At the same time, it would also allow them to quickly accept that they were their commander. Moreover, if the fight really started, what if they all ran away without being scared? Lian Sheng sat on the ridge of the field, fanning himself and watching them work. The sun rose, and the weather became hotter and hotter. A group of soldiers bent over. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, and they still resigned themselves to picking small stones in the field. Let's do this. Brothers, listen to me while you work, Lian Sheng said calmly. Chonjun is not big or small. There are fewer people, but it is easy to defend the city. The Hu tribe has just lost to Chanyu recently. I'm afraid they can't take care of themselves and won't be distracted to send a large force to encircle Chonjun. Of course, it is mainly because Chonjun is a little poor and there is nothing to be annihilated. But this time we killed a few Hu people. They are used to being arrogant and will definitely not be willing to make peace. So I'm afraid they will let a small group of troops come to harass for a while. The soldiers tilted their heads to look at her, and their eyes clearly wrote, "Don't add that they have never met Hu people." Lian Sheng continued calmly, "Adding fuel to the fire is not a strategy after all. If you want to eliminate future troubles, you have to let them remember that we are not easy to mess with. If we are poor and not easy to mess with, the Hu people will not come to harass us." It's easy to say, but the reality is not that simple. I'm afraid it's not a wrong move, and it will end up playing with fire and getting burned. The Hu people are brave and good at fighting, and this idea has taken root in people's hearts. In addition, Chonjun has been enslaved by the Hu people in recent years, and they are essentially afraid of the Hu people. This fear makes them subconsciously want to avoid fighting against them. They can't beat them. They definitely can't beat them. If they really anger the Hu people, none of them will survive. I'm telling you, don't think about taking advantage of the situation, but do something useful. If any of you pretend to obey and disobey, and I find out, or if I die here because of your retreat and lack of fighting, you will still not be able to survive. Instead of being bullied and humiliated by the Hu people, it is better to be a brave man and fight back. I know that the Hu people have no mercy, and their torture methods are disgusting. Lian Sheng swung his legs and said, "We have more people here. We have the advantage. There is nothing to be afraid of. If the Hu people come in large numbers, we will block the city gates and guard slowly. If the Hu people only come in one team, we will lure them into the trap and catch them all in one fell swoop." The soldiers were silent. If they have this time, they might as well pick up more soil and open up more land. Lian Sheng coughed and said, "Is there anyone who volunteered to support me? It's time to show your loyalty. Brothers, this is a rare opportunity. I will give him credit for coming out now. There is no shortage of brave people. Even if everyone is disdainful in their hearts, the situation is in front of them. No matter how unwilling they are, they have to accept it. It's better to seek some benefits and be more decent." So a lot of people raised their hands. Lien Sheng picked a few ugly and weak-looking people and took them out for a talk. He picked out a team of young and strong soldiers and handed them over to Mr. Ming for custody. The rest of the people continued to open up the land here. She clicked her tongue twice. They are all a group of slack guys. They need to practice. There is a long way to go. Forget it for today. The atmosphere is peaceful. And there is no urgency that the Hu people are about to attack. The soldiers feel that they are not standing on solid ground and feel dizzy. Lien Sheng thinks that he can't just waste the cause of the military camp to wait for the Hu people. Ban Xian said that the Hu people would probably come at night. So it is very likely that they will come at night. And he had asked Shouho to wait outside the city. He had a fast horse. So it was completely in time for him to prepare after receiving the news. Who knows if there are Hu people spies in the city? If the soldiers act too obviously, it is easy to expose their purpose. Farming is good. Sure enough, after nightfall, the Hu people swept across the sand and headed towards the city of Chajun. Shouho rode a horse without a torch and rushed back to report after hearing the noise. Tonight Lianqing asked the soldiers to go to bed early and have a good rest. At this time, the gongs and drums were beaten to wake everyone up. Since Lianqing had already revealed his identity, he naturally moved to a new single room. When she came out, she found that there was no movement in General Ji's room next door, and she couldn't help laughing. He said that this person was reckless, but in fact, he was very smart. He said that this person was smart, but in fact, he was very impulsive. It was quite interesting. Lien Sheng didn't let them light torches or come out, so everyone was ready to deal with it. Then, together with Mr. Ming, Shouho and others, they went to the open space in the middle of the martial arts field and wrapped ropes around themselves a few times, pretending to be tied up. The group of people who came was very arrogant. Nearly 100 of them broke through the city gate and rushed straight to the military camp, overturned the intercepting fence, raised torches and shouted for a while, calling everyone out. The soldiers stood up in their coats and went out to greet them, surrounding them with angry expressions, gnashing teeth, and a hint of fear. An old soldier who had been instructed by Lien Sheng came out trembling and bowed to them. The Hu people riding on the horse hummed, "I don't need to say more. Right? Yes. Yes." The old soldier trembled. "We didn't expect that there were a few ignorant people. But it has nothing to do with Daliang. The troublemakers have been caught and taught a lesson. I will take you there and leave the punishment to you. I just ask the Chanyu not to get angry. The two armies should live in harmony." The Hu people behind him were obviously unwilling to give up, and they smiled with a fake smile. How could his brother's life be the same as the life of these lowly people? If you want to beat them like this, why bother to bring people here in the middle of the night? The Hu people looked around them with a gleam in his eyes. He suppressed his mind for the time being and said good. As for what good it was not certain. The soldier next to him whispered, "Those people are hanging on the martial arts field. It's not convenient to ride horses here. Can you take a look?" After thinking for a while, the Hu people in the front row got off their horses one after another. But they were still worried about the soldiers on the Daliang side, leaving half of the people there to guard the horses, and taking the other half to the martial arts field to take revenge in person. Dozens of Hu people crossed the aisle and walked towards the martial arts field in a mighty manner. Several soldiers held lanterns and led the way in front. When they arrived at the open space, they saw several dark shadows sitting side by side under the wooden frame on one side of the martial arts field. The Hu people approached and said from a distance, "I thought you had some backbone. Weren't you arrogant last night? How did you end up like this now?" Lien Sheng said, "Come closer and see who your grandfather is." The Hu people drew out their knives and approached them. "You don't know how to behave. Then I cut off your hands and feet first, and then feed you to the dogs." Before his blade got close, a cold light flashed in the corner of his eyes. Mr. Ming pulled out his weapon from under his buttocks, jumped up directly from the ground, and shouted, "Die, grandson!" He swung his knife first and cut the Hu people's neck. The rest of them stood up and moved their hands and feet. There was no sign of being imprisoned. The sudden change made the Hu people panic and cursed. They wanted to grab the soldiers around them, but found that they had gone out at some point. At this time, there was a big fire in the distance, and the sound of fighting came from all directions. Arrows fell from the sky, and the Hu people fell to the ground one after another. Once yesterday, once today. Although the reason is unknown, Daliang has changed. The Hu people were besieged by Liang's soldiers. and people were arranged to guard the exits of the military camp, and no one was able to escape. In the middle of the night, the sound of fighting slowed down, and people swayed, looking for traces of the remaining Hu people. There was actually no place to hide in the martial arts field and the open space of the military camp. It was basically a one-way trip. By dawn, even the sand in the martial arts field had been turned over, and the blood stains and corpses on the ground had been cleaned up. There were not many Hu people, but there were many horses. Everyone sat down and counted them, and found that the harvest was also quite rich. This was the first battle against the Hu led by Lian Sheng in the small town of Chongjun. It was also the first battle for the soldiers to be proud of. Except for compromise and retreat, force was used to exchange for a night of peace. They originally thought that they would have to face more difficult and dangerous situations when they took this road, and that moving forward would require great courage. But when things finally came to an end, after being pushed to take the first step, they did not have too much entanglement, but were relieved. From Chongjun, Lian Sheng's name began to appear on the battlefields of the border. Chapter 248 Extra 17. In the spring of the second year, the Lian Sheng team, who were on vacation, voluntarily signed up for volunteer work for post-war reconstruction and returned to Kaffa with Cornell. Kaffa's reconstruction work has basically been regularized, and there are professionals in various industries to guide it. The work of these volunteers is to experience life. The organizer handed them a large bag of flower seeds of different flowers, and took them to a newly reclaimed flower field, allowing them to play freely. Zhao Zhuolu dug a hole with a shovel, and Lian Sheng threw a seed in it. Zhao Zhuolu dug another hole, and Lian Sheng continued to throw in a seed. Zhao Zhuolu asked, "Can you put 2 more?" Lian Sheng said, "Why? Don't you have only 1 pit?" Zhao Zhuolu, "What if it doesn't grow? What if the seeds are dead? What if there is not enough nutrients? What if several seeds are alive?" Zhao Zhuolu said, "They all grabbed a handful. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to finish planting until next year." Lian Sheng, "It's just an experience activity. How could they not plant so few seeds? One machine can handle the whole flower garden." The mud monkey Fang Jianshan shouted from a distance, "Flowers grown by machines have no soul. Is it good to have no soul?" Lian Sheng, "Go to hell with his soul." Ji Ban found a small excavator from somewhere, and drove it back and forth in front, shoveling the whole piece of land into a mess. Harry fought with him for control, and the two refused to give in. Soon the land was poisoned by them. There were only 2 of them digging holes and planting crops here, and they couldn't keep up with the speed of the other people getting into trouble. At noon, Lian Sheng also gave up. Several people lay on the ground, enjoying the breeze and sun. It has to be said that the weather in Kaffa is really bad when it's bad, but it's also really good when it's good. The temperature is neither cold nor hot. The breeze blows occasionally. The sky is clear, and the air quality is also very good. It's easy to feel sleepy when lying down. Fang Jianshan reached into the pocket on his waist, grabbed a handful of seeds, opened his 5 claws, and threw them up. The people lying below were all hit. Everyone spit out the flower seeds with 2 spitting sounds, and angrily said, "Are you stupid?" Fang Jianshan asked curiously, "Are the flowers grown in this way human-shaped?" Cheng Zhe, "I think you are a brainless person in human skin." Fang Jianshan beat him. "Get lost." In the evening, the superior came to inspect. Everyone stood in a row waiting for his speech. He was very happy when he came, but his face turned pale after he came. "I didn't expect that an experienced project could be turned into this. Did these people have too many battles, and their brains were filled with water? How could they have such great destructive power?" Lian Sheng looked up at the sky and said, "It has nothing to do with me. She can farm, but she is not good at growing flowers. But even if she can't grow flowers, she certainly can't be so destructive." The leader shouted at her, "Don't say anything. Facts speak louder than words. Look at what terrible things you have done." Lu Mingyuan pulled her and begged her to keep quiet. The leader was very disappointed and scolded them, letting them stand on the ridge of hope, looking into the distance, and remembering their sins deeply in their minds. The leader said righteously, "You are destroying the harmonious relationship between the 2 countries, destroying the deep friendship between us." Everyone, "Leader, do you know you are wrong?" Everyone said timidly, "I know. As a punishment, tomorrow you will receive love education. Promote and participate in related activities, and strive to make the world full of love." The leader coughed. "The new generation of military singles association is about to begin. This time, In addition to the elites in the military, there are many young talents in society who signed up voluntarily and were screened by us to confirm the accuracy of their information. There are handsome men and beautiful women. There are students and social people. Everyone can go and show their support. Everyone. 10 people looked at him with eyes wide open. I feel that I haven't reflected deeply enough on my mistakes. Although I only passively destroyed the harmonious relationship between the two countries. As the captain, I failed to stop my team members from making mistakes in time. So I should be responsible for their mistakes. Liansheng said. I decided to stay here and repair this flower field. The leader raised his hand and pointed to the distance. Then watch again. Until you know your mistakes. So everyone continued to stand in the field of hope and look into the distance. The night was cold and dewy. The sky was shining. And the feet were full of vitality. The yellow earth was thick. And behind him was a superior who moved a chair and was supervising. This night was particularly fulfilling. Since the end of the war, the superiors have been very concerned about the lifelong events of these young soldiers. Especially the 100-meter flying knife. It's not young anymore. There are still many single soldiers in the army who are nearly 30 years old. Now he is 30. And after dating for a few years, he will get married and have a child. He will probably become an elderly father. He doesn't see many girls in normal times. If he doesn't work hard, he may end up being the second 100-meter flying knife. So recently, the 100-meter flying knife has successfully transformed into a 100-meter knife, taking the blame for all the subordinate single soldiers and single soldiers who are not his subordinates. Look, it's because he doesn't set an example that the army is full of this kind of atmosphere. Liansheng and others chose to continue serving. And the expeditionary force is a place with too strong a straight male atmosphere. The mission is heavy in normal times. And they fly around the world. In addition, the war has just ended. And heroism is very popular in the army. What's the point of dating? Holding hands? What's the point of bicycle? Isn't it good to play mechas and play games more? Older people always like to match people up. Seeing them like this, I feel very sad. Boys are not easy to arrange. And Liansheng is always very popular. What a pretty girl. Isn't she? Whenever a couple shows off their love, there will always be someone who can't help it. Right? So Liansheng has received several similar requests in a row. Early the next morning, several people were forced to go to the social gathering due to the attractive eyes behind them. Cornell and Ji Ban stayed in the hotel because the two were really unwilling. The rest of the people wore formal clothes. Liansheng was used to wearing military uniforms and pants. And they still matched them. The driver came to pick up people and sent them to the venue. The matchmaking team was very upset when they saw them. Isn't this deliberately looking for trouble? But they couldn't find fault with them at this time. So they could only turn a blind eye and pretend not to see it. In addition to them, many soldiers came this time. And some were sent from other regions. It was mainly to take care of the single dogs in the organization. This is when problems arise. The purpose of bringing the soldiers here is to let them go on blind dates. But this group of bastards all surrounded Liansheng and others, chatting with them, asking for advice, and arranging competitions, forcing the ordinary members who were invited to the meeting to form their own faction. They should be very satisfied with this social gathering. And they all talked excitedly. In such a large banquet hall, they only occupied this corner. Liansheng went to the toilet in the middle. And when he came out, there was finally no one around him. A man came out with a drink and greeted her with a smile. As a result, before Liansheng spoke, a row of men behind him stood up first. Each of them was tall and strong, with a straight chest and abdomen, a high chin, and sharp eyes, looking at the opposite side in an inquiring manner. He hummed, "Why? Looking for our company?" The man bowed neatly. "I leave first." "Sorry." Liansheng, The leader came to inspect and saw this scene, and grabbed something to beat them. Making trouble. Making trouble. They are all making trouble. The soldiers covered their buttocks and fled without any image. "No. We didn't do anything. We just want to remind him and let him know that the face of our expeditionary army is backed by people. Be smart next time. Leader, your company needs you to back her up." "Ah? Her own shield can't be penetrated by nuclear bombs." Liansheng watched them making trouble and casually took a drink. Most of the drinks provided this time were probably drinks. Probably because they were afraid that these people who don't drink often would get drunk and make trouble, and then half lean on the table. After a while, She found Zhao Shualu standing opposite her, blocking her sight. Lian Sheng raised his eyebrows. What? Zhao Shualuo said, actually, if you don't want to go on a blind date, you can find a reason. I don't like it either. Lian Sheng thought to himself. Go on, kid. He nodded thoughtfully. Well, you say? No one is as suitable as me. And no one is as good as me. Zhao Shualuo lowered his head and flicked the metal on his shoulder. No one cares about you as much as I do. Lian Sheng tilted the cup to his mouth, covering the lower half of his face, and smiled meaningfully at him.